What's good? What's good? Hold on. We'll see who's up in there today, man. Monday Madness. Be a little late today, man, but let's see. We're gonna get to it. I like that little joint, man. Petty Eddie, what's good? What's good, big dog? What's good, big dog? I see Curtis York left a message early. He said, cooking tonight. Loving the topics. We got King Chemist in the building. What's good? You say your Kobe 9 Elite's high ship? Congratulations. Boy, that white on white, boy. Make sure you spray them down. You got to spray down them joints. You said before you get started, didn't I say the Taxi 12s was coming last live? You did. Boy, yeah. You called it. You called it. You called it. Oh. The hell? I ain't mean for that to happen, man. Salute to y'all, man. King Kim is if I had Strip OG in the building, man. Boy, your boy is burning the midnight oil. Yo, I ain't gonna even hold y'all. I know I be saying that, man. Your boy be working. Oh my God, I had a 6-hour meeting. You said you ain't voting. Emery Black say he ain't voting. He must have read. He read the title. He read the title. Oh my God, he read the title. So yeah, if y'all see the title on this one, man, why you should not vote. It's actually like, so we're gonna get into what that really means. I'm also leaving Cam Newton up on there. Like, there's some interesting topics that occurred over an interview he had. We'll see if we get to that. Europe, Smokey was good. Let's see if we get to that. But yeah, it's an interesting topic, man. Like, this is sort of like I would say this is like a continuation of what we talked about last week. Damn. He said, Nike, what's good, G-Fish? He said Nike ain't dropping all those shoes in 1 year. This is like a continuation of what we talked about last week, man. You know, one of the things that I kind of observed since we had our last conversation is, especially since the DNC, he said Cam is a whole, especially since the DNC, like, or just, you know, really over the last week, what I paid attention to is something that was kind of eerie to me. It was sort of like this blind energy around, you know, people voting. Now I will be tackling it from one angle. It's going to look kind of biased, but you know, at the end of the day, I'm like, man, like, are we privileged as Americans? Like, we need to come to grips to that. But I want to play some stuff. Matter of fact, let me just give you an example, right? And then we're going to kind of dive into it the best way we can. And you gotta excuse me tonight, man. I'm a little under the weather, but we're gonna power through it, man, because that's what we do. And on top of it, man, I am burning the midnight oil. Like I said, I had I ain't never heard of a 6-hour meeting, but I had a 6-hour meeting today. And I literally been moving ever since. So I tried my best to kind of throw this together in the best way possible, and then we'll see. We're gonna do what it do, baby. But I want to play. So we're gonna start this off. He said he leaves a trail of broken. We're gonna get to the Cam joint. I think y'all gonna enjoy that. And you know, I'll be actually with the Cam stuff. I'm gonna be reacting in real. Oh snap! I'm about to lock up my iPad, y'all. I'll be reacting in real time. All hands on deck. Facts. That's what it was. It was all hands on deck for sure. All right. But I want to kind of approach this. I'm gonna play this one video first, and then, like I said, we're gonna get into it, man, the best way possible. And again, man, hopefully, you know what, we haven't really had a discussion on the show, but if anybody wants to dial in, I'm gonna try my best not to just talk the whole time, and allow somebody to actually dial in and actually give their input, just like we do on the other channel. But I want to play this real quick. This is going to kind of kick off what I'm talking about and give a little bit more context of what I'm putting in the title. Y'all gonna be like, maybe this is not the best. Maybe this is not the best example of or representation of what's out there. But I think it does represent something that's out there. Hold on, let me play this. Matter of fact. Yeah. I like her, and I'm a Democrat. Why do you like her? Because she will be a good. Yeah.
I would love to have a good female president for the U.S.
I'm actually gonna let's run it back. Let's run it from the top.
And what do you think she'll do good for our country?
She'll actually help our country more than Donald Trump would do, because she is smart and she's more reliable.
And what do you think are some exact things she'd do?
She'll do lower income and lower taxes.
So she'd lower everyone's income?
Yes.
Is that a good thing?
That is a good thing.
What do you think about Donald Trump?
Donald Trump is the worst president in the whole wide world.
How come?
Because he hurt the Capitol building and he started World War III.
All right, so oh man, maybe she's not the best representation of America, but there's a ton of stuff out there, man. I'm gonna play another video, right? But it really kind of deep dives into. You said she's not wrong about Donald Trump. The problem is that what the hell are we doing today, man? You know, so one of the things I actually I picked up on is that when you ask people this question of like, why are you voting? You don't ever so really, I'm just going to be frank. When you ask like somebody that's typically what you ask when you ask somebody, they say something wrong about the other side. They don't actually give you a reason why they voting for the thing that they voting for. They tell you, oh, well, I'm voting for Kamala because I don't like Donald Trump. You said drop the link? Oh God. All right, I'm dropping the link. And like I said, we're going to definitely do a deep dive. Let me drop the link now. I know y'all get y'all to get the blood rolling, and we gonna play some other stuff too, man. We gonna play some other stuff, man. Like this is crazy. Oh, man, I'm trying to hydrate up, man. This cold is kicking my behind. So we'll see if Emory pop in. Let me give y'all another example. Let me play something else real quick. I want y'all to see, because like this is really what's happening in the world right now, man. This is not just her. Actually, you know what? I didn't even react. Let's pull up another video from this channel, from this page. Let's click on this one. Hold on. Where's my audio?
And Kamala Harris is a normal woman. She's not a thug or a gangster.
Do you think Donald Trump's a thug?
Yeah, he's a thug. He's got, 35 counts of whatever it is, felonies. He thinks he can be pardoned from all of it and run for president again, which the first time, he wasn't even president the first time. I mean, it was Hillary Clinton, and they kept her on the down low.
And what do you think about the stock market crashing right now under Biden and Harris?
Well, that's the whole thing. That's not That was not Biden's situation. That was all Donald Trump.
Right now is because of Donald Trump?
It's all because of that. The reason why it's going down is because of Donald Trump. And it's going to do it again if another riot comes out again.
And where do you get your information from?
I get it from the news. CNN, whatever, Channel 31, Channel 2.
Trump or Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris.
First of all, this they tripping. Hold on, let me get you in here. Let me get you in here, Emory. Hold on, Big Dog. Oh my God. What's good, man?
What's up? What's up?
What you got on it, man?
No, I'm just looking at like I said, they are very ill informed. Like I said, I don't even know what's the platform that Kamala is trying to put out there. I don't know. And for Donald Trump, to me, like I said, and I will say it, he is a separatist. Like I said, whenever you have America turning on itself, I don't want you as a president.
Let me ask you this. That point, like, so when you say he's a separatist,
with banning Muslims, like I said, I mean he has a problem with everybody. It's like he's an equal opportunist freaking bully, bro.
When you say banning Muslims, like, see this is a like, all right. So when you say that, like, give me
Muslims will come inside the U.S.
Okay, so we talking about well, there was a restriction on everybody coming into the U.S. You talking about before? Well, hold up, when? Like before COVID?
No, when he was actually as president, he was trying to pass a bill for no Muslims to come into the country.
Got you. So
I don't need my president to be on Twitter. I don't need him to. I don't need my president to be on Twitter. Bro, stay off of Twitter. You have other fish to fry. He has no class. And like I said, I don't know. And Kamala Harris, let me get on her. The economy, when her and Sleepy Joe are in office, the economy has shot to hell. It has shot to hell. Like I said, it's more immigrants coming in. Like I said, my mother's 81, my stepdad's 85. They get more help than what my parents and they put inside the system.
Right.
Hell, if Norman Nation went and needed some help, you wouldn't get any. If I went there, I wouldn't get any.
So true. So what are you going to do, man?
I already told you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna watch the shit show. I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna watch the show.
Now, so, cause see, here's the thing, though. And I feel you, and I'm not gonna lie. Like, now, what I want to do, like, when it's topics that, cause I do remember, I vaguely remember the Muslim thing, right? So where when we cross over bridges like that, I want to make sure I do my due diligence. So I would prefer, like, I'm actually curious now because I remember that. Don't remember the details. So I want to make sure that I do my due diligence and, before I speak on something that I actually know what the hell I'm talking about. So I do want to look into that. But here's the thing. This is the thing with Donald Trump that I find kind of like amazing is that even though we call him everything we call him now, we co-signed him for a very long time. Like, even like I was looking at Oprah jumped up there in the DNC and was like, blah, blah, blah about Donald Trump. There are multiple interviews between her and Donald Trump sitting down, talking about him actually becoming president and him actually recommending her to be his vice president. And she was she was all excited about writing him letters, stuff like that. And I just it's kind of ill how like the tables has turned based on, I'm not saying that he didn't, there's no self-inflicted wounds there, but there's a narrative that I don't even think, like, if you, like, I'm gonna try to play some pieces of the DNC that I think, honestly, we got to take a step back and say, okay, where some of this stuff is rooted, because they are talking points I don't even necessarily think we actually understand when they take clips of what he's saying and make it, and not add in the context. and people are like, "Oh, well, he's racist." I'm like, I don't think he we was hanging out with Trump for a long time. So
rappers co-sign for him.
Yeah, like I said, Oprah co-signed for him, but now she's on the same bandwagon. And one of the problems I have with that is that instead of like one thing I see glaring, right? And you can say what you want to say about Trump. I'm not saying that he's the best like person in the world. Like there's like he should be off of Twitter when he's president. That's a fact. I agree with that. But at the same time, what I'm hearing from the Democrats, oh my God, like you hear zero policy that actually makes sense. And then on top of that, if you actually listen to the rhetoric throughout the DNC, it was all fear mongering. It was no policies really. I'm like, yo, like when are you going to tell me like what you going to do and why you can't do it while you already in office? Which we going to talk. I'm gonna play a clip. Like you know what I'm saying? It's almost like and the whole time they was like, we're not going back. But going back to what? Y'all been in office for 3.5, going on 4 years. Like what happened during that whole time? Like it's mind boggling, man.
Because their pockets got laced. That's what it is. Their pockets got laced.
I'm thinking to myself. But right. And so that's the ill part. And then I think from a public standpoint, we are not informed. So one of the things I want to play this real quick, and I want to get y'all because this kind of talks about. This actually goes back. I'm gonna play Ice Cube first. This goes back to like 2020, and him kind of. Let's go here first. Cause I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I'm gonna tell you. I can tell you that I do support my man's at this point. Just because it's not, and I don't want to cop out and say, oh, it's the best of, what is it, the best of worst evil or like best of the two evils type thing. I don't know what's the term, but I'm like, honestly, I think what he would do actually would help people out versus pandering to them. But let's see something real quick. I want to play Cube, and I want to get your opinion on. This is something that he said, and I think it's still relevant today. He said this back in 2020. And for whoever out there too, man, if y'all want to dial up, man, y'all know what to do. Stop me in my tracks. All right, so we'll play this real quick. This is Cube giving us.
Yo, what's up? This your homie Ice Cube. Here to talk to my black folks. I just want to be straight up because there's a lot of messages going out about this election. First and foremost, anybody telling you that you gotta vote, that it's your duty, that you have to exercise the right, and that people died for you to vote. For one, people did die, but nobody walked out their house to go die for you to vote. They were killed by probably some racists that don't want to see us getting.
That's that. You gotta put that in there, man. You gotta soften it a little bit, but get into it, Q.
But what I'm saying that to say this: be skeptical of anybody telling you to vote and not telling you to ask for anything, or to tell you to just vote and not to get anything for your vote. That's not how it works. That's not the process. You don't vote just to vote. You vote because you're getting something or your community is getting something. So everybody that's telling you that, man, look at them and say, what are you getting? Because people that just want you to vote and not ask for nothing, people that's in power that want you to vote but don't want you to get anything or not asking for you to get anything economically, they suspect. Straight up. Because a lot of people been in place for a long time and we ain't got shit. That shit gonna end. That shit gonna end. We gonna get what we supposed to get.
Hold on. Oh, my bad.
Period. And anybody asking you not to ask, I wouldn't listen to them. Because that's the process. Every community asks for what they want.
Now I'm gonna stop it there. Now that's the next video is where I'm gonna get to. That's gonna really bring this together. But I want Emery, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So are you? That's 2020. That's 2020. So I guess like, are we still asking for? Because I think that's the thing, man. That I'm really getting at, and especially with this particular election, is like, I feel like people they pretty much given that vote away. Like at this point, like they don't know what they voting for, and they just voting. Like they voting for the lesser of two evils. I'm like, go ahead.
To me, it's popularity. It's like, okay, we don't like Trump, we don't like Kamala. That's what it basically boils down to. Like I said, you don't look into, okay, what's going to be the financial plan for the next 2 to 3 years? Is somebody going to try to bring more jobs back to America and stop outsourcing our jobs? Stuff like that. So are they going to support the military? Are they going to support as far as women pro-choice? Stuff like that. Like, it seems like nobody is really asking any questions. It just seems like whoever can come out to the best freaking hype man at the one had Little John, the other one had Kid Rock. Come on, man. That shit, they might well have Beyonce there and Jay-Z.
But I mean, all right, let me ask you this, man, because the things that you asked about, is Trump not too? Is he not advocating for what you want? Like he want to bring the job.
I actually heard that in the last election. The only thing I have heard now, seriously, I listen to small clips. The only thing he was talking about, he brought up the Obamas. They've been out of office. He brought them up. Come on, man, get off that shit, homie.
But I looked at something. Again, and I may say I'm biased, but I remember I looked up something they was talking about. They were talking about how many times at the DNC they mentioned Trump versus how many times he actually mentioned Kamala. It was like during the RNC, it was like a handful of times they mentioned him. They mentioned him like hundreds of times, and it was weird. It's weird, man. Like, I think when you listen to him, right, he does say, okay, they doing this and that and the third or whatever. But his whole, I mean, he's giving you high level what he wants to do. He's not getting into the weeds, but the stuff that you talking about, like him putting tariffs, right, on companies doing business out, trying to actually come in or export our actual jobs, right? He wants to bring them back. He want to give them incentive to actually work here in America versus going, and getting cheap labor overseas. I don't. And then if you listen to Democrats, they calling it a tax that we're going to pay more for, and not even getting into the weeds of it. So I mean, to me, like the things that we want, he's trying to tell you that, okay, here you go. Now he's not telling you he's going to cut you a check, but go ahead.
His antics override the shit that he's talking about. Everybody knows that his antics, if he stick to the main thing, which is the main thing, and stop all the antics, he'd have been good. Like I said, I listened to some of the things that he said, and what I just brought up, it didn't sound bad, but his antics and the other shit get inside the way of the main purpose. If he just said that and said, I'm gonna cut all the antics out, the fake shooting and all that other shit, bro. Like,
oh man, we said the shooting is fake. Oh man.
Norman, be honest.
Somebody died out there. Somebody died out there.
Listen, nobody, black, white, nobody's a bullet gonna whiz past you, hit you in the ear, and you gonna raise your fist up Like, yeah, like fight the power. Come on, bro. I'm getting the hell out of Dodge, man.
I don't know, man. I'm not gonna get into that. Well, somebody died out there. You said I don't want a dictatorship. Look, people like that. Sorry, RK. I want to see. This is the rhetoric that gets me, because I think this is fear mongering rhetoric, right? Like, you're not gonna have a dictatorship, regardless, right? Right? He can't. Your president can't overthrow the government. Like, if anything.
Hold on, Norm. You heard what you just said?
Nah,
he damn sure tried. He damn sure tried. He damn sure tried.
He did. I mean, he didn't try. I mean, I'm not gonna say. Oh my God.
Norm, the man tried.
I think we're gonna get it. We're gonna get into it tonight. He didn't try to overthrow the government.
So Norman, what did he do?
I think what he did was he probably turned a blind eye to people that was upset about the last election. But I didn't think he tried to overthrow the government. Like, that's if you're talking about somebody starting a revolution, that's a whole different conversation, man. Come on now.
Norman, he said it. Let's go back and listen to what he was saying.
What did he say?
The man actually, he was hyping the crowd up.
Well, I will say this. The antics of him, well, he definitely didn't back down. I will put it like that. But I wouldn't say that he told them people to go overthrow the government. That's not what he said. I mean, like, I think that's part of the reason why I'm doing this platform, because I think we get certain messages sent to us, and then it's the same thing that's being drilled into our head over and over again. If you listen to DNC, it goes along the lines of what we're talking about. If you listen to CNN, it goes along. It's talking about dictatorships and all that good stuff. Police immunity, like, to me, it's not a blanket statement. Like, we even, like, again, like, he does a bad. I give y'all this, that he does a bad job of getting into the weeds. But even with that, like, I do believe that in certain cases that, shoot, a police might need immunity, or just the fact that the police just think that they got the government on their side. Because guess what? The public has been sitting here for a long time saying, F the police.
So why? Okay, that's another thing too. So why give the police immunity?
Well,
and we know some of the bullshit that they do wrong, because it's caught on camera.
Well, not everything is bullshit that's done wrong, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, some things could just be done in the line of duty, and it's an unfortunate situation. I'm dead serious. Like,
Norman, check this out. I have witnessed firsthand, because I worked for the sheriff. I used to work for the sheriff's department. I see the racist people that work in law enforcement, and I told y'all that before. A lot of them, they get into law enforcement because that's the only way that they feel that they can control black folks, and they get the upper hand on them. I know how that works.
Yeah, I get that. You know, I feel you, Emery. I'm not going, because you got an experience, obviously, that I don't. But that's taking broad spectrum. Everywhere you go, there's going to be bad apples. There's going to be somebody that's going to feel some type of way. In my workplace, I'm quite sure somebody feels a type of way about me, right? Or if they got whatever interactions, they feel the type of way about me because of whatever, my skin color or whatnot. That's everywhere. But for us to sit up here and say the police department somehow is just like, look, I'm not saying that those people don't exist in there, but are we saying what? How? Give me a percentage.
50-50.
Oh man, we wilding today, man. Oh my God. We wilding today. And here's the thing. And here's the thing. Even if that was the case, because you know what? I had this conversation before. Even if that was the case, I say this to all the time to my wife. I was like, you put yourself in the air, I just kick away the chair. And what that means is that even if that was the case, I'm not going to give you leverage on me for you to actually do anything to me. Like, stay out the way. Like, law-abiding citizens, I'm sorry, like, you know what I mean? I done had those experiences with the police, which is the weird part, that I feel I'm actually advocating for them, because I've had overzealous police on me. But at the same time, as a adult man, guess what? I don't have problems with police officers. Guess what? Because I stay out the way. And just about most of y'all that's in this chat, and most of the people that actually because if you even got time to be on YouTube and you chilling and you do what you do, you spend money, you probably don't have these issues with the police officers. So while we actually have we feel like in our head that we got to fear something and we worry about half of them being racist, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't have to interact with them. Because guess what? I just do what I'm supposed to do. So I don't, I get it, but then it's like, it's a mute point. Like, we talk about this stuff like, look, I get it. Maybe the school, when you was in high school, the kid that got picked on all the time was like, you know what? This is my get back. I'm going to go into the police department. But I don't have to see him because I just abide by the rules.
Norman, even if you abide by the rules, remember, there's still racial profiling.
It doesn't matter.
They still, little Quan, they got dreads with his pants hanging down. Let's just fuck with them. Let's just see if they got warrants. Let's just see if they got weed.
If you got warrants,
let's just see if they got. Let's just see if they got guns on them. Come on.
If you don't have no warrants, then what we talking about?
Norm,
I'm just saying though, like, well, if you don't have any warrants, then what we talking
Norman,
about?
They look at you, Norman. You can ride in your Jeep. You may have family inside a certain neighborhood. They see your vehicle, they're gonna stop, Norman. Hey, what you doing here?
Right. And when they stop me and I give them my license, is my registration is up to date, everything checks out, I do not have a record, then I drive off.
And that's part of the Constitution. You can come and go as you please.
Right.
But they will stop you.
But I guess what I'm getting at is stay out the way. If my thing is, like, a lot of times we actually I've been pulled over for fitting the description. I've been actually not even pulled over. I've been walked over, like, basically just dragged to the side of the street. Like, hey, look, you fit the description of somebody that just had a fight down the street. That happened to me. Minding my business. And I'm still sitting here telling you, stay out the way. Like, the things that we sit up here and we actually start fearing and we hear the news and all that good jazz, I think we need to take a step back and say, okay, let me actually be weary of somebody that's actually trying to press fear into me. Because, like, for example, this is going to sound some type of way. BLM from Jump Street. And my wife, actually, me and her talked about this early on, and she actually was upset with me when I think it was around the first time when we first met, when the incidents was going on. And I told her, I was like, I'm not with it. And the reason why, and now everybody, it's cool for everybody to be not with it because all the scandals that happened at the end. But the one thing I told her, I said, look, you got to be wary of somebody that tells you about the problems and don't present any solutions. Only thing they pop up when there's a problem and they go ghost. They talk about the problems all day and then they don't have no policies to back them up. They're not trying to institute policies for you. They're not coming into the hood giving out. They not doing anything. They just show up when something bad happens and say, oh, look at here. Took y'all money, gave it to a whole nother sector. We not even gonna say their names over here, and bought mansions. And we sitting here worrying about the police. Stay out the way. And you don't have to worry about this stuff. Like, that's my mindset at this point. Like, I don't have to, like, if you pull me over and you got a problem with what I'm doing, like, you just think that I'm doing something because I look a certain type of way, okay, let's have fun. I don't know. Like, what are we really worried? I mean, I'm just to me, like, am I connecting? Because I think we worry about things and we start actually worrying about the actual in effect versus talking about, okay, how did we even get here? Because if you got a problem, if the police could just pull up on you, you got warrants, then you doing something wrong in life.
No.
Yeah, like, you got warrants out for your arrest. Like, you did something wrong. Somebody, and they picked you up and said, hey,
you just said it yourself. They said that you look like somebody. We damn, in that case, we all look alike. If they don't know you personally, we all a 6 feet dark male, anywhere from 5'8", 5'10", dark skinned. we all look alike.
That's cool. And my thing is like, I don't know, man. And I got this mindset now at this point in life because my thing is like, there's another term I say, just be so good they can't walk you out the room. I don't care what I know what I present when I walk outside. I know what you think. This is something completely different once you get to know me. And it's something completely different. Like, again, like when I was down in South Carolina, for example, when I worked at Best Buy, I was de-smarted. You can go down to that store to this day, and my name they still say my name at some point around there because I was the smartest guy in that building. But when you see me, like, it was like, oh, it's a random black guy in the computer department. We don't know what the hell he got going on. It was so many families that was bringing their kids to Best Buy for going back to school because that's a college town. Looked at me, and I could tell the energy was like, oh, this guy don't know what he's talking about. And I used to play around with it every single set. I just sit there. I play dumb at first. I ask them about their family and stuff like that. And then I start kicking game to them. And then a light bulb go off in their head. And I remembered every time, like, and I knew exactly what I was going to say when the light bulb go off and then the shoulders relax. They start trying to do like, hey, well, let me give me your phone number, like, just in case I need something around the house and stuff like that. And I'm just like, yeah, it's cool. Be so good they can't walk you out the room. Why are we like? It is 2024, y'all. I'm sorry. Like, if we're gonna continue, like, we have a whole generation of kids. I mean, I never was a slave. We have a whole generation of kids that have not. They don't even, man. They learn their American history. They're not even listening when we get to slavery, and that's a fact. And I think to this day, the older generations, we are still like mentally like locked in to something that I'm not saying that, prejudice don't exist. I'm not saying people ain't gonna treat you no type of way, debates on how you look, but you have options around it. Like, and why are we worrying about that?
Well, just like you said. So,
I don't know.
So it's shut up and dribble, right? Mm-hmm. But just be quiet, do your job, and don't do nothing, and it won't be no problem. That doesn't work.
You mean
I'm not saying all people, but you have people who just, it's in their nature to do certain things. Like I said, I have worked inside, I'm 51 years old. I have walked inside of a store. Mm-hmm. Walked around, just browsing. Associates come right behind me, looking. You know what I just do? I just leave the store. It's just certain things that happen when you are a certain color. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm with you. But I love it, and I love every time that happens. Like, if it's not egregious, I stunt on them. Hey, come here, sir. I see you looking. Hey, and I tell them about something that I'm actually looking at because I probably already done my research. And I'll be like, hey, I ask them a question they probably don't even know. And I'll be like, hey, man, just get that for me. Take it up front. Let's not even talk about it no more. Like, to me, like, I'm not worrying because my thing is, let me set the precedent something different. Like, we have come too far to keep on worrying about people and what they thinking in their brains. Like, show up, show out, and then just set the tone. That way, because again, like, the thing is that one of the things I think also too with our particular culture is, like, we have to realize is that we only 13%, y'all. We only 13. Like, just put that in context. 13. And the sad part is we are shrinking. And the wild part is that we got like almost 50-50 representation on big platforms. We are 13%. So where you are and you see black people, it's mostly black people there. If you go outside of that and go into white neighborhood, they don't have to experience you. So a lot of times when you experiencing them, that's probably that black experience with a black person for the week. That's a lot of times with y'all, we don't even realize, we're not even putting it in perspective. So a lot of their understanding about our culture comes from what? Media, things they see on TV and computers. So a lot of times you gotta be the example to say, okay, everything that you saw on the internet, it's not just that, it's this too. And you should embrace that. Like, I know what people think of me. Like, again, like it doesn't matter. Cause then when I show up, or you have the conversation with me, then they see like, damn, this guy's actually smart. And what can I do with him? And a lot of times it turns into a whole mental breakdown. Cause it's like, damn, like I really wanted to put him in this box, but I can't. Like, what I prefer to stay on the side of that versus being worried about what somebody else thinks of me. Cause you could think whatever. Like, I can't control your brain. And like, I don't know, man. Like, and I guess to me, like being down, like coming from up north, being down south, my great grandma, I got to experience her. She lived like and she was craziness. She lived through the Jim Crow era, right? She lived till she was 109, and that woman was the strong as an ox. And I think I told y'all about her, like at some point, not on this channel, maybe on another channel. And I've been in cornfields. I've been in cotton fields. I know what a cotton mill look like. Most black people that talk about racism do not know what a cotton mill look like. I do. Never had to pick cotton, but I've been out in cotton fields before. I could take you to one if you want to. And it's like, listen, I'm going to say it. It is 2024. Are we going to continue to talk about this at 2100? I got a small child. Like, she going to be what? I mean, what year is this? 2024? So 2023? In 30 years, is she going to still have to talk about it? I mean, listen, I was saying something that was prejudiced today when I was in my car. Y'all want to hear about it? I saw an Asian person that couldn't drive straight. And I said, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, come on, man. Like, I mean, if I'm going to get, y'all going to counsel me? Like, I mean, I don't, we should be not worrying about what people care about us. Let's go ahead and set the tone. And I think a lot of that is why we, even today, we live so lax that we don't even, I'm about to play something else. We don't even hold ourselves to a standard. We so worried about we so fearful that we don't even. I'm about to play Ricky Smiley, who shouldn't have any leverage or any kind of like whatever within our culture, talking spicy about what we should do as a culture because we don't have standards. You say our roads here are terrible. He said that roads are better in Asia though. Are they driving them? That's the question. What you got? You need to be ready 30 minutes prior to, like we talked about, at least 45 after. You need to be ready by then. Yep. Thank you, man. The kid was thinking, she thought I was talking to Ice Cube. The door was because I took a picture with Ice Cube back in the day. I was like, no, Ice Cube is not on the dot. He's not on the phone line. He does. It does look I'm looking at him like, yeah. No, it's just I wish Ice Cube was on the line. But even Ice Cube, right? What was the name of the plant? The platinum plant? Didn't he have the platinum plant? And Trump actually sat down with him and gave him an opportunity. The Democrat was like, man, we don't even want to hear about that. I think we just need to revisit, man. I think we need to escape from the tubes that just give us information and tell us how to think, and start really kind of thinking through this and saying, like, asking ourselves why. Like, why these and like, again, I'm not saying Donald Trump is the best representation of a human being that should be a president. If anything, like, I like the young guy. I think he gonna probably run in the future. Vivek. But like, I do like the idea of somebody that got their money outside of politics. Because once them lobbyists are in your pockets, bro, like, y'all see what we get. A bunch of rhetoric, nothing really getting done. inflation is is up and down. Like they saying that it's going down right now, but everything costs. I can't get a bag. I can't get a 10-pack of trash bags for $10. 10 bags. I need something different, man. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I can't. Gas is high. Like we actually saw gas prices go down since 9/11 and whatever wars we was in back then. Like we actually saw gas go down to back like $1 and some change. It's back up again. Like I don't know, man. God, I know I'm on my box, but you know what? Hold on, let me see something real quick. I want to play Jermaine. Like, hold on, man. I want to play Jermaine real quick. Should I play Ricky? Ricky telling y'all what to do. Let me see something real quick. You said, what is that price though? You said, hold on, let me read through the chat. Let me see what y'all got going on in there, man. Like a lot of y'all talking. Not my money in my pocket. Yes, I watch the news every day when Trump was in office. Hell yes. Police scared out of me and I'm clean. I can't kill us, man. Stop busting donuts, man, in them sports cars, man. They plant stuff on folks. Come on, hit. Oh my God. Like, where are y'all? Where they trying to throw a bag of blow into the back seat? Like, where are y'all, man? You said U.S. ruled by fear, and it has been since the freeing of the slaves. That's a fact. You said that's why the grandparents are scared to leave this soil. Facts. He said that's why our grandparents. Okay, no, I got you. Police are human, not robots. And that's what I was saying earlier too. Like, not to negate. Yo, listen, there's gonna be bad actors everywhere. But for us to sit up here and think like half of them, like Emory, I definitely got to push back, dog. That's kind of wild, bro. But hey, it is what it is. Just stay out the way if it is the case. You see, I'm not scared of no human being walking this earth. Oh, Superfly on some Memphis, man. He on that Memphis. He talking that Memphis talk right now. You said because people don't know how to carry themselves, and think everything is fight or think to be aggressive towards people and don't know how to act civilized. That's a fact. I told y'all in one of those older videos. I think the first video we did on here, man. I'll be honest with y'all. One of the main problems we got in our community, we don't understand authority. We don't understand authority. Like we don't have a respect for authority. So when we see authority try to show up in the world, in the public, we turn up right along with them. Like it's crazy. It's the craziest thing. Like but
authority don't respect us either. Authority don't respect us either.
But that's the thing. Like, so for example, all right. So I give you an example. In the house, I mean, we go to the Bible, right? It's God, man, woman, child. That is the hierarchy. A lot of households is women, child, maybe God, right? And what happens is, what I've noticed is that a lot of us that come out of those households, like nothing against women, but there's a certain level of discipline that comes from a man versus what comes from a woman. It's different. It is a different. And when women try to actually imitate what men do, it pushes them out of their element. And then honestly, it comes off as more emotional reaction versus actually logically trying to drill in discipline, right?
Fact.
So a lot of facts. So like what I see is when those kids go out in the world, and 70% of our households are single parent households. Those kids, and a lot of them are men, young boys, when they never really had the respect within the household. It's not even about the police at that point, right? When you never had to understand that level of, okay, look, once it reached that, I'm wrapping it up. And it's when a real strong father is talking to a child, it is not emotional. It's, hey, look, I don't care what you're talking about. Go ahead and do what I need you to do. And I think if you experience that as a child and as you get older, like you kind of understand that there's a hierarchy, right? So when you go out into the world, when you hear some, like, even though these people are not your father, they're not your family, you have a more of an understanding, like in this moment, be it a traffic stop, be it whatever interaction, in that environment, they do have authority over you, but you don't react to it the same. You don't have an emotional reaction to it. You have an understanding like, okay, hold up. In this moment, yeah, you got it. Let's see what we could do so we could walk away from this. Versus a lot of people now, and I think that's why we got to have a coming to Jesus moment, because we got so many kids coming up without their straw fathers. And I'm not talking about, weekend dads and stuff like that, because a lot of times that's just you just trying to make it happen. You just hoping that your kid is actually going to like you at the end of the weekend before you send them back home to mama. I'm not talking about that. Like, I'm talking about truly there in the household, and you got to experience that. When they get in the world, man, come on, man. When they talk to somebody, some stranger talking to them, I don't care if they got a badge or not, they turn it up. And we see that. This is the way we see police do what they do on camera. We see people also doing too much as well. And we gotta acknowledge that. Like, we can't just sit here and just play one side of it.
I don't think none of the hitters and myself, I know that for a fact. I mean, we're not going against you on that part. But like I said, authority doesn't have respect for us.
So which one do we worry about? Do we worry about our grass or do we worry about their grass?
Oh yeah, we definitely got to sweep around our own front door.
Yeah, and so that's, I guess, to me, if we're gonna have the conversation, I guess to me, like, I don't worry about them, because whomever it is that got any kind of whatever going against me, I can't control. Like, I can't control any of that. So my thing is, like, what can I do on my side to make sure that I'm okay, or me and mine is okay, or I'm putting myself in the best position possible? I'm saying all this, but who knows what could happen to me? I don't know what tomorrow brings. I could go outside and, I could run into the wrong person. I could run into the wrong police officer. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that I'm above and beyond that, by the way. What I'm saying is that the one thing I've learned about my life at this point is that I only can really worry about what I can control. Like, I can't, it's too many different factors when I'm talking about doing a deep dive into somebody's brain.
And I understand what you said too. You don't put yourself in those predicaments, but things do happen.
For sure. And I just do my best to stay out the way.
All right. I got a quick story.
What you got?
I was wrong. I was speeding. He asked me, said, how far, you know how fast you was going? No. And I really didn't know how fast I was going. He said, well, the speed limit on this is 55. Okay, so I give him my license. Okay. He was like, so what you doing over here? I was like, hey, I was home on vacation from Hawaii. He was like, I can have your commander, I can lock you up and have your commander come over here and get you. I'm like, come on, bro. I'm like, stop shooting me the bullshit, bro. I'm like, yo, I graduated from police academy. Just give me my ticket so I can go ahead and pay it. Like, he was, the state trooper was trying to get tough, and there wasn't no need to. Like I said, I answered this question. I was like, yo, I don't know how fast I was going. You asked me why I was over in a certain area, which was my mother's house.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, that situation could have went wrong. So, like you said, the only thing I just did, all right, cool, I'm going to take that one on the chin. And I paid the ticket. But all that other shit, it wasn't needed. And that's the thing that I'm talking about, is the little small stuff like that to get somebody who's not mature to start spazzing out.
Correct.
And it wasn't no need to. Like, yo, once I hand you my stuff, and I didn't really need to tell him, I really didn't need to talk to him at all, but I answered the small question.
Mm-hmm.
It could have went haywire. Just little stuff like that happens.
Right. But then, like, the question is that who do you blame? Like, so in that situation, right? Like, you took the mature route. You did what you needed to do. You got up out of there. Like, for the person that would have turned up and was immature, who do I blame? Like, do I blame the cop? Like, the cop probably, he probably shouldn't provoke you like that, or turn up, or have an aggressive manner towards you like that. But at the same time, I'm like, I guess to me, like if I'm putting myself in that situation, like I've been, first and foremost, it's like if I put myself, I've been in that situation I've been in that situation plenty of times. I've had cops talk to me any type of way. Like I used to be outside all the time. I used to be outside. I used to be in the streets. Like I used to be running around. If it be it like Charlotte, whatever. Like I'm outside. I done had situations where a cop off rip talked to me some type of way. And I sat there, I looked at him. I was like, who you? In my head, I'm like, who you talking to? And then I was just like, but I dressed him like I dressed him just like a man. I said, look, I don't know what you got going on, man. Please address me like a man. We going level set at this point. I'm good. Like you good, I'm good. Like we going level set. He had a moment where he I could tell he was like, this dude just say, but then when he heard me, I was like, dress me as a man. And we go from here. Like, but don't disrespect me. I won't disrespect you. And he turned down. And I'm not saying that every cop is going to turn down. Some might turn up. I was in a situation where I was a passenger in a whip. And I was, one of my homeboys, this is a crazy situation. We were just pulling out of a parking lot. Now it was his fault. It was his fault. He almost hit the damn cop car. Cop throw his lights on. I'm like, oh snap. He pulled, like we didn't even pull over. He just stopped where we were because we was going out the exit. And the cop gets out, gets his license, registration, whatever, comes to the passenger side and say, give me your license as well. And I'm like, what are you taking my license for? I'm just here. Well, I gotta give you a ticket because you ain't had your seatbelt. And when I say because I don't even ride cars without a seatbelt. That's just who I am. I had a high school classmate that died from an accident. It's actually with like it was with an 18-wheeler. I don't know if the seatbelt probably wouldn't have did anything for it. But since then, I've been wearing a seatbelt. I told him, I said, look, dog, like when I say we literally, it wasn't even like we even didn't driving. I'm talking about my dude he just pulled out a parking spot without really paying attention and almost hit the cop. I'm hanging out the window. I'm like, yo, like, hold up. Why you taking my license? I'm good. Blah, 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 blah. And the guy I could tell he had this energy. His partner came, pulled up. At this point, the partner is like trying to figure out what the hell is going on. I'm out the car and I'm like, I kind of waved at. I was like, yo, like, can you come over here and talk to me for a second, man? I don't know what's going on with your dude, whatever. And I told him, I said, look, man, I told him the situation. I said, man, when I say we literally was just in the car just did this and stopped. And he's trying to give me a ticket and I'm just sitting here. I said, man, look, I don't know what he got going on, man. Please. I don't need no ticket like for this. And guess what? I didn't get a ticket. The other guy that was calm talked to his homeboy that was turned up. And I didn't get a ticket. My homeboy got a ticket. He deserved that one. But but I guess the point is like, I get it. Like that cop had no reason to be aggressive. Like I get that he was mad because he was about to hit his car. But I didn't technically do anything to him. I don't know what they've been trained through. I don't know what's going through their brain. I don't care. I'm just trying to figure out my situation.
No, but everybody's wasn't raised how you was raised or how I was raised. Like, that's true. Everybody's not mature. Everybody didn't have a father or older brother or older uncle that taught them right from wrong. But you have to get to the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is it's a lot of police officers, a lot of them. Mm-hmm. They don't know how to interact with people with color. And the first thing they think that a majority of us are angry black men and black women. That's just the plain, honest truth.
Yeah. But whose fault is that? That representation of our culture, like
both. It's both. I mean, we look like buffoons.
Do we not? I mean, do we?
And I just said it. It's both. We look like buffoons sometimes.
New Way says police fault. The perception, like was so ill, man, is that maybe we doing the wrong show tonight. Maybe I should be pulling up the Umar Johnson video where he was talking about hip hop. Y'all were really talking. Y'all really run that. But one of the things is what we put out there is what we put out. I swear, like, we gotta start thinking more. Like, when I went to Salt Lake City, Utah, when I went to Utah and I went out there and there was not one black person in sight. I tell y'all what, y'all talk about black jobs, and we was talking about that first show I did on this, when I reloaded up the channel. I remember what blew my mind, and this is going to sound some type of way. I went to McDonald's, and I didn't see no black people working inside. That blew my mind. When I went to Salt Lake City, Utah, I was like, what? We not even in here? That is like, that's how strong, like, and even, we could talk about what people feel about us. A lot of things that we put out into the world, like, that's our fault. Like, I look at the mafia movie Godfather. They talk about the first Godfather film and how the Italians, they sat at the table. Like, they made sure, like, they was like, look, if you're gonna do this movie, you're gonna do it right, and you're gonna do it by our terms. All that little y'all want to write stuff in and make it all this gangster stuff look a certain type of way. You're gonna do this the way we want you to do it. You're gonna tell our story our way. They blew the gates off of Warner Brothers Studio, and they ran up in there just to show them that it was real, to control the perception of their culture. Whereas we just throw our culture to the wolves and say, hey, here we go. We give it to you however way you want to, as long as you giving us a check. And then we blame record execs, and then we blame entertainment companies for the perception of us, and then think that the person that don't have to see you on a regular basis, when they run into you after seeing all the stuff that we get put out in the media, think different of you. Like, I don't, what world does that even make sense?
But no, on the other side of things, we are more, listen, no matter what is done to us, we embrace other cultures. They don't embrace us.
We the bottom of the totem pole. I mean, well, from a cultural standpoint, you embracing everything else because you got nothing but the game. Like, I guess to me, it's like they embrace us. They embrace things. Because our culture, we represent, like, what's ill. I used to say this back in the day. With black folks, like, look at the Olympics, for example. We just talking about one spectrum. We talking about sports. Look how we showed up. Me and my wife, we was watching one of the sprints. Man, even in Japan, the dude that was running for Japan, guess what he was? Black. Like, what black dude ran over there to Japan and get knocked up? But we control a lot of media. Again, I'm pulling up a bunch of black people. I'm about to put, if we get to the next video, I'm about to pull up another black man that did well for himself, sharing his opinion about politics. And he has a platform, millions of followers, but we only 13%. That's the crazy thing, is like, we have a lot of power, we just don't use it in the right way. And then we think that, okay, when we put it out there, and we're not putting it out there in a way that's is beneficial to us. Like, somehow somebody's gonna meet you on the street and think something different of you. Like, I just, and like, like, y'all might think I'll give y'all this story, man. I want to say stuff that's gonna make people, like, maybe y'all be bugged out, but hopefully y'all still mess with me. But I remember I was in college, and my sophomore year, I stayed in a white fraternity dorm. The only reason why I was in there is because I did my housing application so late. So they just put me in a house, a room, wherever they could find one. It just ended up being a white fraternity dorm. And I got the room at the end of the hallway. My roommate, he came in one day, never showed back up. So I got this big room, and I'm like the cool black kid in the building. The guy that stayed next to me, white guy, obviously, he from DC. Shout out to my mans. I still talk to him from time to time. He was a hip hop fan. He still is a hip hop fan to this day. I remember one day I left my room and I was just going to go hang out with the homie. Going there and he's rapping Nas. Y'all love Nas, right? He's rapping Nas word for word for word. And just so happened, I stepped through the door and the N-word came up. Like, I opened up the door and it was just at that point in the verse, he said, nigga. And I was like, I looked at him. He got red in the face. I looked at him. I said, go ahead and sing the rest of the song. Don't stop. Like, I'm not mad. Like, for what? We put it out there. We put it out there to be entertaining. We put it out there as a term of endearment. And then I supposed to think that you are supposed to try to figure out how to compartmentalize what I put out there freely. If you don't want it out there, don't put it out there at all. If you don't want people to say, if you're going to put a song that sounds catchy and you're going to say that word in the middle of it and everybody's saying it's okay and they emphasizing the word, don't be mad when they say it. Like, I just get, I don't know. To me, I think with our culture, man, we give it up for pennies and we think that people are supposed to give us back like dollars. And that's not how you give it up. If you don't want certain things, then you can't put certain things out there. I'm sorry. Like, I told him, I was like, man, say it again. It didn't bother me because it wasn't like he was saying it to me, but I was like, I know you say this when I'm not around. Like, before you stop now. I don't know, like.
Norm.
Like, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tap out and I'm gonna let one of the hitters tap in.
Yeah. I feel you. No, I appreciate you, big dog.
All right.
I'm dead serious. He said I love plies. Did I join the fraternity? You know what's crazy, yo, Malcolm? No, I did not join the fraternity. So they asked me to join the fraternity. They were like, I forget the name of the joint, but they was like, look, if you join, we not gonna haze you or nothing like that. You don't have to pay for anything. We just want you, because you a cool guy within the building, we want you to join. And I told them, nah, I'm good. And I honestly, back then, I'm still sort of a loner to a certain degree. I think it's one of the things that I still to this day try to figure out how to navigate. Even though I can politic very good, like I'm naturally an introvert. But back then, like, I used to say, I'm me, and I'm not joining no fraternity, because only thing I looked at it is like that was for the kids that was trying to reinvent themselves and trying to make themselves cool when I was already a cool kid. So like what I do is I hang out with your fraternity, I party with your fraternity. I can actually hang out. I can actually do everything that y'all do, but I could do it for free. Like, so that's the way I approached it. I hung out. I was with the Sigmas. I was with the Alphas. You know what I mean? I hang out with I hang out with the Q Dogs. I used to hang out with everybody. I hang out with the football team. I used to hang out with everybody. Like, and party just as hard. And I ain't had to pay for no fees. Like, but no, like when they approached me, I was just like, nah. And they was like, they also told me it was like, you can help us haze the line coming in. And I told them no. Cause I was like, as soon as I open my mouth, cause they blindfold them and all that good stuff. I'm like, no, because as soon as they hear my voice, they're gonna know it's the black guy. I was like, no, man. I was like, we could just be cool, bro. We had a good time. And every time their parties would have turned up just a little too much, I would be like, okay, I see y'all tomorrow. What was that? What the hell was that chime just now that I got? All right. Let's go on to the next video, man. Oh, my God. I'm hoping y'all enjoyed this, man. We kind of went off the rails a little bit. You said, what do you go in your room? Yeah. When the party, man. I can't tell. I can't look. There were situations where it was like, yo, Norm, come on, bro, we got you good, man. Like I was like, no, you're not gonna get me hemmed up. You're not gonna get me hemmed up in here. You're gonna be Norm. Y'all talking about a police trying to get you. They would have been trying to get me for the things that they was trying to, the things they were trying to introduce me to on the party and tip. Yeah, they're gonna be like, "Oh, you sir, you need to come with us. We need to put the cuffs on you, sir. I don't know what the hell you've been doing. I don't know what the hell you thought this is." All right, man. Let me play. I'm gonna play this Jermaine Dupri. We might have to jump, man. The way this live going, we might have to jump into the Cam Newton. He said, "Norm hearing the new recruits."
Yo. Out here getting these 5 miles in, as you see me do every day. Real quick, I want to talk about the DNC. I feel like the DNC has been going amazing, but I also feel like tonight Kamala Harris has a pretty difficult job, right? And it's interesting because the Republican correspondent that's been doing the roundup after the DNC has ended, he asked the question that I kind of asked Kamala when we had our second meeting. If the fact that she's in office right now, she's in the White House right now, and the guy, he said, what makes y'all believe that she's gonna get this stuff done if she becomes president and she's already in the House? And it's a tricky.
So I'm gonna just stop right here and I'm gonna keep on playing it. But no, like Jermaine Dupri asks a good question. Like, you are in there now. Like, now I'm not saying that as a vice president you got all your weight to swing. So like, because apparently what I'm hearing is that Kamala, even though she's vice president, she don't necessarily have a whole lot of control. I don't know what's true or what's not true. In my mind, I'm like, Biden cannot be actually operational 100%. So I'm assuming that Kamala got some type of leverage or some type of say so at the White House. But at the same time, though, like, you got to ask yourself, because these policies that they kicking ain't nothing different. It's nothing different. And the weird, I tell y'all the weirdest part about Kamala. If we go back to 2020, if we go back, no, actually 2019. If you remember, like, she got the lead, like, back to the primaries, she got no votes. Now, obviously, they leveraged her as a minority vice, like, once Biden was elected, to say, hey, look, you're going to represent the party from the primaries. Obviously, he picked her, like, as the minority. And maybe let's call a spade a spade. He leveraged the fact that she's female. She's a brown female. And it is what it is, man. Like, we're not going to sit here and mix words. When we got a population base, I could play some more video that just be voting based on, oh yeah, it'd be a good idea to just, let's just get some new representation in there. Whatever, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just, we know what that was. To all of a sudden get to here, like, we haven't heard, other than her trying to cut checks for folks out of thin air, I haven't heard much. And the question is like, what are they doing? So I don't know. Let me put
question, because I asked Kamala basically the same thing, right? In so many words. And I asked her, like, as the vice president, why they don't let her talk when, Biden seems like he needed someone to speak up for him. I thought that's what the role of the vice president was to help the president. And basically, she kind of let me know that her hands was tied. That they didn't really allow her to be a voice like that in that space. And tonight, I don't know if she's gonna, I want.
Hazy B, he said, white people have been voting for whites just because they are. Why can't we do the same ish? You know the problem with that statement though, Hazy? I freak with you. The problem with that statement is that majority of the candidates always been white. So if they was voting for them because they white, it is what it is. Like, we really had no major president. If you talking about presidential, we never had a major presidential candidate until Obama. I mean, we had other people that ran, Jesse, people that didn't make it far. The problem though today is that we gotta get away. We have to get away from identity politics, y'all. Because our kids, like, it goes beyond their race at this point. It does. When we sit up here, like, bro, I told y'all $10 for a pack of trash bags. It's like 7 trash bags for $10. My wife is fortunate. Like, we order like our groceries and stuff like that. It just comes to us, whatever, at this point. But like, she was telling me, she's like, I don't even get into the weeds of it, whatever. She just takes care of it. But our grocery bill is $200 and it lasts us like a week. We have to, like, we need to be voting for what is going to actually help us at this point. Barely the week. We have to, like, the fact of the matter that people are just voting because, oh, she's a female, oh, she's black, like, and she's not even black, she's Indian, y'all. Like, I mean, her father don't even claim it. And her mother's clearly Indian, right? The fact of the matter is that we have to actually get down to the brass tacks of things and actually figure out, you should be, as an individual, trying to vote for something that you think that's actually going to help you. If we just out here just vote because, yeah, like, Obama was that was a feel good situation for America. Let's just call a spade a spade. We had Bush, we had them Bush years, they were terrible. We wanted to counteract Bush with something else. Obama popped up. And one thing about Obama, from just the way he speaks, the way his charisma. Like, if we play his speech from the DNC, I'm like, damn, you should just run for president again. Like, let's just get Kamala out of here. Can we change the rules? Let's just let, man, when Obama was talking, I was like, man, let that man run again. Like, he know how to put his words together. But at the same time, y'all, like, we gotta start asking ourselves, like, I think we've had too many years where Capitol Hill has just been all over the place, right? I honestly feel like since Bush, we have been trying to America has been basically searching for, like, a savior. And we got the savior complex. And I'm like, we need to listen to the policies and vote what's actually best for America. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of what I hear from the Democrats is like, we somehow magically are going to cut checks for the middle class. We're going to tax the people that actually got money. We're going to cut checks for the middle class. And I'm like, it doesn't work like that. Because one thing we know about people that make money, they will continue to make money by any means necessary. You don't say, I'm going to tax you up front and think that they somehow ain't going to find a loophole or take their business somewhere else and try to make sure that their margins are together. Like, that don't work like that. And if you talking about like some type of fantasy ceiling on rent, like, you know what that's going to do? Either tell people not to have renting spaces, or like, I'm going to go to places where I can actually make it work. But I'm never going to, like, just stop doing, like, you're not gonna put in regular. I've worked, y'all. Listen, I guess to me, I have a different perspective because I've worked with a military contractor before. I worked in banks, and I've seen what banks go through when you talk about regulation. And I'm telling you, like, regulation is not a cheap thing, and somebody's gonna pay for it, and it's probably gonna be you. Like, y'all don't get it. Like, you can't just tax people up here and think somehow they're gonna cut checks for you. You know who's gonna pay for that check? That 20, like, even that $25K that they were talking about, they're gonna give out to people for first time.
I want to see how she.
Hold on. That the credit that me and my wife was talking about, it was like they already doing credits like that, and on top of it, private companies are actually doing credits like that. The government do a credit like that. Guess who's gonna pay for it? You, the taxpayer. And you know who pays for most of the taxes? The middle class. Y'all better start listening to like, I pay a lot of taxes. I don't know about nobody else. I hate to look at how much, like, I pick up my check. I haven't looked at my check in forever. Because of how much federal taxes come out of my check. And I somehow try to, the ABC boys don't come and get me. And I be thinking about, like, God damn, like, what the hell am I paying for? That's what I'm voting for. And I'm like, and I truly tell y'all, like, this is the reason why, again, I get older and I'm listening to stuff and I'm like, I prefer, like, it's almost, oh my God. Let me read what you're saying, Hazy. You said, I ain't voting at all. Y'all can have it. I'm gonna keep on pushing. Hey, that's why this why you shouldn't vote. The feds control the interest rate. That's why the economy is dead. They think our economy is, he said, that think our economy is in order to force us to change. He said, then they'll drop the rate and think the next president would change it. Like, I mean, so let's get it right? So, like, the feds can control the interest rate. A lot of times they hike up the interest rates to slow down spending, right? But a lot of it too, what we seeing right now, it's just, there's a lot of the payouts that we gotten in the past. Like, we paying for it right now. That's what it is. That's what it is. But you know what? And some of them payouts came from Donald Trump. Like, we paying for it. Like, that's what we paying for. Right? So we don't need another government program. A government program that, honestly, I'm gonna keep it real funky with y'all. Like, I'm tired of being an American citizen, and I feel like I get penalized for doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm be real with y'all. I'm tired of that. Like, when I'm here, like, nothing to the folks that got that, much respect for the folks that got some of their student loans taken away. But what about the people that actually sat there and I paid all my student loans, all the interest, all the principal? Can I get a goddamn credit? Hold on, man. Let me get real with y'all. I'm tired of being the person that actually do what they supposed to do. And then, like, on the back end of it, the only consolation prize I get is like, good job, sir. Keep on doing the thing that's best for you. But then, like, I gotta look at people that honestly ain't doing what they supposed to do, get a free check. Where's my check? Okay. Like, where's my check? So we could talk about whatever, but I think we need to actually understand. Yeah, keep on working hard, sir. It's the American dream. No, like, I'm done with, like, I've been in the projects, and I'm telling you, most people that end up on government programs, they don't come off of them. That's a fact. We always talk about, like, oh, well, there's only a small percentage of people that take advantage. No, when somebody giving you something, you're damn sure going to keep on trying to get it. Like, we're going to have to stop the rhetoric. And the funny part is that the people that be advocating for this stuff are the people that don't even benefit from these so-called programs.
She even touches on this, because if she doesn't touch on it, That's the question that I feel like the people that have mixed decisions about voting for her, this is one of the questions. This is the top question that they had. And like I said, this is what the Republicans are saying.
Which is true. Like, I know they joke about her being the border czar, but when Biden and Kamala came into office, she was the border czar. That's what she was assigned, and we have had the most immigration ever over the last couple of years.
You know, and they never heard the part about her hands being tied. And if she says something about her hands being tied, then it makes it look like the White House or the Democratic Party didn't really want her to exceed. So she can't.
I'm quite sure he meant succeed, but
can't really say her hands was tied. But she does have to step into that space. This is something I do believe.
So, and he asked a valid question, right? Like, I think that like more conversations need to be there. Like what are you doing? Like, you are in office now. Like, what is happening right now? Because, you know, you got these magical acts that you're going to do once you're in office. And one of the things for us as a people, and this is the reason why, you know, even the show is like, why you shouldn't vote. Because you shouldn't vote just to be voting. Like, you shouldn't be voting because whatever. Because guess what? When you don't ask the questions like this, then they get to talk. All right, we could play the DNC. I got the DNC queued up if you want to watch the DNC. And we could look at video after video after video. Them talk about nothing but, racism, dictatorships. I shout out to King Chemist. A bunch of fear mongering. And it was like this much policy. And y'all ready to give up y'all vote for a lady that honestly nobody even cared for a couple of months ago. He said we choose some strange hill to stand on. Money rules the world. He said I take some food stamps half off. Yo, hold on. He said wipe clean. My God. Yo, like, real talk, y'all. I mean, like, come on, man. Let me show y'all some examples, right? Let me show y'all some examples why we shouldn't vote. And I think honestly, I don't know if we're gonna rock out. We probably try to rock this out till maybe like 10:30 or something like that. I don't know if y'all want to get to some Cam Newton, man. Like, my wife actually, she didn't want to drop me the Cam Newton thing, and I was like, all right, cool. Like, I don't know what's really going on, but we play some clips to try to figure it out together. All right, let's see something real quick. But yeah, man, like, we gotta care, man. It gotta go beyond, because these politicians is taking up your votes, man. They ain't gotta do nothing for y'all. They had a whole DNC, man, and like I heard minimum, hey, like, let's do something that actually makes sense for the people. How could we change? How we could turn the tides? How we can, stop immigrants? And then, one of the funniest things that I saw during that DNC was when Obama was talking. He was like, yeah, Trump was like he was separating kids from their parents. I was like, that's the pot calling the kettle black. We knew Obama to be the biggest. Shout out to T-Dog. On deportation. He was sending people home. He was packing people up by the droves. ICE was on your head top during the Obama administration. I don't know if y'all remember that. But when he said that, I was like, hold up, bro. You was the master. You was the mass deportation king. Like, what are you talking about? You've been separating people from their families the whole time you was in office. Like, man, come on. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you don't actually pay attention to stuff like that, the words just sound good and you just voting. Let me see something real quick. Oh my God. And look, like y'all, somebody could dial in too, man. Like tell me I'm off my rocker, but all I'm saying is we need to know, man, cause then you get people like this right here. I'm gonna play this Ricky Smiley real quick. You get people like this. This is the people that be telling y'all what y'all need to do. These are people that be telling y'all what y'all need to do, man. Don't have no nothing for y'all really. Let me play this right here. Just telling y'all what y'all need to do though. Play this real quick.
News headlines, entertainment, sports. It's the front page on the Ricky Smiley Morning Show.
All right, 24 minutes after the hour, y'all got your front page right here.
Hold on for a second. Hazy B, it's not full immunity. Like, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, all right, so do we understand what he wants to do? I want to say that before, because it's not full immunity. He never said full immunity. He said we want to take a look at the situation, and then we'll decide based on what's going on, right? If there's some type of immunity that needs to be upheld. Like, it's obviously like there's some going to be egregious acts that nobody's coming in and swooping in for immunity. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, can we not? Do we need to? This is my suggestion. This is my suggestion. When you get a chance and you listen to rhetoric, I don't know where y'all consume y'all media from, but what I would say is either like try to find media sources, or just listen to both sides, right? Go to the extreme left, go to a CNN, go to the right, go to a Fox News, but listen to both sides. When you listen to get the full context when you listen to interviews. When you listen to these news stations and they only clipping up the part that they want you to hear and they're not giving you the full context, like that's a real thing, and they do it all the time. Like, he never said I'm going to give the police department or anybody, the police across America, full immunity. Never said that. So the fact that that's even being insinuated. You said, yeah, it's full immunity. They already have qualified immunity. What else is there? It's not full immunity, bro. Like, it was never presented as full immunity. We know that. But you can come and debate, like, if you want to come up, man. I feel free. I'm opening up the floor. And like here, and one thing I will say is that as we have these conversations, man, these are just conversations we need to have. So please don't take offense. Like, I'm engaging you, and I want you to, whatever, engage me in the chat. It's not full immunity. And if we need to find actual context to that, we could do it. But I think these are the things, though, we need to start and the only way we want to get politicians in general to respect our vote is if we actually do our due diligence and then hold them accountable and actually ask the right questions. Right now, y'all not asking no hard-hitting questions to Kamala. Like, Jermaine Dupri, him just asking, hey, like, well, you in there now, like, why you can't get something done? That's a real question. And even Trump, like, you know what I'm saying? Ask him a real question. Like, you know what I'm saying? But we don't ask real questions. We just listen to media outlets tell us how to think, and then we just make assumptions and then give up our vote. That's why we don't get nothing.
Yeah, good morning.
Here's what's happening in
I'm about to show you another reason why. I'm going to show you another reason why y'all don't get anything.
Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota held their first joint campaign rally together in Philadelphia. Kamala Harris praised Walz going down his list of titles from coach to congressman and even military veteran. She ended his introduction, Ricky, saying, and in 91 days, the nation will know Coach Walz by another name, Vice President of the United States. Are you excited?
Oh yeah, hey, you said it's all love. Yeah, it's all love, man. And not just to single you out. I'm just talking about in general. Like, even like when Emory came up, right? I want to make sure that and if I'm talking too much, man, or I'm filibustering the conversation, I want to make sure it's an even conversation. But I think in general, man, we got to start having these kind of conversations in public. because I don't think we do it enough. And I think most people live in echo chambers and listen to people. Like a lot of what I hear is like a lot of people that actually agree with each other, talk to each other. And I think you got to start having those kind of real conversations, man, because that's the only way we're going to be able to hold people accountable to something. Excuse me.
About Tim Walz, I already know the answer to that question.
Always.
What excites you the most about him?
Just that he's just a regular, like he reminds you of your high school principal. He reminds you of your high school football coach, and he was a football coach that led his team to a national, not national, but to a state championship. And he is just awesome. He's for the people. He stand up for women's rights, and he's a popular governor in the great state of Minnesota, which Trump won in 2016. That state was picked off by Joe Biden, and I think we'll definitely get his state and the state of Pennsylvania as well. Either one of those governors would have been a great choice for Kamala Harris. I'm just sick of the black people on the internet talking about I'm not with her. Okay, so if you're not with her, that means you with Trump. And y'all need to block every last one of their asses on Facebook and on Instagram and social media and stop. Like, that's just garbage.
Yeah.
It's just garbage.
Can everybody we be united on anything?
Yeah. Can't agree on a damn bucket of chicken. One person want a hot dog.
I always complain.
Black folks get on my damn nerves, man. Why everybody making all these celebrities making all these videos going off on Kamala Harris and stuff, and then the black men, Kamala Harris didn't prosecute you and treated you bad in court. I got treated bad in court too, but I'm with her because a vote for her. If you sit at home and you don't support her, you are definitely supporting Donald Trump. You can vote for who you want to, but don't be trying to encourage other people and sit up there and put bad stuff. Where's that saying?
There you go. There you go. That's the sentiment I hear. And we're going to keep on playing this. This is sentiment I hear. Vote for her because you're just supposed to vote for her. Like they don't. The reason why the Democratic Party, they don't give. I'm trying to figure out when the last time I got anything but a bunch of bills to pay. All right. And I'm you look, I take care of business regardless. But this energy right here, and I know a lot of people that talk like this, is the reason why y'all don't get nothing.
For Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Because if I ain't got to work for your vote, and I just know that you're going to vote because you supposed to vote, like you know what I'm saying? What the hell? I can just sit back. Like, I can relax, and all I got to do is just toss a bunch of rhetoric around, and I know I got you.
Well, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, don't vote for him. It is what it is.
Y'all not even out here doing real research to look at her record. If you do the research or whatever, stop believing everything you read and do real research, you can see what a record is. You can see what she have done. I think you can Google what have Kamala Harris done for the black community or things that black people benefit from a lot. We need to stand with her. Yes. We need to stand with her. She's great. She will make a great president. And what a blessing to be living in a time where a black woman can become president of the United States of America. In our time, we get a black man and a black woman become president. That's unheard of.
Come on, man.
Stop it.
Messy. Be on the right side of history.
Yeah, be on the right side of history, y'all. Make it happen.
Right side of history.
That's
New Wave. What is that? What is that link that you just dropped?
It's just the Amber Rose and everybody got all these videos and stuff and talking about Kamala Harris talking out of both sides of her. How would you say something so disrespectful? Even if you felt that way, I wouldn't dare make a video.
So shut up. Like y'all talking about shut up and dribble. That's what Emery was talking about earlier. That's what it is. Shut up and dribble. Like just shut up. Like even if you gonna vote, don't try to influence nobody else because we don't need that.
Or say nothing like that to the vice president of the United States of America that's trying to stand up and that's going to possibly pick 2 United States Supreme Court justices or whatever to try to keep the laws in place that Thurgood Marshall and all of the people that have paved the way and try to redo and get back into some of this settled law, women's rights to choose, your voting rights, and Brown versus the Board of Education. Do your homework, black people.
Hold up. Let me just tell you something right here.
Vote her in because we just need, man. Again, like, and I'm playing this because I think this is a lot of rhetoric that's out there, man, and why people shouldn't be voting. If you voting based on what he's talking about, I'd rather you not vote. He said he's trying to influence what he means. He said, go listen to Trump talk about militarizing the police, and he always uses the inner city neighborhoods for his stance. Hey, man, look. Yo, I feel like this channel is actually going to be a hell of like an expose for me, because you talking to a kid that's from the inner city. I was looking at let me find something real quick, because what is this kid name? I'm gonna see if I can find this real quick. I want y'all to see this. We talk about the inner city, and let me see something real quick. Let me see if I can find. I want y'all to tell me. Yeah, this right here. I want y'all to look at this. Y'all might be more interested in this real quick. Hold on. Because I really think we need to put in perspective like things that we say, and I want you to, you know what, just this rhetoric on the internet. We're going to go into the inner city. We're gonna go into the inner city, man. He said, not all have your mindset hitter. It's rare. Yeah, I'm just, the only thing I would say about myself, bro, is I just been like this all my life. I've been out this all my life. I came from a certain background, but I always always went against the grain, and I always asked why. I always been a person that asks why, like why certain things are happening, why things keep on repeating to happen. And, and even for myself, like I always tried to strive to continue to just build. But, and also too, just to try to, I've always been a man that I'm trying to find my purpose. I want to, try to put something good into the world. Cause to be honest with you, my life, I'm not saying like I'm lived the best life in the world, but I'm at peace. And a lot of people are not at peace. I get to do work that I love to do. I get to sit here on the internet, talk to y'all, man. This is, some people would consider this work, but this is some way for me to communicate with folks, and just me being an introvert, like I don't do naturally. But, this stuff works, man. I get to share myself with y'all, like pause. But, if it's a good message I could land, like most people are not trying, like most people wouldn't do what I did today. I worked from 6 a.m. and I'm still working, and it's 10 p.m. about to be 12 p.m. My wife was like, don't burn out. And I was like, I ain't gonna burn out. We're gonna keep it moving. Like I always been like that. But I'm gonna show y'all this. We're gonna talk about the inner city real quick. I'm gonna take y'all into the inner city. I don't know if y'all seen this yet, but this kid.
Right now, there is a violent and bloody war going on in the streets of Philadelphia. Dozens of young men are being ruthlessly executed or going to jail for life in the city of brotherly love. And one of the most prominent figures at the center of this war is none other than YBC Duel, a rapper who reps the Young Bag Chasers collective, who has been given the nickname Mr. Disrespectful for a slew of antics such as
New Wave is from Philly. He know about this. Come on.
up an enemy's grave in February of this year.
No fucking tombstone. I'm gonna dig his fucking dirt up. Hey, yo, where the fuck Carney at, yo? Carney, where the fuck you at? Ah!
Clearly, YBC Duel has taken mocking the dead on the internet to a whole nother level. But how did it get to this point? Nobody wakes up in the morning and randomly decides to defile a gravesite. So to truly understand Duel, Philly's most hated rapper, let me provide some insight into how this all began. In 2017, Baby...
Yo, Superfly, yo, you wild. He like Reed Norman's shirt, man.
J100 came up with the name
Hold
the
on,
Young
I'ma
Bag
play-
Chasers as a label for their collective that were getting money together in the streets. When you list out the most notable members of YBC and their synonymous subset YFA,
Block right here, bro. On my soul, on J Soul. They from Belmont Ave. They crib right there, bro. That they be getting clapped on that Q Rizzy and all them niggas from right there, bro. The nigga that's in the car over there right now, my man Waters clapped him. He told him he can't bust no traps. Bro, only reason why he parked out here cause Waters not out here right now, bro. Wallahi, bro. He know it, bro. Niggas know what's up, bro. My man shot him.
so he probably really hates you, yeah?
Bro, it's Mr. Disrespectful. Like, you think this shit a game? He pulled off, right? Or am I wrong?
No, he did pull off.
All right. We outside, bro. What's up, boy? What's up? Look, get the old folk. They out, you know, we rolling. We rolling right now.
Talk to your fans.
This is Philly. Welcome to Philly, y'all.
Yeah.
Come check us out. There's a lot of good things happening in Philly.
Someone is shooting a lot right over there.
Yeah.
You hearing that?
Yeah, there's a lot of that goes on around here.
You heard that? You heard that? You heard that? You heard that interviewer that was like, "Oh, there's a lot of shooting going on over there. Look how everybody else is." My man was like, "Oh, there's a lot of good things going on in Philly. Like he don't even care. Like my man, they got this Stone Cold Steve Austin, varsity whatever going on right here. He trying to get the hell out of Dodge. My man's next to him. He like, yo, how the hell did I get here? This is the inner city that y'all want to listen. Go ahead.
Heard 7 gunshots in the past.
Yeah, they're shooting a gun very close, like a block away, repeatedly. We've heard like 30 gunshots in the past 2 minutes.
Literally, there must be a battle going on somewhere near here.
Yeah, I'm trying to get away from all these gunshots. Fuck all that. Yo, we're driving towards the gunshots. Why? Yo, what are we doing right now?
Oh my gosh.
Bro.
You wanna know the last time I been in this park? Well, Bud died. Bro, we ain't come to this park ever since then, bro. No bullshit. Bro, that was my right-hand man, bro. This J100 block right
Now, if y'all didn't know the story about this kid, he actually passed away. He died. The guy that is talking all this smack throughout this whole video. He died like the day after this video was aired. This is what y'all protect in the inner city. Like, yo, listen, like Philly right now is like what? I think y'all might have the murder rate. Y'all might have it right now. I know I'm from B-Mall. We had it at one point. You get what I'm saying? Like the inner cities, especially in the Northeast, you know what I'm saying? Like we know that there's a problem. I'm not saying that you send the military in, but the other side of this is that, or the other way with this is that we got literally cities now where the cops are just saying, you know what, let them kill each other, and we kind of pick up the scraps. What y'all want? It just amazes me. Like we try to protect, like we act like we want to protect the hood. Man, when I went back home and when I went back to Baltimore, man, I rolled through Baltimore and I was rolling through blocks and stuff like that, through the city and stuff like that. Man, it's some blocks that look like a goddamn bomb dropped. What the hell are we protecting?
Like this, where J100 to be at right now. This J100 block. Put your burn up. Put that burn up, bro. Come here, twin. Now my twin got stories to tell. We took a picture with baby mom bitch ass right here. I'm mad as she shouldn't have ever been in that fucking picture.
That nigga fucking.
Bro, don't come to the crib, you hear me? Bro, stop telling me shit I know. Like, who you talking to, bro? Chill. This is where the dice games take place at. We fucked the hood up. It ain't no more dice games. No, it ain't no block you could go on down here and people outside. We fucked the blocks up.
You ever think maybe when you get older, you're gonna turn a new leaf and you're gonna wanna make like the block better and make the hoods better?
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm gonna try my hardest. Like shit like this, lots and shit. Like I'm gonna try to build shelters. Like I'm gonna try to feed. I'm gonna get back to the hood, bro.
What's the game plan? You're gonna fuck it up first and then make it better?
I mean, bro, that wasn't the game plan to fuck it up. We fucked it up already, like, feel me? Like, the goal to get rich, feel me? But some shit came in the midst of getting rich.
What do you guys think about the cops?
Free 12, fuck 12. Free 12, fuck 12. Free 12, fuck 12. Fuck the cops. We don't respect no fucking cops. Do it look like I respect The cops, Mr. Disrespectful. Who that right there looking at me?
Why do they call you Mr. Disrespectful?
Because I don't give a fuck who you is. I will disrespect you. That's why they call me that.
Outside right now with the most disrespectful rap.
You know what's eerie? You know what's funny about this? We was talking about, even talking about police respected, like police disrespect you, right? You know what? I probably been more disrespected in my lifetime by like fools on the street trying to disrespect. Like, we need to actually take a step back when we say, like, I almost wonder sometimes, like, and I'm not calling, it's not like I'm saying like this don't pertain, like this pertains to anybody that's saying anything. I'm like, I'll be wondering sometimes, like, have some people actually really been to like the hood? Like, I had to ask myself that question, man. Like, some people want to go live back in the hood. Like, some people like going around the hood. Like, I worked very hard in my life to stay out the hood. Cause it was nothing in there. Like, it was nothing. There's nothing to protect. He said, imagine voting for Obama, but now vote for Trump. We don't ride out for black women. It's not even about that, man. We gotta get good policies, man. I didn't vote for Obama. I lied. I voted for Obama in the first term. I voted for Obama in the first term. It's not about her. Like, it's not about her. That's what I'm saying. Like, we gotta start dig. Like, I tell you what. My whole point in this is that I truly believe. I would say this. I'm gonna, like, hold on. Let me see what this cat about to say next.
America.
And we on feet on land.
Feet on land.
They in the comments on no jumper till my man don't be outside. My man outside every day, all day.
I pulled up at 2 p.m. It's almost midnight.
Brandon, you feel good doing that, man. You safe, right?
I feel good and feel
you comfortable, right?
I feel safe.
Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to my man. Y'all know that.
The biggest Sav, y'all know what the fuck one of this shit sticked and all that, like the biggest. Big shit.
What you do? Like, bitch, you want what?
Miss Welcome Down. Miss Welcome Down. Type shit, y'all know.
Yeah.
We get a special guest right here.
Oh, we got a special guest too. Talk to
I tell you what. I just give you my perspective. He said, you didn't vote for re-election of the guy that you put in. I'm confused. I wasn't compelled. I tell you what, Hazy B, like, when I voted for Obama the first time, I think like that was such a moment in history, right? Yeah, and that was a huge moment in history. And I think at that point, man, Bush was such a terrible president that it was almost like we were just like fiending for something different, man. Like Bush, like with them, they had weapons of mass destruction. We never found anything. But I tell you what, the reason why I didn't vote for him for re-election is because one thing I noticed when he got in, and I keep on explaining this to y'all, is that he had an opportunity just like Bush had when he had the House. Coming into his presidency, the Democrats ran the House. He was president. He had an opportunity to actually get things done. And what he did was reach across the aisle and try to do about a bunch of bipartisan stuff, which I'm quite sure back then a lot of people was thinking like, oh, he's a black man. He's going to throw his weight around when he gets into office, and he's going to do what he want to do. Basically what Bush did. And when I saw them filibustering him and stuff like that, and then I also saw some of the policies that he was doing, I just wasn't compelled no more. I'm sorry. And I'm not just voting, I'm not going to, my president is black, my Lambo is blue. And I'm not being like, because I see, Young Jeezy and Kendrick Lamar up at the White House. I'm not about to vote based on that. I wasn't compelled. I'm sorry. But if you bring it up to today, like what I'm getting at today, where I'm looking at it from a different purview. Today, for myself, I'm just not with a bunch of policies where you think you're going to give people money in the middle class and have the rich pay for it. Nothing ever works. You know what I equate that to? It's just the same thing as like if you go outside, right? And you find he said that song was fire though. If you go outside and you see a homeless person, he definitely had the house going into his first term. What I'm saying is when I look at it now, the policies of the left and the right, just in totality, there's one analogy I could do that honestly I think kind of sums it up in my mind. It's basically when I go out and I run into somebody, maybe somebody homeless, right? And they ask me for some money. And I basically say, okay, I got some money in my pocket. I give them a $20 bill. They just go down the street and just blow it. And they go right back to the same corner and try to set up shop again. I really didn't help him. I gave him a stimulus. He was able to take that 20 spot and go down to the gas station for a day. But then he's back in the same predicament. Right? Or I can actually give him an opportunity, right, to teach how to fish, not give him a fish, teach him how to fish. And I really think that the way you do that is that you actually embrace free enterprise. You embrace actual companies that's going to give the opportunities to the people to actually work and actually sustain something, build a career, have long-term income, not an actual $25,000 check or credit that already being given out, and then you somehow $25,000 when the average home costs $400,000. You're not talking about the increasing interest rate. You're not talking about how much it's going to cost to replace your roof in 10 years. You're not talking about any of that, and you don't own a house until you pay it off. Like, we gotta start taking think about what you're actually promoting, right? It's the same. If you think about the policies in totality, I'm thinking long term. A lot of people think it's short term gains. I'm thinking long term. I'm like, it's the same thing like with this whole thing about we're gonna wipe your student loan debt. That sounds amazing, and salute to the people that got their debts wiped away. Sounds amazing. But to be honest with you, you wipe theirs away. What about the next generation? What about the generation that's going to school right now? Like right now, like what they going to come out to? A bunch of debt just like the last generation. So what about them? You going to keep on wiping off debt that they freely signed up for? These are not long-term solutions. You said I copped 3 pairs of sneakers last week. I'm not judging the financially irresponsible homeless. You stupid. But the point is that the reason why I'm at where I'm at today is I could clearly see one side playing upon your fears, playing upon your emotions, and not give you a lot of substance. It's been economists that talked about some of that weird whatever that policy that she presented last week, and it was like, that's not going to work. And if you ever think you're going to sit up there, the smart people, the people that make more money than all of us, that pay no taxes, if you think you're going to figure out how to somehow put them in a corner and get them to pay for your bill, you'll be mistaken. They're going to find another loophole, and that's why they are where they are. Like, that's the whole point. But I'd rather actually embrace free, and we need less government, when you're talking about free enterprise. Like, these places, they let the competition roll. Like, you know what I'm saying? And let the best man win. And let people that want to become entrepreneurs, don't give them a bunch of red tape to actually go out there and set up something for somebody else to actually have opportunity to possibly work. Because to be honest with you, most people are workers. That's most people. Most people are workers. And most people ain't going to never own their own anything. And you're going to work. So how about we set up shop and allow people to give people the opportunity to work. Let's embrace, like, think of, like, my wife is from Detroit. Like, think about Detroit and how they just run, like, these automotive companies are just running to what? They run into China or whatever. They run overseas. They got, the little bit of what Trump was doing actually was bringing some work back to the America. Like, and y'all sit up here worrying about what? Like, it's people right now that's working in Detroit. It's young kids that's working in Detroit right now thinking they about to get laid off. Because these companies are not worrying about what you talking about. You put more red tape around them, they gonna find a better way to go make some money. And if they gotta take their factories overseas and import something, so be it. Like, I don't know. I'm again, and it's like it's I guess I get, as I kind of sit back and I look, I'm like, I'm weary of people that give me the problems and you're not giving me clear sound solutions. We should be talking about solutions more than problems. I'm sorry. But if you don't think this right here constitutes people, like, we doing more than what we doing today, like, some of these inner cities are like war zones. We could pull up actual videos that's crazy than what these kids is running around doing, man. G-Fish, you said link. Yeah, the solution is let the rich actually give opportunity. That's the solution. Look, like, listen, like, my money all my life come from rich people. Like, I don't know about y'all. Where you think your money come from? Like, where do you think your money come from? He said, "New ways out." Let them handouts crumbs. He said, "I want to watch a real video, but I don't want to offend anyone." What new wave? What video do you have? You got give us context in the chat. Trust fund baby. He said, "G-Fish, tell him take the shirt off now, or we out." Oh, that's right. I'm about to say, Superfly, you don't like, I think is it something about, you said something about, you don't like people on your shirt, right? I know Superfly, I know you said something in the past about clothing and what you don't like on your clothing. All right, hold on. Yo.
Yeah, I'm lost. And what Super said.
He talking about my shirt, man. He talking about my Old Bay shirt. He don't like the messaging on it. It says demonic.
Like, I was in and out because I saw it do. So I was saying you was playing what people when they interviewing people and they asking why would they vote for Kamala, and they sounding crazy or whatever. So I don't know if you played. Did you play any of it when they going to Trump rallies and asking the questions too?
I haven't played that yet.
Cause they sound just like the Kamala people, and they be making up shit.
Right, no, they do. Like, that's what I'm saying. They sound crazy on both sides, and that's what I'm saying. Like, people don't need to be voting. Like, in general, it's not even about one side versus another. It's like in general, like Americans, we dumb. And honestly, the to be honest with you, like it's rare. It's actually rare to find people that's as knowledgeable about politics and what they actually advocating for. The only thing we got talking points like, oh, this person's a dictator, they racist. This person over here is not really black. Like it's not. It has nothing to do with policy. It has nothing to do with anything that's substantial, and we don't even know what
I
the
know
hell we're talking
I
about.
bought that, but I bought that part up because that was in my face. Like I'm bringing up exactly because you just threw that in there, but she rolled that off. That was the kickoff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna let that slide. The country done let that shit slide. You should have just talked about your policies from the jump.
The problem is she don't have like they trying to figure out the policies. I honestly I be 100. I think what's going to happen with Kamala, even if let's say theoretically, I don't know who's going to win, but let's say if she wins, she definitely not running. And y'all talk about figureheads. She definitely a figurehead. They basically thrust her into the position. Like she didn't. I mean, she didn't get any kind of delegates. Like, do we not remember? Like she was the least favorable person in the
Nah,
primaries.
we not gonna forget that. Like we know this. And remember when I said who the fuck voted for her? I don't even. I think I said this at work. I said usually they have maybe what 5 to 6 people in that party, and then you got to beat them to get to the final two, and then they be like, all right, well, bam, this person won the debate. This is what we feel like we going with. This the candidate. They skipped all that.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Not just the Democrats. The Republicans skipped that. Donald Trump didn't debate nobody else. They was just already ready. This
right.
was the fastest RNC ever.
Hold on for a second. It was hold on for a second. Let me get New Wave in here too. Hold on. Right.
Because last time I checked, didn't when Hillary had a debate and you had Biden on stage and other people and Kamala Harris was up there. That shit just and then I know New Wave gonna come in. Well, they didn't have time and this, that, and the third. So we fast forward in the process because last time I checked, the Republicans didn't do it neither. He was already in the mix.
I mean, they did.
But
They had some. They had some folks, but I mean, by far he was a favorite.
but then I look at it like this too. We can watch the videos, we can watch the live TV, we can have conversations and stuff like that. If you really want to cut down, I feel like when I was trying to just watch back and forth, like, all right, watch CNN, watch Fox, watch Australian news because they not biased because they ain't got no skin in the game over here. So I feel like when I watch news applications that's outside the U.S., it's totally different. But I feel like with the mudslinging back and forth and all that type of stuff, is on some just go to the site and actually read what's on there, like as far as their policies, and I could kind of cut through the red tape. Because at this point, either one of the candidates is gonna bring up something about them, or they gonna bring up somebody that they had in the past, like, or they bring up Obama, or they bring up this, or they bring up that. It's better. I feel like it's just better to read, to cut through the red tape. All right, so this is what we doing. This, that, and the third.
You know, I feel you. I mean, like I think people just. Well, you know what? Here's the thing. We said this last week. I think people want change, but people living just good enough where they don't care about change. That's why nobody's informed. Nobody's gonna do what you just said, right? And honestly, most of the American public, even the ones that actually gonna vote, there's going to be, you know, a good percentage of them that's going to be educated and making a sound decision, but there's going to also be a ton of people that's going to be shamed into voting, and they just voting based on, oh, she's a black woman, or, oh, like, you know, I'm sticking up. I don't know. I'm a Trump. I'm a Trump fan. Like whatever he calls his people, right? So it's just a weird time that we in when most people. That's why I said like we even when we talk about America and people like, oh, America, this and that. Third. I mean, y'all living so good, man. Y'all don't give a crap. Y'all don't give two craps about who running your country. Even though it
I
does
wouldn't say
impact
that
you to a
though.
certain degree.
I,
I don't
I,
think people care.
I don't think I wouldn't say I wouldn't go that far.
I don't think people. You think people care? You think people really
What
like?
do you mean? Well,
I
yo,
think
first of all, nah.
really care.
And to a certain, all right. So all of us at a certain age, we wasn't when we was in our young 20s, we weren't thinking about none of this shit. The older you get is when you start creeping in to the politics and stuff like
Right.
that, right?
Right.
But I think people do care. They do care. All right, so we had the pandemic, inflation happening, right? But I think kind of inflation was gonna happen regardless of the
Correct.
pandemic. Now, but I think the companies took advantage of it too. Like some of this shit, like all right, so let's I'm gonna just make an example as far as like shipping, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shipping was a big thing that was hindering a lot of
Supply chain. Yep.
the industry and getting us supplies and stuff like that from commerce, right?
Right.
But who's to say it ain't like we got something where we can see if the ship's just sitting outside the ports? If you kind of get what I'm saying, I can still hustle it.
Right.
I can still say, yo, well, shit, well, we ain't get it in, so we're gonna hike this price up, or it costs us this, that, and the third. And everything has a cause and effect.
Correct.
So if I'm paying a little bit more for the shipping, they charging them more for the gas. Now somebody shit rolls downhill. I'm not gonna pay for it. The consumer gonna pay for it, or the store gonna pay for it.
Right.
Just like I said when Kamala's talking about when I listen to her speech, the thing that killed me, it sound good. All right, so the first thing when I'm in the White House, I'm gonna go ahead and get at the grocery stores and make them lower their prices. All right. For one thing that we do know is when you tell rich people you try to force their hand on something, shit gonna roll downhill.
Right. You're not gonna. Yeah.
You gonna tell me I gotta lower my prices, this, that, and the third. Well, you know what? I'm about to start getting rid of some people.
Right.
Cause I'm not gonna eat it. So
Yeah, y'all
now
gonna lose.
the best thing that you said last week was, all right, well shit, give them a incentive.
Right.
You're not gonna tell me to do something I don't get nothing out of it.
It's always a trickle down. Like I don't never think like that's what I'm saying, y'all. Like it's never like a trickle up, right? Let's think about it. Like if you, it's almost like you pay the inmates. It's like all right. So I'm gonna take the resources. I'm gonna give it to the people that don't know how to handle resources because they obviously in the situation they in or was born into a situation, whatever. Like a few of them going to be able to take that resource and actually be bountiful with it and actually do well for them. And honestly, as an individual, it's an individual thing because most of them going, if they can do well, right, they go do well for themselves. It's a whole nother situation. It's a whole nother level. You're talking about doing well, and then somebody else is going to actually win off of that. But if you incentivize the people that's given opportunity, right, then you got sustainable. Like you could, yeah. Some people are going to take extra checks. That's going to be what it is, like right. But most companies that's responsible, most individuals that got that's actually winning, they not paying themselves first. They want to try to take care of the entity and let the entity take care of them because that's how it works. Like I'm not going to take the money from the end. I'm not going to take the money from the thing that I'm building for my own personal thing unless I just got bad finances because my whole ship is going to sink eventually. So usually those people are going to take the extra that they got and then reinvest it into the thing that they building, right? And then somebody else, smart people, I forget the bar, but smart people get other people to work for them, so they don't have to work. I get 100 people to work for me, and I can make a little bit of money off of each person that 100, and I make tenfold just by being over here. So I think a lot of people they like, oh well, if you give incentive, if you incentivize the rich, like they're gonna hold on to the money. No, they know their money they want their money to work for them. They don't hold like they're not holding that money for themselves and saying, oh, I'm gonna jump on a yacht. They're like, yo, I'm putting it into the business because I know the business is going to generate more money. And now I'm talking about wealth, like that. But who you think going to get some piece of that? whoever, like, you know what I mean, is actually going to be looking for a job and looking for something to actually give them opportunity. That's probably going to be something that sustains you long term versus me handing a check to you that you're going to blow or you're going to just do whatever with because you don't even, man, it's
But
simple. Like, I don't know.
but the other thing is crazy though. Like, all right, so what you saying? Like this. All right, so you were saying like, all right, Americans, we lazy, we think this type of way. But the crazy thing is, all right, so we already over here, right? There's
Right.
some people that can't get loans and this, that, and the third. But you was here, right? And I understand people coming over from way worse environments. But that shit is crazy. If you get a $25,000 check or 30,000 or 100,000 to make a business, and you already been on this soil trying to do that, that don't even make sense. And then for the people that's getting that, right, and you join the military, then you go over there and you putting your life on the line defending that, which is crazy to me. That shit don't add up. There's no way that because I just looked at that recently yesterday about New York hotels. It's 175 hotels housing, right?
Mm.
But they only getting that so because they getting the money from the government.
Man, I was
And
talking
then
about
they raising the rates and charging it, and that's how they making their money. And it's the same thing with like apartments or whatever, right? So when they was like, yo, you can't evict nobody during the pandemic and this, that, and the third.
right.
All right, so with apartment complexes, not talking about houses, apartment complexes, what they did was we gonna get that money on that back end. We gonna raise this rent even higher.
Right.
But
Right.
then the government turn around if somebody got so all right, so they raise the rent. So then you start moving people that got Section 8 in the joint because they automatically gonna get that government funding. And regular apartments, not a project, a regular apartment. So the people that's working a 9 to 5s that can't keep up with their joint because the rent getting higher. Now you got Section 8 people in that joint, and they only probably paying like $30. But the damn apartment complex is getting 15 to 2,000 from the government.
Right. Right. I mean, shoot. Man, y'all want to talk about some loopholes, man?
Well,
Like, we
I
can
mean,
take
I
it
want to
further.
take it back to the
Go
comment
ahead.
earlier. So, like, if you look at debt by president, Obama only added 10 million in debt over the 8 years that he was in office.
Yeah.
I think George Bush was like 2 million, but Trump did 8 trillion more in debt in the 4 years that he was in, and Biden is up to 4 trillion in the 4 years that he's in. And I do think, Obama did a couple of bailouts, and then he had like some big plans like the Medicare plan, which even like you said, the fluff in the news, Donald Trump can't do nothing to that Medicare plan because it's been executed well, and we got to stick on progress with that. But like, I think Trump would have been the lowest spending president that we had if it wasn't for the handouts. And I read an interesting comment on a YouTube today that said, like, even if you go back to 2020 and 2021, there's a lot of people who didn't want to give out the stimulus checks. And someone made a comment. He said, if you was on that side, you did not have to cash that check. And people cashed that check. And that was probably one of the first times that the government gave out money in a way that they couldn't regulate it. So people spend money on things that the government couldn't end up on controlling. And like you said, now we got to get that back. And I think really the clear message from what I think the feds are telling us is that one, you might get laid off because you making too much money right now because we need to lower the prices of the cost of living. Basically what G Fish is saying. Like if we want to bring the prices back, people gotta get fired. And I think until the government gets back the money that they expect to get back, people gotta work multiple jobs. So I think those are the things they just need to tell the American people until this Inflation Act is probably done in 2028. You probably got to work more hours to just have the same life that you had before, and you probably gonna get laid off because we need to adjust the prices for things, and you probably just got paid too much because like things were more expensive during the pandemic, and that's just really the reality of it. Like the plan's already in place. I don't think you really need to look for a president and an economic plan. I think the money that they're talking about spending is money within their budget. I don't think any president is like looking to overspend, but I think you see all these wars happening. That's just going to increase the debt even more. So like all this conflict that we're in the middle of, all these missiles going in that we help provide aid and support from. And even I had looked more into like the oil stuff that I'm talking about. Like I asked my friend in the military, and I didn't get a chance to ask him this. I'm like, where are we buying? Like, where do we buy oil from if we're in another country at war? Like, are we shipping the oil from America, or are we buying oil from different places? And these are just definitely things that are just going to just like keep increasing the debt for us.
So
So just like back to the
do you
original.
want to put like no? Let me ask you a question. So like, do you want to pull out of the wars, these different wars that's going on, like not support Ukraine?
I mean, like you said, like we were saying last week, I don't really know. No one's going to be honest
No, I'm
with
just
us
saying.
about
No,
what's
like,
going
would
on,
you
right?
not? Do you want to support Ukraine? I'm about to ask you a series
I
of
need,
questions.
yeah.
Yes or no? Do you would you
Like for
stop
me, I can't,
supporting
right? I
them?
need data to make an informed decision. So like I can't make an informed decision right now because I don't have the data. But like if you put me in a position to do it, I probably would say no. We don't need to be there.
All right. So okay, would you drill here in America?
You talking about for oil?
Yeah.
We
So
already
the
drilled.
issue,
Yeah, yeah, but
so the
I think
issue
we
with it
got
here,
parameters around it at this point. But like, I don't think they really embracing it.
we only can produce we only can produce three oils that America needs, not all of them. So we
Mm,
still have to import oil from other places. So like
correct. But
that's
what
not
you
gonna really
but
solve the problem, right? But
I'm not
yeah,
saying it's gonna solve the problem. But would you embrace drilling? I'm actually a serious because to
yeah,
me,
yeah,
right,
yeah,
like
yeah.
what I'm getting at is that you have some all right. So you have one part that's not the things that we really need, right? As far as we need, first of all, we need more jobs here in America. I mean, I hear you about the whole like people might be making too much. I don't really, in my mind, I don't think people. I think even coming out the pandemic, maybe some folks was getting overpaid, but I think for the most part, people getting paid their just due. And I think people going to lose their job just to try to get another job that makes the same amount. If they can't get that, I don't.
No, they're gonna get paid less. Like wages are down 20%.
Well, if they losing their job,
Like the
but
proof is in the feds, is what it's saying.
right,
Yeah.
but
I mean, people getting back from the last, like from the recession. Like when we had the recession, people won't get no raises. That was the job. That was the business opportunities to take full advantage of. Like, well, we gonna do a recession, man. I can't even give you no raise. And then the cost of living started going up, and then they started raising it. And then some states was behind. Like some states still had minimum wage like it was the 90s and 2000 in
But they
some
got the
states. The southern,
stimuluses
mostly
though. Like
southern states.
the financial brackets that you're talking about got the stimuluses though. So it's like,
You said what?
you get what I'm saying? Like the financial brackets that you're talking about got the stimuluses. So it's kind of like, like it's just a trade-off that we all like invested in basically.
so
And I don't
my
know why the
question,
government wants the
my
money
question
back
to
so
you, New
quickly,
Wave,
but
like, is so do you promote guarantees for the middle class, or do you promote basically adding stimulus to the middle class, and somehow that's going to sustain, or do you think that the things trickle down to the middle class, and that's how you actually sustain?
I think you got two types of middle class. I think you got the ones that's like built from the bottom up, and then I think you got the ones that like benefited from um like upper class. Like I'm thinking about people who started food trucks from scratch, like people who started restaurants from scratch. Like those are a lot of people who,
I mean, but
started
what's the
off making
percentage of that
pies in
though?
their own kitchen. Huh?
But what's the percentage of people actually that has their own business, food
It's
truck?
a lot
Like
of
that's
people.
just
The small business,
I don't think too many
yeah, the
people
small
like it's
business
just
market
as their
for like
sole income.
minorities is pretty big.
As their sole income. Are we
Yeah,
trying
this
to
is
say
my
a bunch of people got
my
food
mom been doing
trucks?
this for 65 years.
What's that?
Oh.
Most people
My mom been working with
look.
minority
We
owned
not gonna
small
get into
businesses
in
for the
between.
past 60
Most people
years.
work for somebody. Most people, 9 out of
No,
10
no, that's true. But I'm
people
telling
like
you, a lot of
work
the
for
middle class
somebody.
had
So
their
what are
own
we saying?
businesses.
What's that?
No, there's a lot of small business owners that are middle class
Right,
that
but
started
nine
from
out of ten
nothing,
people,
that never got a handout and built up.
but 9 out of 10 people work for somebody. We're not gonna sit here and act like people are just sprouting up businesses. Most people work for somebody. And what I'm getting at is that if you, to me, like if you incentivize free enterprise, right? And I'm not saying that everybody getting handouts per se, but it might not even be a handout. It could be just less red tape in starting your business. Or like, opportunity zones or whatever you want to call it, right? You know what I mean? But the opportunity to start your own business, less red tape, and it's probably actual funds for folks that's actually going to create business and let funds trickle down. Like I doubt if you oh my God. I feel like we live in this world where we have this false sense of the American dream. Most people are not going to own their own business. Most people are going to be working for somebody. That's where your actual money come from. Like it's coming from somebody else getting a bigger check than you getting, so you
Well,
can get a piece of it.
you asked me about the middle class. You didn't ask
That's
me
what
about.
that's the representation of the middle
I
class. I guess
don't. Yeah, I don't think
most of
so.
the real middle class work for somebody. Most people work for people. Like I guess what I'm getting at is that when I hear policies, right, that circumvent the idea that I'm gonna give straight incentive to you, and I'm gonna try to take that from the people that's above. Like it just doesn't work. Like because them people first of all, they're gonna figure out a way around it, and they're gonna charge you for it. And then that free money you get, you probably gonna get charged for it as well by the feds.
Well, why can't your $1 billion owner double your salary?
What's that?
Why can't your $1 billion owner double your salary?
It's a game, right? Be playing it. So like, I'm gonna
Yeah, he
be
don't want to
I'm
give
be
you
up.
enough capital to leave,
I'm gonna be
right?
up
Like,
for getting some more money soon. Like I'm gonna be up for getting personally. I'm gonna be up for getting some money soon, right? And I'm gonna have to sit there and have to play the game, right? Of they gonna try to not give me as much money as possible so they can make more money as a business, and it's gonna be up to me, right, to sit there and negotiate, right? And it's up to me to put myself in a position enough to actually negotiate. So I guess to me, like that's the game we all play. Like nobody's ever going to just double your salary because at the end of the day they trying to look at their bottom line. But at the end
well,
of the
no, they
day,
don't.
like they don't. But the funds you are getting, it's coming from the top. Like it don't come straight to you, and then you somehow like you don't have the function to maintain. Is what I'm getting at. Like
Yeah, that's because that's what they're doing, right? They're not doubling your salary not because of their bottom line. It's because they don't want you to end up with enough capital for where you wouldn't need to stay and work for them. That's really all it
I
is. Because
mean,
like what you're saying now is that there's enough money from rich people to give to us
I
to
think
make
most
us
people.
that don't have to live in the middle class. But they know that they don't keep you at this level. You're not
I
going to have the
think
same mentality to come to work every day.
most people.
I'm gonna give you a really good example. Look at Nvidia stock. Nvidia
Mhm.
stock was so high that almost 70% of employees was millionaires. You watch that CEO drain the hell out of that stock in the last couple of months because he wasn't trying to let them employees just cash out off of nothing. They would have had a crazy tax bill. You know how many people from Nvidia was
Here's the
able to
funny
just
part though.
buy $10 million cribs?
Most people don't escape the middle. It's not because they didn't double. Like if they listen, most people if they double their salary, you know what they're going to do? They're going to spend more money. They're going to stay in the middle class. That's the facts of the matter. The the people that break out right and actually get to the top, they actually figure out how to invest. They learn how to get their money to work for them. They learn how to basically make money in their sleep, investments, and actually looking at long-term strategies. Most people don't have the discipline to do that. I don't care if
Most people
you
don't have the
double.
capital to do that.
It's not about capital though, like
It
because
is,
no, it's
man.
not
It
about capital. It's
is.
not about capital. That's just like saying that the only people that can actually make it to the top of the trust fund babies. What I'm saying is that most people, even if you gave them the funds, they will blow it. That is a fact. Like that's like lottery winners, right? They win $1 million. Most of them end up broke and spending all of it. I know one family that hit the lottery. They bought them a nice mansion. They got a nice driveway. That family live in that same spot, and they look, man. I don't care what somebody
I
like.
mean, but now they
You could
got
give
capital they
you
never
you
had
don't
before.
if you give capital to people that don't know how to maintain. Again, like I always say, like it's not about what you get; it's just understanding how to maintain it, right? Like that's the key. The people that's rich is not rich because they just got a lot of money. They learned how to maintain it. Like they keep it. They understand assets. I'm telling you, the average American, if you was to give them a whole bunch of money, they will blow it. Like it's not about the companies are not worrying about you breaking out and somehow not having to work for them. They know that you working for them, you possibly going to pretty much have to work for them, and it's up to
So
them.
don't
They're
the
going to lay
companies
you off.
benefit off that? So then the companies benefited off the stimulus checks. It
Yeah, that's
went
what
back.
Jose's
Like, all right, so
saying.
the government,
I think it hurt a lot of
the
companies.
government gave you the check, people blew it, and it went back. They went and bought Commerce.
I think it hurt some company. It depends on the sector, right? I mean, some I know a business owner that when people was getting stimulus checks, he was like, well, damn, like a lot of my people ain't even coming to work no more because they could get more money sitting at the damn crib.
But yeah.
And then you do
No,
have
you're right, because
companies
like
that
even with my job, all right, so like the pandemic erased like all right, so people that was waitresses and stuff like that, they jobs got erased during them 2 years, right? Because they was only doing takeout orders, like even restaurants. So like even with my job, when they was trying to hire people wasn't. I'm talking about like
we're staying home.
almost a year and a half. People weren't even trying to fill out applications
Right.
at all.
And here's the funny part. This goes back to what my argument is with New Wave. I'm like, but guess what? When all
I
them
think G
checks
Fish
stop,
agreeing with me basically. You
but
give
like
people enough money, they won't come to work.
when them checks stop though, them people
Yeah, they
end up
will.
going
But
right back to
that's why an employer will never pay you enough to change your net
that's
worth
not the point.
dramatically.
Like the point, the employer is not worrying about you breaking out. That's what I'm saying. You always going to be dependent on daddy business. Is what I'm getting at. So like these people got all right. So in that scenario, right, a lot of people got a lot of checks. Some people got incentivized to just stay at home, right? But that's short term thinking, right? So when the checks stopped, what they ended up going back to them same ass companies. So yo, can I get my job back? And that's a fact. So what I'm trying to get you to, what I'm saying is that the companies are not just paying, like they want to make the most money possible. The biggest expense is going to be the people that they got to actually maintain their company. They're not doubling your income because somehow you about to capitalize on a double income, and then somehow you won't need them no more. They know that you need them. They not paying you because they trying to make more money for themselves, like for the entity. That's going to keep everybody actually working and everybody making money. It's not about you, the individual. It's about the actual entity itself. They're not paying you because you're gonna break out and go and become rich. Like most people going to blow the money. That's a fact. We know this.
Well, I
Like
guess
most people don't know how to invest.
if we ask everybody in the chat if they got enough money to start the business idea that they wanted from their job,
Most businesses
everybody
fail.
would say yes. Now, even if they do fail or not, it's still the fact that they would take that opportunity, that risk to improve their net worth.
Most people
And
don't have the discipline.
I don't think that employers do not take that into account. If you got an
I
employee
don't
that's
think they worry
operating
about
really
that.
well, that's probably the backbone of your business, they're not going to just cut you like
If
that.
you're a
They'll
smart,
pay you enough to keep you working well and give you all the benefits.
if you're a smart employer that understand human nature and understand that most people are not disciplined enough to even run a business, and understand that people don't know how to maintain most things in their lives, like if you sitting around worrying about that, like you worrying about the wrong thing. Because most people is not a factor. Like most people, you gonna give, if you give them capital, they will blow it. Like that's just a fact. Like I don't know what we saying. Like if we sit, and then most businesses fail.
I just like I don't think that I'm someone that would blow capital if I had it. I think the people that we talking about that's in these jobs, I don't think they will blow their capital.
You don't think middle income
No.
jobs? So
I don't think nobody on this YouTube would. If anybody on this YouTube got a significant pay raise, they would be making strives to make progress toward that American dream.
I think
And employers would know that's a risk. Because like if you got that house that you always wanted, you would start slacking. If you got the house you always wanted and paid off, you would start slacking in some things in life. So you keep making those thresholds tougher and tougher to achieve. So you got people scraping and scraping. America lives off debt. So you have to keep people in debt to make them keep working for the things that they hope that they have.
Oh yeah, I mean,
but
well, America is a debt machine. That's true. I mean, we understand that part. But I guarantee you. But I
But
equate
that's
this
why
to.
people getting blown though.
Go ahead, G
That's why
Fish.
people that's from. I mean, but then I go back to the immigration part. That's why people getting blown from what y'all saying. So somebody that's not from here, they come here, and they getting that bread off of your tax dollars and putting the store in your neighborhood.
Right. And selling you the good, like, yo, look, this the illest flip ever. I come over here, get a check, I go buy some goods to support my business, and I sell it to you. Like, and I make money off the government money that I got selling products to you. Like, that's the hell of a flip. You selling me the products, and on top of that, I'm funding your business. Like, what about like, as an
But
immigrant,
that's why some Americans looking at this shit crazy. Like when you ask them about the war in Ukraine, it's like, man, Americans right now,
man,
they looking at it like, all right, we don't want no wars and this, that, and the third, right? But some Americans looking at it like we need to mind our own damn business and take care of what's over here.
man, I think a lot of what we got going on, like, I don't know, I don't have strong opinions about the war and our relations with those companies. You know, I'm thinking about Russia, Ukraine, and stuff like that.
But all that shit
I don't
ties
even.
in. All it
It
ties in because
does.
we don't even know all the ins and outs. Like when you just ask him that question, he said he don't have the data and he don't know the exact reasons and shit like that, right? But our money going towards that.
Right.
So you got money, like Clark said, you got money for wars. We can't feed the poor, and then you got money. So like Chicago, I looked at some shit about Chicago. The city in the uproar to the point where that's basically stronghold by Democrats, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it got to the point where the people was like, you know what, y'all trying to play us? We asked you for these funds and this, that, and the third to help the community out, our roads and this, that, and the third. And next, you know, we got all these immigrants in here,
Yeah, they
and
called
all
this
of a
over
sudden
safe
you got
haven for the immigrants.
$70 million. They looking at it like, oh, you got $70 million and you kicking people out of homeless shelters and hotels and this, that, and the third. All right, well, we gonna get your ass up out of here. So a lot of blue states gonna start turning red because the only thing that's killing them, I don't know, they probably prepare her for that, but it's like you could say your plan and you could do this, that, and the third, but at the end of the day, you still was a part of this 4 years. You was still sitting at the table with your party with the plan for these last 4 years.
Right. Yeah, I'm not even. You know, I don't know. I guess I'm. You know, in Chicago, a couple of cities, even like New York, they call it. They say, oh yeah, we'll take them, right? And that's what they that's what they bust them off to. Right, and now they dealing with that. They dealing with that. You actually giving them folks money to live in your states.
So yeah.
And
So I guess
go ahead.
I don't agree with that though. I don't agree with giving them bread and then how you say we get the bread, we gonna blow it. Nah, fuck that.
I
We
don't
from
even think.
here.
I think
We need to
someone.
stop giving bread. If we gonna start giving bread, then stop giving bread. Period. Don't give bread if you ain't on U.S. soil. Stop giving bread for wars that ain't got shit to do with us.
I
New
don't
Wave, I want to
know
give you the
the
chance to speak.
yeah, I don't know the percentage, but I do think they kind of looking at it as maybe a source of talent. Like I'm just doing, let's say one in every 10 of these immigrants has some type of medical skill, can like do something for our community. I think that's where the Democrats kind of look at it from that perspective to like try to bring more skilled workers into the economy. And then like in New York, some people just don't want to take some of the jobs that like you'd be amazed in the morning at 6 a.m. Someone come up to me and say, can't even speak English, just got here a day before, and they got a job interview at a hotel down the street, don't even know how to get there. And you know, I posted the video that I wanted to post was a real video. I wanted to play it to like 6 minutes, but a lot of stuff kind of is going on in the community that's taking jobs away, you know, from certain people, which can be an effect. But in some industries, you do need some workers that some people in America don't have the skills for.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, how many people we got that's like citizens? I think that's an easy cop out by Democrats. Like, oh yeah, well these people can actually do. Look, man, like if you like anything else, it's just like when we brought women into the workforce in droves. Like it drives all of y'all income down. Like y'all salaries are going down because you got more people willing to take. It's like anything else, right? And it's a bad effect in totality. If you got people coming to America undocumented and figuring out whatever ways to make themselves ingratiate themselves into the state, so now nobody can deport them because they actually paid some taxes through a LLC or something like that, or whatever way they're doing it, and taking your jobs on top of that. I think America. I think we got enough talent to take care of those jobs. Like I just do. Like I don't think we need people to be coming across the border and saying, "Okay, look, we need a
Well,
piece of the American pie for free."
I don't think people want to use those skills for the pay that's being offered, and that kind of goes back to like who's really putting the onus on these employers to make sure that like people like should people get compensated what they want? That's really what this all comes down to, or should we just get compensated what these higher power people
You get
that we're
compensated.
saying the money flows through from them just give us what they think they should give us.
You get compensated for what you can negotiate. Like, you know what I mean? Like the thing to me, it's so weird to me, man. Like, first and foremost, like it's never been a world where we can actually. I'm not saying it towards you, New Way. I'm just saying like we never lived in a world where we could just say, hey, look, like we need this much money. That's how much we're going to make. That's not how capitalism works. And you get what you can negotiate. That is always been the thing. And I tell people like you can't get mad at the company. Like I back in the day, like I used to go. I remember I had a review. I had to go on my review, and I thought I did a bang up job that year. And I was like, I got my review back. They told me what I was going to get for a raise. And I sat there, I talked to the company I was working for, and I was like, yo, like, this is it type thing. They was like, oh yeah, like, well, talk to the client that you're working with. I was like, what? They don't have nothing to do with this. But I talked to them, and they was like, well, they point me back to the company. You know what I did after that? I said, you know what? I'm not in position to negotiate with y'all. Like, y'all got me by the nuts at this point. You know what I did? I took my skill set, and I took my damn salary that I was making at the time, and I actually went down the street. I found another company. I was like, look, this is what I could do for your company. And I have these skill sets. I demand you to pay more than the last company. And at that point, I got a $10,000 raise. Now, that's always been how the system works. Like it's you only get what you can negotiate, and once you put your name on that piece of paper, that is it. Like, and
I guess I'm not.
It's always going to be. You're never going to get paid. Like, there's no system like that where you're going to get paid what
Yeah,
you
I'm not
think you're supposed
advocating people in your tax bracket because the people that's not in your tax bracket don't even have time to go do that. They miss an hour from
right.
work, they done.
And you should,
right? They can't even take a day off.
Well,
So it's like
you got to put
it's just a
yourself in that
little different
position.
dynamic, I think.
You got to put yourself in that
I mean,
position, or you're going to be. Listen, like, man, listen. The world is full of. You're going to have to make decisions in your lifetime of how you going to play this whole game out called life. And if you want to be at the mercy of the environment around you, that's a decision that you can make. If you want to actually try to start like trying to, navigate, well, it's going to take some work. It's going to take some dedication. It's going to take you to be on top of your game, and it's going to take you to be smart about the way you approach things. And it's going to be winners and losers. I guess to me, like, it's always going to, it's a personal choice. Like, if you decide that you don't want to, look, it's been plenty of people I talk about going back to school. There's plenty of people I went to school with that when I remember getting out, and I'm a hustler. Like, I got like side hustles I'm making money on. I got 2 jobs, whatever, and I'm building up my career at the same time. And I'm telling my homeboys like, yo, you can come over here, bro. I'll help you get some more money. And they were like, nah, I'm gonna sit here because it got comfortable, basically, like most people do. And it's like, nah, I ain't gonna make no moves, man. I'll wait another year, man. I gotta get this certification. They're gonna pay for my certification. Certification costs like a couple $100. I'm gonna wait here while I get my certification for a year. I like, you wait there for a year just to get a certification when I'm telling you, nah, I'm cool, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Blah blah blah. And it's been a pattern, bro. Like, and I'm like, yo, listen, like you could either I'm not knocking it. I'm not knocking it. If you make that decision in your life, that's what it is. Like, but I just think like you get what you can negotiate, and you gotta put yourself in a position of power and leverage where you go. Like, if you're not doing that and you're not making those decisions, then take the salary that they're giving you. That's it. Like, I just, it's never gonna be a world though that you're gonna wake up. Like, and I think that's what Democrats almost like promote. It's like, oh, we're gonna hire up, we're gonna lift up the minimum wage. And now, like, you got minimum wage jobs that got full blown adults in it, and kids can't even get the damn job. You got immigrant workers working the grocery store job over the summer. That your kid that was trying to actually teach them maybe some money skills, they can't get that job now. Like, come on, man. Like, it's I don't know, man. You get what you get. That's all. I always look like that. And I think if you take that mindset, you'll try to go get some more. Like, you get what you get. Like, it ain't nobody should be guaranteed you anything. And I think if you keep folks out and stop handing out free checks, you possibly can actually pay some people here in America a little bit more money and a little bit more, give them a little bit more opportunity. That's just I don't know, man. I'm just not with it. And when I hear somebody tell me you somehow need a legal immigrant to give you skill sets that you don't you don't have here in America, I call cap. I call cap on that. So they can miss me. Like, you can miss me with that one. Like, go memorize the presidents, go pay for the legal paperwork, and go through the system just like every other like my family had to when they had to come over here they came over here to the States. Do the proper thing, man. I can never advocate for somebody just to jump across the border and then say, oh, well, I'm here now. Accept me. I'm sorry, guys. Like, if y'all got something, man.
Nah, you good.
I'm just, I don't know, man.
So
I always had that. Go ahead, New Way.
So on the Philly thing, like we gotta stop like trying to repost content like that. Look at the person who came in the neighborhood, look at what they trying to get out of it, and then look at who the person is and what they trying to do. So it's a rapper trying to promote their content, they trying to blow up. So they gonna say certain things, do certain things, and the person that's there to get an interview is going to help bring light to that because that person not there on our side. So all that stuff they talking about, all that stuff they saying they did and all that, nada. Like, yeah, some things that happen, but like them blocks in that neighborhood kind of been like that for a little bit. And it's mainly due to gentrification. And that whole process of like them scaring people away, all that stuff, maybe, I guess so. But no, that happened like way prior to like these young kids. And this stuff's still going on in the city, don't get me wrong. But that video was just all it just try to bring hype, right? Because it's a rapper that y'all know that's locked up that I grew up with. I mean, he did some dumb stuff, and that's why he in there. But like, he ain't even do nothing like that when he was doing what he was doing. Like, I mean, he said it in his raps, he did whatever, but it was just never nothing like that. So, one person I do fuck with on YouTube is called Street TV. And I think he goes to LA hoods, he educates us, he knowledges us, and I think he gives people opportunity to kind of speak a little bit better about things that's going on. And I just think that thing that's going on, like when I look at that content, it's just all fake to me. Just not real. Like what happened to the kid, that's going to happen because of like internal conflict. And maybe those videos and things that he posts on social media has something to do with his death, but I probably don't think so, to be honest. It's just kind of a bunch of things for a lot of people on the outside to kind of see, to kind of add it up and say, oh, this is what kind of led to this person's death. But you know, like all that stuff is just it's just content, man.
No, and I could agree with you on that, right? Some of it's gonna be fabricated and stuff like that. And, you know, any person, any kid trying to promote themselves being whatever, going to talk it up a little bit. But I guess the point to me is that the hood is fucked up. I'm sorry, excuse my expression, but like the neighborhood is messed up, bro. Like regardless of however way my man putting on, like even walk around and you can see the environment is jacked up. And like I said, I'm not from Philly. I'm from Baltimore. I mean, we got blocks that's tore up.
It's the same thing in Baltimore.
Yeah,
I just been
right.
in Baltimore. The
Yeah,
same
it's
thing.
tore up. And like, dog, like I guess to me, it's like when I hear people say something about like, because that whole thing came up because it's like, you know, well, Trump is saying he's sending the military in. I'm like, I don't know what you sending into that, but at the same time, like, look what is going on. Like, it's jacked up, man. Like
I mean, I agree
I'm
with
down
him.
south, and I'm glad that I'm not on the northeast, that Rust Belt. I'm glad that I'm not up there. Bless y'all heart. Like, I love to be able to just to move around. Like, this city is getting jacked up too. Like, y'all see how it be going on out here in this block, but the way I can move around, like, man, bless your heart, man. I would send somebody. I would advocate for somebody to go up in there and clean that shit up, man. Like, I don't think we need to
I
be
mean,
sitting around trying to make excuses for that. Go ahead.
it's not. I'm not making excuses, but I mean, it is what it is. I agree with him on the whole police staff stuff. Like Chinese stores used to stay open till 3, 5 a.m. It was nothing to go get a lemonade and an egg roll.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with my best friend. I got on basically this probably like a year after Trayvon Martin got killed. I'm wearing a gray hoodie every day, hooded up, everything. Even I'm wearing like a gray college hoodie every day. It's like 1:30 a.m. A block, like a half a block away from my homie crib. We just gonna go get some lemonade and some egg rolls. Unmarked car come pop up. They get out, talking about some, you all got IDs. What you gonna do in that situation when somebody asks you for ID? You grab your hand out your pocket. I put my hand on my pocket. Officer draws gun. He basically pointed at me, ready to shoot to kill. This is a traditional stop and frisk type of activity,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like one movement that I could have made, I could not be here today. My homie could not be here today. Just because somebody felt like they wanted to pull up in an unmarked car and mess with some kids that's going into a Chinese store at 2 in the morning because of what, right? And even from that interaction, I could tell they wasn't trained to really do stop and frisk. Because even in that situation, you wouldn't even ask no question in a way that would put yourself in a line of fire or even in my line of fire.
Mm-hmm.
Even when that guy went into that woman's crib with that boiling water, you could have said, I'm not gonna come in this crib until you turn that stove off. Or you could have asked her to move and go turn off the stove for yourself. But even
Right.
then, boiling water is not gonna kill you. It's gonna maybe damage you, but it's you ain't never seen nobody get killed over no boiling water. So it's just kind of these type of decisions that people gotta make under stress. They in positions where they shouldn't even really be qualified to be making those. And then
So
I'm
how
not
do
sure how
you
much.
go ahead?
And there's a couple of things that they do too. So because they don't want police working in the same neighborhood that they live in, that's why you kind of got these out of neighborhood cops coming in the neighborhoods that they don't know, trying to police people that's not their type, that they never really interacted with, and now have a struggle. And it is what it is, but that's some of the reason why the community got resentment like across police authority. When you watch street TV, there was actually a Jewish writer who came up and talked about how Jews lived in a lot of the neighborhoods that Crips and Bloods did in the 50s and 60s before the Great Migration happened, where blacks
Mm-hmm.
went to Detroit and they went to LA. And when blacks started hanging out in the playgrounds, people got scared. They called
Mm-hmm.
the cops. And that's how everything kind of started taking off with like gangs in LA. And so, do I think the same thing is happening in other spots? Basically, yeah, I do. And I think that's just the result of what that all had played out, mainly because we didn't do proper things, own our homes, build businesses that stuck around, things like that to uplift the community. And people just kind of diverse and spread out. And now we kind of seeing the end of this era
I
that you
think
complain about where people getting government assistance and don't come out of it.
man, listen, I think there's a couple. That's a bunch of different. That's a topic that's kind of deep rooted, right? And we can trace that all the way back to the freedom of the slaves, right, and how that all trying to kind of transition. I mean, for me personally, like I think it really kind of dates back to daddy government getting into the household, right, and really kind of, a lot of women chose the government over men, right, and now you got a lot of households to this day. Now it's been normalized to a point that we don't even pay attention again, like 70% of households, man, single parent moms or single parent, households, 70%, like in our community, right? So now, like, you got this situation where the communities, they don't, it's weird. Like, it's like our community has been like flipped upside down, and we not taking control of the imagery. And now, I mean, just look at what I mean, again, like, that was a YouTube video that I put up that was in the hood and people trying to put on, but you got a girl that's pulling up. She pulling her sleeve up, talking about she misses walk them down, like, and you can see, not to say that she's a representation of the community, but you can find more representation look like that look like us. And then again, it's like, what's the expectation that you have for somebody that don't have to interact with you on a daily basis, especially like they don't have to interact with you on an intimate basis, like in your house, so they know who you are. Like, they just they know these perceptions, these caricatures of you, and we don't take control of that. And somehow we even that could, a lot of people blame the industry, but I'm like, they wouldn't make it if we didn't consume it. They only make it because you consume it. You know what I mean? So like Sexy Red is Sexy Red, but like Sexy Red and she's ratchet, but they only can make it because consume it. I pulled up it was a Harris Teeter, 8 o'clock in the morning, and I've never seen this scene before. It was like an old car, and this dude was jamming. When I say jamming, is a grown man, white dude actually, jamming a Sexy Red in the morning with his windows down. It was the weirdest, but I'm like, that's their perception of us. Like, if we put it out, we allow it to be put out there, and that's what it is. Like, it is what it is at this point. So, either you take control of the way you perceive, like the energy you put out there, and what we put out, as a culture, man, or you just gonna have to accept what comes with it. Like, if and like, unfortunately, when you're talking about police officers, like, I just don't. They state entities, limited resources, and you asking human beings that you got to interact with other human beings on a daily basis that don't maybe look like them, or they don't know what you up to, and all that other stuff. It's just an iffy situation altogether. Like, and we could say they could be trained to the 10, or to the 9s, whatever. I don't know. But
to me, no disrespect to them, but they're a gang to me. Can't really tell me no other.
They're a gang. The police is a gang.
Yeah.
I mean,
I walk by. They got both their blocks blocked off with barricades. You can't get in unless you want to get in. They all dressed up in a certain uniform. They all carrying weapons, can execute whatever they want to against whoever. I mean, hey. But some people don't look at it that way. But that's just my experience with it.
I mean, I don't know if you want to look at it. I mean, you could call it a gang. It's the biggest gang in America, I guess. But at the same time, the gang is not out here terrorizing folks. And I think the imagery of people saying that they send them here terrorizing people. If you putting yourself in, I'm not saying everybody that's had an interaction with a police officer and has never been in a situation where the person was just in the wrong place at the wrong time or whatever, like, or just got encountered an overzealous cop. I'm not saying that. But in general, like, if you stay out the way, and I've been on the meanest blocks, and I done ran from the police multiple times as a kid. Like, and I was doing things I ain't had no business doing. I'm just telling you, like, as I got older and I actually knew what, and the thing is, we got to be smart too. Like, I had a black on black Impala at one point, tinted windows. Yeah, I was a target. I made myself, but that's the quote unquote, that's the car to look for.
I guess,
so
why
I stopped
can't you
getting
have
cars
that
that
though?
look like that. Like, I mean, it is what the perceptions are real, and we got to stop faking pretending like we don't understand like certain things and what it portrays. Like, just for your
That's why I
own
ain't put
safety.
no tent on my GS 300, and I still got pulled over.
Hey, but now
But
did
I
you
know the
go ahead?
perception of that car is a drug dealer car.
Right. It is what it is. We
So
know
why
these
we got to
things.
keep compensating on our ends though? Like, why can't they
What you want
remove
them to
some of the
do? What do
prejudices
you
that
want
they
them to do?
have?
Like you talking because
Like,
that's
leave G Fish alone. Leave G Fish alone.
I mean, like so I went and uh visit a friend, and they live in a high crime area or whatever, right? So I went actually drop some stuff off, and it was like for work. So I'm leaving. I go up like you got to make a left turn, well, right turn to go up a hill to go back down the street. So I seen the cop. They sitting to the left of me, parked, car not even on. I go make the turn, go up the hill, come down the bridge or whatever. As I'm at the light, I turn around and look. They bleep the lights on me, and I'm like, I'm already way past the point. Like they had to been hauling ass to catch me. So they come up with some lame excuse. I'm like, yo, I pull over, get my stuff ready or whatever, and they tell me, you know why I pulled you over, and I'm like, nah. And they tell me my tail light out. So they looking in my I got my windows down, they looking in my car, with a flashlight, and I got like a black sitting there. They talking about my car smell like weed, talking about can they search my car or whatever. So I'm like, man, whatever, yo. I could have been a dick and be like, nah, but I know I ain't had shit. So I'm like, man, whatever, man. So they go through, it was an Asian cop. So he going through my car. Then it was a black dude. He sitting there and shit. So Captain Idea is going through my car. I was like, yo, ain't nothing in my car. So then I said, don't open the trunk. If you open the trunk, it's gonna be football equipment that fall out. So he wanna be Captain Ideas and shit. So then I asked the black cop, I said, yo, go ahead and can you get in my car and put your foot on the brake so I can see the tail light? So after a while he said, fuck it. He go put his foot on the pedal and my tail light went out. And the dude, the other Asian Captain Ideas ass motherfucker, went ahead and opened up my trunk and all the football equipment came out. And I was like, yo, y'all can go ahead and pick all my shit up. And newsflash, every black man that owned a Lexus ain't a drug dealer. So they tried to get smart with me on that shit. But then he wound up letting me go. But he was in the wrong from the jump. You pulled me over because of the car that I had and the neighborhood that I came from. But you really didn't, you made up a probable cause when my tail light wasn't out. And that's the shit that New Wave and everybody else be saying. It be certain shit that they be doing on purpose. But I just look at it like that dude probably in life was a lame ass person, and just because he got that badge on, he thought he's somebody.
Yeah, he in a gang that he know going back him, and they gonna abuse whatever they gonna abuse to get to whatever they trying to get to. I can't see it no other way.
But
Yeah, I mean, I could be honest with y'all.
I get hold up because I'm painting one side of it, so it was another side. So I'm at the football field late at the school because I'm gonna be fair. So it's late. We on school grounds and we preparing for the season or whatever, the kickoff. So we out there moving bleachers around and shit in the dark with car lights and doing all kind of shit. So we ain't got to set it up in the morning. So the cop, he rolled up on the field. He asked us what we doing. So we tell him whatever, and he was like, all right, cool. He actually got out the car, helped us, and then was like, yo, I'm gonna sit in the parking lot with my shift and make sure nobody mess with y'all stuff. If another cop come through, I'm gonna just radio him, tell him y'all good. So it's like it's 50-50. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, no. Listen, y'all know my stance on this. We are talking about a job that is iffy no matter what. Like I've been friends with police officers. One guy actually got in a situation where he actually got mutilated by an incident with a civilian. That type of stuff change your life. But these people are in roles that honestly it's life or death on a daily basis. They walking into situations they don't know what it is. And what all I'm saying is that if you keep that top of mind, right? Yes, I had like even similar to your situation, G Fish. I got pulled over for driving. Fit in description. I was driving back towards the crime scene, and I was like, "What kind of dummy goes back to the crime scene? Go back to the crime scene." Now, I've seen people actually do that before, but in my head at the time, I'm like, "Why? What kind of dummy is going to rob the gas
Got
station
another fitted description for you, but go ahead.
and ride back, right?" So I get out the whip. I got polo boots on. Got Levi jeans on. I got like a polo sweater on. I'm like dressed like a prep boy, right? Me and my mans, we get out the car. They searching the car. They got the flashlight and stuff like that. They like, yo, like you gotta, blah blah blah. I'm like, do what you want to do. I don't have nothing. Look in the back seat. There's a pill in there. Now the pill, I think it was like my mom's medicine or something like that. That she wastes a pill in my back seat. He's like, man, what's this? I was like, I don't know what that is, man. I gotta crush it. The whole time, it's another cop that's like sitting there, and he got his joint ready the whole time, right? And I'm just sitting there looking at him like, bro, like you can relax, bro, like it's cool. Even with all that being said, and I know I wasn't in the wrong, I didn't do anything. I just got pulled over. I got this cop is crushing pills in the back. He's kind of giving me attitude because he found a pill, and then the other guy's got his hand on his gun looking at me, and I'm just sitting there cool, calm, and collected. Because in my mind, I'm putting myself in their shoes, right? I'm not saying that they had probable cause to pull me over and whatnot, and whatnot. But they looking at me and my homeboy as possible suspects of somebody that just robbed the gas station up the street, and it's up to me as much as possible to control my interactions with them. And I'm not worrying about what's going through their head. I don't care if they was a lame. Most people in my mind are lames. Like most people I've interacted with in life are lames. I've run circles around people most of my life. So it's not even a thing that I think about at this point. So to me, it's like, why do we care? Like, make sure that you get home safely if you have an interaction with a police officer. But if you sit here trying to worry about, oh, this person did this and it wasn't right and all this other stuff, it is a human job that got a lot of factors in it that's real. Because again, like I'm thinking of myself, right? Even if you train me up and I'm like militant, I'm doing judo rolls and I can pull the gun up and hit you if I need to. At the end of the day, if it's a decision between me and you, it's always going to be you. Like if I even, and I'm not saying that this is right thinking, but I'm just being a human. If a decision is me and you, it's always going to be you. So try not to have yourself in that situation as much as possible to be on the other side of that. And if you are on the other side of that, tone it down. And I've been on the other side of that. I got plenty. I just told y'all, I don't know, like 3 different stories a night. I can give y'all another one if y'all want to have it. And
But in my situation, they made that shit up though. Like
hey,
my tail light won't out. They made that shit up.
I get it, but it's your job. It's your job at that point. So it could have been they could have said your tail light, but they probably had something else going on. They was looking for somebody in the neighborhood. You look like a suspect. They pulled you. It doesn't, like, to me. I'm not even thinking that far into it. I'm thinking that, okay, they got a crazy job because again, like none of us on here have signed up to actually go outside and actually try to protect the public. My job is when that happens, and I'm in the middle of that. I'm not gonna sit up here and be like, oh man, like you did me dirty. Like I'm thinking in my head, like I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, what you got going on. My job at this point as a law-abiding citizen and taxpayer is do what I need to do to get on about my way. I don't care about you.
So this might not change your opinion. I got one question. Because you're doing all this compensation, but you pay them. So when is there ever going to be a chance where you expect them to do more, to them to do better with the money that's coming out your paycheck to help them operate the way that they operate in?
I expect them to do their job. And as long as I can, move around this free country the way I want to, that's about all I can expect at this point. But I'm not going to sit there on an individual level worrying about their interaction with me. I just feel like we worrying about something that you cannot control. Like I just learned that if you worry about things you can't control, like you barking up a tree. I think we have to actually have an understanding that they are in a vulnerable position. Imagine just waking up every day and you just interacting with a bunch of strangers in iffy situations all day, and how your temperament is going to be. It probably won't be the best. I'm just using human logic. I don't care how. And we talking about. I listen. Like if y'all want reform, police reform, then y'all should actually start talking about that versus just saying, "F the police" and all this other stuff. Like figure out. I said, shoot, make them a private entity if you want to. Take it away from the taxpayers. That's when they were talking about defunding the police. I'm like, well, that sound like cap. That sound like somebody just talking. But if you let them keep all the crack money. Let them keep all the traffic tickets as income, as revenue. Let them just do a bunch of things for revenue. Because that's part of the problem is that they state entities and they waiting on your tax dollar to invest in whatever it is that they need up in there. Training, supplies, salaries. It's big, and I don't know who here have actually worked for any kind of state entity, but I don't care what it is. If it's the Department of Education, if it's if you worked at the State House, if you work whatever, every time you work in a state entity, they always talking about budgets and how they don't have no money. Yeah, it's just I don't know. I think I think ultimately we worrying about something that you cannot control. It's humans. It's human with a gun in his hand or a gun on his waist, and his job is to get home at night, and your job is to get home at night. And you're trying to control a situation that's already unorthodox to begin with. Like I just it blows my mind when people just keep on worrying. Like, and I've had the most interactions. Every time I just think in my head like, all right, cool, I got to figure out what I need to do to get home. That's it. I don't have no problem with them. Like as long as I'm not no bodily harm is had, like I'm good. And again, like as a grown ass man, that I don't move in any type of way that looks suspect. If anything, it looks like some suburban black guy that's moving around, I don't have no problems. Like I just don't. Like, and if it does pop up, I'm gonna handle it when it does. You said keeping my crack money is crazy. Yeah, let them keep the crack money. If y'all worrying about it so much, if y'all worrying about what type of training they getting, let them keep all the crack. Like,
Bro,
let
they
them sell
already
the
keeping
crack.
the crack money, bro.
Man, like just let them
They already
do it, but
doing
let them
that
do it
shit, man.
outright. Let them do it outright, man. Let them keep
They
all
doing
the
that
money.
shit regardless.
Let them keep all the money, man, and let them break it down. Let them bust it down at the police department, man. Like my thing is, I think, what is the solution? Because we could talk about them, because we're not gonna just take them away. Y'all want no cops? Like, so what's I don't know, man.
I mean, you
That's
can
always
have
like an
cops,
ill
but
conversation.
you can minimize the street work. You can minimize the street work.
I mean, you say it's
And
an ill
and and,
conversation. My bad. Go ahead, Nova.
and I'll say last thing, like even the situation with G Fish. Okay, you got his license plate, you got his number, you got his address. Call him the next day. Call him in the morning time during normal business hours, right? Like handle it a different way, right? Like he ain't no flight risk. He ain't been seen with Bin Laden. He wasn't in Alaska last week. So why you gotta handle that situation right then and there? You got the information you needed. Keep in touch, whatever, right? But it's like I said, I'm not on the side of we gotta keep compensating for people that supposed to be out here got years of experience dealing with people in the street, right? Like that's supposed to be your profession. You need to excel and do really well at that. I had minimal risk that happen. I keep seeing people get shot up. I keep seeing people get put in head necks on TV. I keep seeing all this stuff where emotions get best, and it's like we keep letting them slide. And like even what M was saying about Trump letting these guys just walk free, giving them immunity. All right.
If you, I think we did. I heard this stat, and I'm gonna do my due diligence. I think there's more police victims with civilians than civilian victims in police encounters. Like, that's real talk. Like, we talk about like them shooting up everybody, but like, I think there's more police victims in civilian encounters. And we sit here again, like I'm not trying to downplay what y'all. I think we get our emotions get caught up into what we like. I remember here in Charlotte, we had the incident that happened here in Charlotte, and actually right the streets that y'all see right behind me, they have a mural down the street that was painted in the middle of the street for Floyd whatever my man was. I'm not I ain't think his name right now. But we had a guy here that actually got killed. And it was one of the bigger ones that made it to national news. And I'm telling y'all, like, it's not that I'm belittling the situation. It's just that we are worrying about the one-off situations where everybody was out here marching and all this other stuff. And I remember being in the office when the email went out. It was basically saying, you know, in a little bit of words, basically saying the niggas are coming uptown. Don't come into the office for a few days. That was the email that was sent out into the office. And I remember everybody evacuated the building as if a terrorist attack was about to happen. And us and me and a couple other black people looked around. We were laughing because it's like, oh, well, our people coming uptown and they're going to protest. And then, you know what happened? During that protest, 2 other people got shot and 1 person died. So just for the same black person that died for whatever the encounter was with the police officer, another black person died by just somebody just out here protesting up here. They were busting out windows and they were doing all kind of stuff. And all I'm saying is that those emotions get riled up when you see the videos, and I'm not taking away from what you're seeing, but I think on a day-to-day basis, if you talking about encounters with the police, there's not so many deaths that's happening that's like, oh my God, these people are just out of control. I think we see incidents that happen and it riles her up. But I think, again, like, I'm gonna look up the stat, but I think it's been more police victims in civilian encounters than it is civilians, because they constantly in the line of fire. Like I hate that we get like things happen. I get that, but I think we need to really start really thinking about the things that's actually been given to us, and then like the information that's being given to us and the way it's packaged, and try to get a bigger picture of it. But the fact of the matter is that if you're a law-abiding citizen, how many actual, especially as you get older, how many encounters are you having with the police? Like,
well, I mean, it's hard for me in New York City,
well,
right?
maybe you
Like,
yeah, you.
I can when I walk outside, I just see it every day. Like, it's snowfall. It's snowfall on TV.
Well, yeah, y'all got a different problem in New York. Y'all got a population problem, even though people are still moving, and y'all got a lot of like cramped areas where like people getting it in. And I think we need to start talking. I mean, I think as far as communities like what you live in, right, more metropolitan communities that have more population kind of stacked on top of each other, and you trying to enforce that. Y'all need to have a bigger conversation about the community. Like, I'm not saying that the cops are not. There are crooked cops everywhere. I'm just saying you're never gonna stop that because people are crooked in general. Like, there's a crooked person right now that don't have a police badge, and he works somewhere. That's what I'm trying to get. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, there's people that I work with that I'm like, you're not a good person. Like,
There's a lot of stupid people. There's a lot of stupid people.
You're not gonna ever stop that. So like, stop worrying about that part.
So we letting Donald Trump off the hook. That man got an open case right now.
Is that not all right? So I'm not taking him off the hook. I ain't gonna even hold you. Like, to me, that was them trying to keep him off the ballot.
Yeah, see, like, all right, the all right. So whether they were trying to keep his ass, off the ballot or not,
you still got them felonies, man. And then on top of that, man, the thing that blows me about that the shit with him though is fuck the felonies for me. Is the fact that you would help incited that shit the way no other president in United States history incited some shit for them to take over the damn White House, yo. Like that, like you can't make that make sense to me, man. And then that shit it makes us look weak, right? Because you would never think in your life that somebody could just take over the fucking White House. And then if somebody from another country that didn't fuck with the U.S., it's like you gave them a blueprint to do some shit like that by watching it. Like, damn, they took over the shit. We ain't never think we could do that. Them motherfuckers just went in there, body motherfuckers, and then he talking about the cops. You incited the riot for cops to get fucked up, and then you talking about you going pardon the people that incited the shit. That don't even make sense. So Trump, is you for the police or you not? Because in that one instance, you got a couple police messed up.
So I have my
they keep
views.
sweeping past that shit.
I have my view. I have my views on that. I mean, again, I don't think obviously he did not handle that stuff up in DC the correct way, right? I'm not gonna say, to me, like as a leader, right? You do the right thing when you understand you're in a position of power like that. You do the right thing and tell your people to like fall back, right? And I think, to me, like I don't think he necessarily said like go up there and f it up. Like what I think he just didn't do was say, hey, look, y'all need to chill out, whatever. At his point, right, he's been making the whole time is that, yeah, like we got all these different things going on, but look at all these other protests and nobody says anything and they tearing stuff up. Right. Now I'm not getting that. It's petty, right? I'm not even taking the point with you, but I just think like I can call him out for the one thing of like just being a leader, like in that moment, it wasn't a good moment. When it comes to this whole like him being charged and stuff like that, the reason why like I look at it is real funny to me because like there's even like a series of events that happened right before he caught the first charge from the girl, Fannie Willis down in Atlanta. Prior to him getting charged, she had just met with Kamala at the White House, and then the next, like it was right after that when he got charged. Right now, I'm not saying I don't know for sure, right? But what I do know is that even when he had opportunity, right, even with Hillary, right, with these falsified emails and documents or whatever that she was like deleting and stuff like that, he fell back off of it. He's like, man, I ain't, we're not gonna worry about prosecuting Hillary, but the same energy was it circled back to him. And I'm not negating it. I think most of these politicians, if you want to get technical, when you're talking about having documents after the fact and not properly handling them and all this type of stuff, like you probably get charged most of them.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this though, because you made a key point in that part, right? So I'm gonna just ask you.
Mm-hmm.
You think it's feasible for a president to hide CIA and important documents in the United States and a vacation home in the bathroom?
I don't know what he had going on. I just know that
it's a proven fact that they had that bitches in a bathroom that he don't use at his vacation home in Florida. What sense does that make?
I seen more for less. I mean, but we seen more scandal for less. Like I mean, we really want to get to the brass tacks of things. I'm quite sure we can go ahead. What Hunter Biden got? What some?
But I'm not saying. This is where you getting it messed up. I'm not saying that the left wing ain't doing crazy shit, right? But anytime Trump do some shit, everybody got a rebuttal and look the other way. Like he actually incited in his presidency. He also incited a lot of shit, saying a lot of shit on Twitter, feeding to the pandering, and then when the shit blow up, then you got a reaction. Oh man, they doing this, they doing that. I'm about to send the National Guard in there. But if you would have shut your ass up or been a leader and made a plan instead of, because I feel like if you ain't with him, is F you. But then you sitting here trying to be on talking about patriotism and all this other stuff when you supposed to be, if you the leader of the United States, you supposed to bring us together,
That's true.
whether we on the left or the right. But he don't be doing that shit, bro. But at the end of the day, people forget that he was not a true Republican when he first started running. The Republicans won't mess with him, bro.
Yeah,
They was not messing with him even in his first year. They hated him, yeah.
I mean, he was a political outsider. I don't think any party was really messing with him. Like he's somebody he wasn't in that in that. I don't know. You want to call it another gang? He not in the political. He not on Capitol Hill. He wasn't a lifetime politician. Like he was a party that made his money in the private industry. You know, private sector. I mean, and he came. He bullied his way in. Nobody wanted him in there. I don't think any of them imagine you being a lifetime politician and your dreams of being on the Senate and being in the House and making a name for yourself. Maybe working as a lawyer or something like that. Making a name for yourself, make all the different things, and then here comes this guy that was on the Apprentice. What is the it was the Apprentice, right? On the Apprentice, come out of left field and say, you know what, I'm just gonna take all this. Like I'm quite sure all of them was pissed off when he was sitting up there in the primaries cutting. He turned into Def Comedy Jam when he was running through the the Republican primaries. It was hilarious. Like we was talking to Jeb Bush. I'm quite sure he was like just curling up inside. Like I can't believe this. Where did this dude come from? Like I said, like everybody laughed when he came down them damn escalators, and I remember them day one. I said, "Do not laugh at that." I said, do not laugh at that. Like, because it's real. Like, I just understand. I mean, for me, like, I felt the sentiment of America. And it was like, look, we just looking for something different, period. No matter who it is. It could be a celebrity. We'll take it. But, I'm not saying, like, you're right. I think for both sides, right? I think if you're on the left,
I'm not on one side or the other. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
So
just
like,
saying
I got
I'm just
folks
saying
on either side.
I'm saying in general, right? It's bias, right? It's just, and that's human nature, right? It's gonna be like if you rooting for one side, you gonna kind of, and you rooting for the other side, you gonna be like, when you see something for you. That's just, it's certain things that I think we just gotta dial down in human nature, right? It is what it is. Like if you're on one side, if you anti-Trump, you on everything that he's doing, you on his head top. If you for Trump, you kind of looking over it. It's the same thing for the other side, like it. But what I will say is, I think for him, yeah, they trying to get him out the way. Like nobody really wants him up there. I think Republicans just accepted him at this point because
They
they
want
feel like that
control.
his base is the strongest thing that they got at this point of a connection to a America that's very much left. I mean, in my opinion, just the way we live today. It's not like we in a conservative society at this point. Most people don't even have ties to religion. You know what I'm saying? We all saying that we spiritual. And then like, when it comes to even like being pro-American, like we so such and such with that. So like, I think America is very much left. Even though it's always close. But it's like, if from a popularity standpoint, it's left. All right, so
I don't know. I just like for me is I give both of them the same energy. I'm not just shitting on Trump. Like Kamala get that. Out the gate when we was talking about it, she was catching it for me. So like if either one of them get equal opportunity, but I ain't feeling that shit though. Like that was a big problem. Like that's something that should have never happened at the White House, bro. And people in the outside America looking at that. That should have never
yeah, it
happened
was it was an
under
embarrassing time. It was an embarrassing
at
moment
all.
for America. It was an embarrassing moment for America. People have real like gripes about that election. They felt like something was definitely up. I don't really get into the nooks and crannies of like what occurred, but even like we go back to, I don't know if y'all remember, but Al Gore when he ran
Yeah,
for
they didn't go
president.
that hard with the Bush. The same thing
Right.
happened with Bush, and they ain't go that hard. And they
Right. I
actually
mean,
found shit in the dumpster.
well, Al Gore, that was close, and he just gracefully said, "You know what? Don't worry about it." He was like, "Don't worry about it. I bail out." Like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't have to keep on, because I forget, they kept on trying to recount, what was it, like Florida. They kept on trying to recount one state, and it was just like, he's just like, you know what? F it. This ain't even worth it. I created the internet. I'm out. That's all I
But
need
you
in
know
my
why?
life.
But you know why he said F it? Because he didn't want no way he was gonna win that. One, you looking for votes. You looking for ballots in Florida where his brother is the governor of. Yeah,
Right.
you already know that was a wrap. You
Right.
know they already got people to come sweep that up.
Yeah. I mean, but I mean, you know, it just referenced another example. But you know, at the end of the day, man, like Trump got he definitely has things about him that I would say that, you know, it's not leader like for sure. I think at this point though, like I'm from a policy standpoint, I like a lot what he got going on. I just being honest with you. I just from a left standpoint, if I had to vote for somebody, I'm definitely voting right. Like, but if I really wanted to say like, oh well, like one was a like the greatest candidate ever, there'd probably be nobody at this point. You know what I mean? So, you know, but I do appreciate what the right has going on. What finding people out there, you know, they didn't embrace this. It kind of was like pushed upon them, but people that came out of the private sector going into politics and not, I feel like that's less of a chance, even though it still can happen, that you bought out by some lobbyists or just different companies just putting money in your pocket to give whatever they need to get done, and it's not for the people. You're not for the people. You just up there talk saying whatever. And I would say, you know, I appreciate somebody that showed me their true colors. That's the one thing I will say, like, about Trump. I don't have no I don't have to guess like who he is for real. Like I'm quite, if he putting it out there like that, knowing that nobody, you know, half of people just don't even mess with it. Like I know what I'm getting. What I don't know is when you smiling in my face and you just saying
And
the right
twerking.
thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's always, I hated that about, you know, politics. I told my it's gonna sound some type of way. I told my homeboy, but then I also called him fake. Basically, I was like, yo, like, bro, like you should be a Republican. You should be a politician. He's like, what you mean? I said, you just always say the right thing. And he was one of them people, go along, get along, always say the right thing to everybody, and you know, but then be talking smack behind, like, and I just like, you'd be a great politician. You know that? Like everybody likes you, but you don't really stand on anything. And that's what I don't appreciate right now. Like I feel like a lot of times from that
And he
side,
ain't
it's
say
just
nothing to you.
no. Like we gonna say it was the truth. Like
Man, ain't no way you go. You so you gave him a backhanded compliment.
yeah,
And then
yeah,
he
like
didn't say shit. Man, ain't no
nah,
way, bro.
yeah, in my kitchen.
Mm.
I was like, yo, you should be a politician, bro. Like you like somebody like myself that I'm willing to, like, even like some of the stuff I say here, like it is what it, you know, some people don't like it. I prefer that. Like to me, like if somebody that's ready to put the medicine in the candy, that's the person I want, because at least I know what I'm getting. Like I know that you ain't trying to like just win me over each and every time you open your damn mouth. Like and then when I turn my back, like it's something else. Like I'd rather you
Well,
just give me what you. I know I can take the good with the bad. I know what I'm dealing with.
I ain't trying to win you over because me and you debate about shit all the time, and your ass goddamn prefer the shit because you know I'm gonna say some shit. I'm gonna say some shit that's
Well, it's
gonna
good
be off the
conversation.
wall, and me and you go back and forth until the goddamn sun come up.
Right. No, and I like that. I mean, because to me, like that's real like to me, like we should have. Well, this is not the same. Well, we're not talking about. I want to put I want to put that in the bag that I do agree with y'all about his character. I think there's definitely character flaws. I'm putting that right there. But I think in general though, like that's why I like having conversations where it is like I want you to be real. Like even New Wave, I'm combating you on the police is a
I do
gang,
got
but
one
like
thing too.
I prefer you say that than agree with me at the end of the day just because we having a conversation. Like, no, stand on business. If you think that
Oh
is
no, yeah,
like
my
the police a
friend
gang, go ahead.
in the middle of Texas, my friend took me in a police precinct for like a community and police type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I cursed them motherfuckers out once I stood up, and then I dipped.
Hey, I do got something for you, Norman. Though I mean, we talking about this political shit.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
It been an ongoing conversation when everybody had jokes and giggles and shit, and I was standing on business. Where is y'all motherfucking energy at from Saturday night?
What happened
You know
Saturday
what
night?
happened? You know what went down Saturday night?
What happened? I don't know.
Black
What,
college
Florida?
football happened on
Weather?
Saturday night on prime time on
Oh,
ABC. And before
crickets.
you say something, hold up, I got to get my shit off. Simple Fizz, you bring your ass out here. No, now all y'all bring your ass out here. Cause the last time I checked, it was all fun and games about Louis luggage, why he do the kids like that, this, that, and the third. If it weren't for Dion, they ass wouldn't still have Under Armour. They ass wouldn't have been on college game day, and they ass wouldn't have had that primetime slot this past Saturday.
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm
Yeah,
bringing my luggage with me,
yeah.
and it's Louis.
Yeah, hold on. I ain't finished. I'm gonna cook. I'm gonna cook. Cause it wasn't just it was everybody else. All the YouTubers that was talking all that shit about Dion and this, that, and the third, and you was saying that shit for a topic or whatever. Where everybody at now? Ain't nobody like, damn, yo, Norfolk State was on at 8:30. Or ain't nobody even say, yo, did you watch the game or none of that shit? When the last time goddamn somebody bought a black college dunk. Quiet as a
So I
motherfucker.
want
And
y'all to
that's
get
the
ready.
shit. That's that
Go
shit I
ahead and
was
jump in the
talking about.
portal
And
and do
that's
whatever
that
you're
shit.
gonna get because the more you jump in, the more room you make.
And that's that shit I was talking about when I was saying I watched that whole background story and come to find out I meant to send you that when Dion started adding up how much money that the shit didn't go it didn't make sense to him about how much money he pulled in and how much they were selling the tickets for and how much shit wasn't adding up. Talking he basically was like throwing a bone out there like the dean and them taking money.
Mm. Yeah.
But
No, I
nobody
mean,
doubled back. But I'm just bringing it up. Y'all might be like, yo, G Fish petty. I'm just bringing it up. Everybody has something to say about Dion, about that. Everybody has something to say about Dion about the Colorado shit. How much money did he make the city of Colorado? Uh,
well, you know my stance on it. My thing was like I'm with him. Like, sure, go get the check. Go get the check. But the only thing I said was he gave them boys a little bit of Jesus complex. He was like, yeah, come on down to these HBCUs so you can save the HBCUs, and then he dipped out. But I ain't against it. Y'all see me, I'm a capitalist. I just talked about it earlier. He was able to negotiate some more money. Hey, do what you gotta do.
Cause he had to pay his goddamn coaching staff. How
Yeah,
you gonna give him $1
take
million
care of your
and
family.
then tell him to pay the? How you gonna give him $1 million and tell him to pay a NFL head coach that's doing you a favor and just give him goddamn 100,000 when he used to making millions? Come on, man. I know we talking about political. I just had to bring that shit up. That was just
No,
the
you good.
petty in me. That was just the
You
petty
good.
in me. So excuse me, hitters. I've been waiting. I've been waiting.
You good. You good.
Norman ain't the only one that got the smoke. Cause everybody else that was even my homeboy, he got a podcast. I called his ass up and was like, yo, man, did you watch the game on Saturday? He was like, what game? I said, oh, and you went to a HBCU and you had a whole 2 hours talking shit. But you ain't
Yeah.
watched that game on Saturday though.
I don't have a dog in that fight, boy. I went to a PWI. I went to
See, ain't that a bitch? That's even worse, man.
I went to a PWI. I don't have no fight in there. I went up to what was it? State. It was South Carolina State. Yeah, I was like, nah. See, I'm gonna get somebody pregnant on this campus. I'm gonna go ahead and take my behind up the road.
I just had to get that in there. Y'all can continue, man. I just had to.
No, it's all good. I mean, honestly, you know what? We didn't even get to I had this whole like Cam Newton breakdown, whatever, but didn't get to it. Like my
What you
wife.
mean it can't really break down?
So apparently he, you know what's crazy is I was thinking about. I said the baby's He got like a video with that girl. What's that girl name? That he got a baby with. Danny Lay. It's like it pretty much sums up like the series of videos that Cam got going on. I mean, we could attempt to look at it, but Cam basically sat down.
She got into a car accident, right? Where she hit, I think she hit she like a teenage kid or something like that with a cart.
Yeah. Her arrest video just came out.
Yeah, I think I don't know if she was drunk or not. I know she told the police she wasn't.
Oh yeah, she was lit.
But I wasn't
she
sure.
Was lit. I looked at the police. Yeah, she was turned up. She didn't even know she hit the kid.
I'm lost. How does Cam get involved in it?
All right,
let's just do it.
Let's just do it. It kind of ties in because like there's a video of the babe. Like, all right, let me just play this video first. Let me play a piece of it. Y'all gonna probably, I don't know if y'all gonna get into this or not. I think it's more so like it's viral right now on the internet, but I don't know if it's more like for women or what. But we'll try to play a piece of it. I might have to circle back and talk about this one another show.
Hey, New Way, I want my damn rematch too, man. Go outside, do goddamn dome piece. I ain't forgot.
You must have forgot. Oh, the joint ain't plugged in. Hold on, y'all. Hey, looking real sweet. Let me see something real quick.
Oh, okay. All right, so now it makes sense.
I haven't even looked at this. I know that I've been seeing that this thing been posted, but I'll play this part right, and then kind of react to it. Let's see. Let me take it back a couple of seconds. All right, we can just start from right here. Oh, New Way said he'll be home. He'll be home Wednesday. He'll be home Wednesday to give you the business. Let's see something. Yo, what the hell? Oh, snap. Need to upgrade that internet. Hold on. I think I would. My bad. It'd be like, oh, show over. Let me see if I can get this if I can get this video to work. I'm gonna have to refresh. The way Cam Newton is dressed, like it's no wonder the damn Panthers ain't never win a damn championship with him here. It just makes perfect sense, man.
I like the 4th and 10 show better than the show you about to show.
Well, this is him getting interviewed.
Yeah. No, I'm saying I like the 4th and 10 joint though.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you seen that when he reacting off of stuff in sports.
Yeah,
he be killing.
Let me see. He said he dressed like the KFC marketing agent. Oh my god.
Yeah, bro.
I didn't do my research. I thought it was 4, but 8. Okay.
No, baby.
Cool.
It's
by how
8.
many women?
3.
Oh, hold on.
And
let me run this back a little bit. Oh my god, why did I do this? Knowing that I was going to just freeze up again. All right, hold on.
Was it Apple?
See.
Oh, my bad.
You can't. You give an inch, they take a mile, man.
Here, your life entirely or your life in relationships?
Both, really.
And they think that you're low functioning.
No, I don't.
You just said people see your life and think you're not high functioning. The opposite of that would be low functioning.
No. Okay, so here you go. You're trying to take my intentions away from this. Can I correct it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Or can I give you more?
Yes, more information. Heck yeah.
So, I'm not married, right? I have beautiful children.
How many?
8.
I didn't do my research. I thought it was 4, but 8. Okay.
No, baby.
Cool.
It's
by how
8.
many women?
3. And this is the kicker. I want more. Now.
By multiple women? What's the intent?
I just want God
about
to
your
bring
wife?
him. I just want God to bring him.
Oh, okay. And you just
because my point is this. My desire to get married is lower than my fear of divorce. So, as you had said, Dr. Brian, you said it, I didn't say it, I will agree. I'm just taking my time.
You're not taking your time.
I am, though.
You're being very action-based. You're not taking your time. You're being very action-based.
I'm taking my time.
You're being very action-based. You have 8 kids with 3 different women.
Yes.
You are creating, procreating, and multiplying. That is not taking your time. You're being very selectively active, okay? So you're creating, in disclaimer, the kids are innocent, they are beautiful and amazing. Anything I say has nothing to do with them babies, because I can't wait to be a mom, and I love the kids, period. But you are proactively choosing where you want to be active at and where you want to take your time. You want to take your time in having a wife because of your own fears. But you will, and I say this with all respect and love, what I'm about to say next, okay, Cam? But you will selfishly create broken families, even if you're in their life and you're a proactive father, and I believe you're an amazing daddy. I can only imagine with just your presence and knowing you thus far. But these families are still broken. Every child cannot have Papa in the house with them. So some child, if not all, will end up with some kind of deficit without Daddy being there. Now, you chose to do that. I'm not saying you sat there and woke up one morning and said, I want to be selfish.
I'm gonna pause it. So, I think the context is in the next video too. Like, what's the part of this that everybody's talking about? So, as a married man myself, I like for it's like on one side of things, like I'm like, ooh, 3 baby mamas, 8 kids, that's wild. But then I say, okay, but he has the resource to do it. It's not like I hope he has the resource to do it. It's not like he's sitting out here like impregnating chicks and then just like not taking care of the kids. But then it's like the structure of the household. Like, I think the question comes down to like, what is truly a man's role within the house? Like we talked about earlier about a lot of kids don't have their fathers in their lives, so like, you know, it's the whole authority thing. So, you know, is it right for a man to have multiple households that he can maintain, as long as he's like, and I think it's not necessarily, you know, I think the presence piece is like, it's weird because I think it should be early on, but then you kind of play around with that early on. It's more so when the children become of age to really like trying to move around. But like, does the resource thing plays a part of this? He said, I'm not listening. Oh, listening, I guess you're trying to say, to a with leggings on who is 6'5". He said, I mean, what she said makes sense. He has the monetary resource, but not the time. That's true. That's true. How you devote all that? You got 8 kids, 3 women. That's gotta be a headache too. Cause you can be there. You could be in 3 places at once. Athletes look at having kids as pure genetics. True. Let me see something real quick. Like I said, I think the next video gonna really.
So I'm gonna go make a baby. Not saying that at all. But those are selfish acts at the expense of your fear. So at what point do you feel the fear, do it anyways? And yeah, that is a low functioning behavior. To say that I am going to create these homes. Oh, let me go better. I'm gonna build these houses and put kids and these beautiful women and kids in them, but I ain't gonna create a home in them. I'm gonna wait till I dissipate my fear to find a wife where I'm still gonna be fear.
That's a cap reason to keep on having kids with multiple women though, because you're afraid of divorce. Like that's a terrible reason if that's your reasoning.
Because there's no such thing as not having some type of nerve or some type of feeling behind marrying somebody who you're spending your life with. And then I'm gonna build a home with her while all these other beautiful babies have houses. That's completely unfair and it's selfish.
Just tell me when I can solve.
Yeah, almost. That's completely unfair and that's selfish. And so, yes, you're taking your time in this department, but you're not taking your time in this department, which means you're compartmentalizing. And compartmentalizing never works.
She said that like she broke down some like ancient science. Like, just say you
It hurts everybody involved. Everybody who's in this box and that box and this box and that box and this box. And then here you go over here trying to figure out what box you're going to feed or entertain or do. Then you're looking outside to figure out who's your next victim to put in the box. It's unhealthy. And it's a huge dysfunction within our Black community that I truly believe personally, statistically, mental health-wise, and community-wise, that Black men would stop.
Black men will what?
Stop doing that, that they would stop that dysfunctional behavior of compartmentalizing and creating houses, not homes, and then finally a home with the wife.
You said she don't look in shape to have kids at that age. Oh, you talking about her? Yeah, I think you know these women nowadays, man. They'll wait till damn near 40 to try to start pumping out kids. It's crazy. He said he can't show up quality time because kids need one-on-one time, and that creates fatherless culture. Yeah.
Then you have all these other houses that are homeless, but you over here at some point when you do get a wife, if you do, I'm saying if that's what you want, you will. You'll get whatever you.
Oh, she definitely looks over. She definitely looks like she's over 40.
You're trying
She's somebody's auntie, for sure.
to create a home. Totally dysfunctional and extremely. That's the epitome of selfish. Epitome of selfish.
I'm trying to give her a moment to actually respond. She keep on talking though.
I'm done. You can go for it.
Okay, say less. All right, so what identifies as a broken home?
What you have going on with whoever you're not in the house with is a broken home. It's called a blended family. It's called a blended family.
That means?
That the family is blended. So blended
So blended means broken?
Yeah.
Okay. So the guy that you were entertaining, you would go as low as 26.
That I would entertain?
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
And as high as what age?
Whatever man that doesn't have kids.
As high as?
Whoever doesn't have kids, whatever age he is with no kids.
I just.
No, that's the age. I'm saying I don't have an age range as far as how old. If he has no kids,
So your
he's a candidate.
non-negotiable is a person who does not have children.
My non-negotiable is a person with kids. But yes, I get how you're saying it. Yes.
So you cannot date a person. You cannot be with a person.
I can, but I'm choosing not to.
So.
I can be with anyone, but I'm choosing not to.
You're.
I gotta correct it. It's my narrative, Cam.
Yo, Emery, you wildin', bro. You said I think divorce in this case is valid fear because divorce would deplete the provider resources for the lifestyle he wants. True. I mean, look, if you're a man of means, like you definitely gotta look into the bag. But then it's like, but is that in the meantime, do you create a bunch of households? Now, if he was a true polygamist, and he keeping all the women and the kids on, if that's the case and he has a arrangement, I don't think there's a problem there.
Jumping in, jumping out. It's either.
No, it's not I can't. There's no such thing. I can date whoever I want. I am definitely well equipped to do so.
Okay.
So I'm not going to allow that word to be something that fits what I can't do. I'm well equipped to date anybody.
Yes.
My preference, because there's nothing wrong with a lot of men who have kids, so I don't want to put that narrative out there.
Yes.
My personal preference is I would not choose to date a man with kids.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're dating a man with kids. Just a scenario.
Oh, okay, got it. Yes.
You're dating a man with kids.
Yes.
So you've identified that that's a broken home from the jump with your verbiage of blended family means broken.
I've identified that I'm dating a broken man who is creating who he is, because we could teach what we know, we create who we are. And so broken people create brokenness, whether it's through a child.
I'm about to jump to the next video, man. Come on, shorty.
Whether it's through a relationship, whether it's through themselves. It doesn't have to be a beautiful baby, but you're creating brokenness. And broken people can come from married households. I'm not saying that a two-parent household can't create the result of a child who then has brokenness and creates broken blended families everywhere. I'm not negating that.
That's not my point.
No, I know, I'm making that point. But yes.
But my point.
My answer is
You said playback at 1.5. Like Jesus Christ. So like one thing I'll tell you, man, with
Oh,
women, boy, god damn, like they're talking to certain.
man, I already tuned that shit out, hell.
I'm trying to. You know what? I'm about to.
Not only identify that those homes are houses without a home because he's not in them,
Yeah.
but also that he's a broken man.
All right. So you know what? Hold up. I think so. The context, right? So this video is going around, but then there's another video, right? God damn, boy, she keep on trying to put these damn like words together in salad. Like and I really want, and Cam messed it up because then he started asking her questions. I'm like, dude, I just need you to answer her
Now
question.
you see why I said I like the other joint better. But as far as like she know the damn answer to that, man, you not talking to a person like the hitters or something like that. You talking to Cam, yo. Like man, the one person that know that shit best as goddamn Michael Jordan.
Hold on a second. Make sure I get the right clip. So apparently I wasn't aware that he was dating. Let's see. I'm gonna switch back real quick. I'll be like, the hitters like, yo, like, what the hell did we step into?
And he crazy for even having her ass on the show. He setting himself up for his own household. I bet you after this shit came out, his joint was talking all kind of crazy shit to him at the dinner table.
Right. We about to get into that. We about to get right into that. Hold on. So I didn't know that he was dating
more submissive than that, where it's like you're taking yourself out of it. But like as far as like the closest love I think of having a child is like the love I feel for my partner. And it's scary for me to think that it'll change once I have the child.
So in your romantic,
I think that it seems like that because of how I hustle, but even when I hustle, it's not even.
You know what? I'm gonna play. I think I got the clip. Let me just play the clip. We gonna do all this like we talking a bunch of word salad.
All right, so let's bring it back to the basics. What is the art of being submissive?
First step is get with somebody who wants what you have to offer. I think love and submission is a tailored fit. It's not a one size fits all. So I can only tell you what it means to me. Now for me, it's complete selflessness. I am satisfied in serving. I'm a servant. And I watched my mother serve all my life, and it was rain, sleet, or slow. I think we talked about this on the phone. My mother's love for my father wasn't conditional. It's not my responsibility, but
it's your joy.
It is my joy. I love to see him eating the meal that I cooked. I love seeing him sleep easy. Like,
by the way, she's actually
describing
like a relationship with Cam. Why he's sitting on this show talking about, I got these 3 households, man. I'm trying to have more kids. Hold on. I think I'm gonna play I'm trying to play
like clockwork. I scratch this man's back to sleep. And I know when he's asleep because I can tell when his breathing changes. And some people might think that's psychotic, but that's like, I just know that's when I'm like, oh, I can stop now. But I find joy in being your rest. And it shouldn't be conditional.
A part of that lack of conditions too means that you do your duty joyfully regardless of what's being done for you.
That's it. I do my duty joyfully regardless of what is happening to and for me. Now some days I might be more cheerful than others because I have my own stuff going on.
Embry said gold digger. Hey, they all gold diggers, man.
Hey, but what's wrong with that though?
How big is it, huh?
Oh, is she talking about goddamn it being a rest? Like that, some females be missing that part. Some females be a damn headache. Just like the other chick that didn't know when to. They're like the other chick that didn't know when to be like, "Yo, you are the guest. I asked you a question, and you taking 45 minutes of my show and telling me what the fuck I'm supposed to do." Like I think we missing that part.
Right. She stepped on his platform and started interviewing him. Hold on for a second.
Bruh,
I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put this link in right here. Here we go.
that
Cause
shit just blew the shit out of me,
it's
bro.
going to sum up both sides. All right, let's get shorty. I don't know what's up with this like yoga. Like,
What does a submissive woman do for her man?
I'm gonna say this real quick. Hold on.
What does that mean?
Let me how to pause this. What man? Shout out to the ladies, man. Y'all got life good. You know when you could just come and just sit Indian style in the chair and just start running your mouth, yip yapping, like start spitting that word salad, and then everybody just loves it because men love looking at you. Women just love to hear you talk. Like, boy, life is good on the other side for certain things.
Like packing his bag, unpacking his bag, just making sure all the things that he wants. And like, I pretty much read his mind. So it's like, if I know you and I study you, like I know how you are in the morning, I know how you are about midday, I know when you're in this mood, what you need. Like, before you can ever ask me for something, I'm already on it. I mean,
ladies, take notes. If there's any ladies, like,
he's spoiled.
It's the energy.
And when I talk to my girlfriends about it, they're always like, "Oh, how you guys doing?" And I'm just like, "Girl, he's rotten." I'm like, he's spoiled rotten. Like, he's rotten. But I love that. Like, I want him to be that. I think my biggest flex is how I treat my man. And I've been known to love people back to health. And sometimes it's very draining, but my love is my superpower. And I used to hate that about myself. But now it's like, I'm just embracing it. Like, that's who I am. Like, if I love you, I can heal you.
It's your joy.
It is my joy. I love to see him eating the meal that I cooked. I love seeing him sleep easy. Every night, like clockwork, I scratch this man's back to sleep. And I know when he's asleep because I can tell when his breathing changes. And some people might think that's psychotic, but that's like, I just know that's when I'm like, oh, I can stop now. But I find joy in being your rest, So know what that means. And that works for us because he wants what I have to offer.
What are you getting from all that you're giving?
Okay. Now, I'm gonna play
Unlimited credit card. I mean, like the biggest thing is the rest. And now, as far as like when you saying women need to take notes, they do. I'm not saying go to the extent of her, but sometimes, man, I don't want to hear all that shit. And it ain't saying that you ain't got shit going on, but the between a man and a woman is also like you supposed to be his rest. You supposed to be the one where he could let his head down from all the bullshit that he deal with when he leave that front door to go get that money to come back in. And then we done got away from a lot of that shit. As soon as you come in the door, hey, look, this is what happened to me. The girl stabbed me in the back, and this, that, and third, and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Be like, damn, can a nigga get a coke or something, man? This bitch.
It's interesting though. One of the things it's interesting that you say that, right? And I'm gonna play the Cam joint too. I don't know if it's the same part of the Cam video, but one of the things I'm learning as a married man, and I see my wife, like we've grown since we've been married, and we at a space now where, like today, for example, I had a 6-hour meet. I literally had a 6-hour meeting, so we going strong like throughout the day. And for me, like I'm a type of person that I work. I'm a worker, so like I just not eat and do whatever. And eventually, like we had like a little like break in the meeting. I think it was like 10-minute break. I came out, sandwich already ready. She's like, and I got a cold right now, so when I came out, I'm looking for the medicine. Right, I'm looking to go take some medicine. She's like, you got to eat, right? Go ahead and eat that sandwich right there. You know what I'm saying? And, get you some fruit or something like that. And then, go eat. Like, at this point, like, she even, making, sometimes I'm just, things that I'm not, like, doing for myself, she is, like, just jumping and doing. And I think a lot of women, in order to get, the piece I'm trying to get to is, in order for a lot of men to understand, like, I think to get that, it's going to sound some type of way. You kind of almost got to put women in their... You gotta put them in an environment for them to prosper in. It shouldn't be that. Like they should be trying to be your rest regardless. But I think like we talk about these women that go find athletes or find whomever. It's easy for those athletes to kind of put her into an environment where things are easy for her. So then now she stops worrying about herself and she's more so worried about you. And I think a lot of us as men, we wasn't raised with that thought process. But women don't do well with like even going through, like if your girl got to go out, I'm not saying that women don't have to work, but I'm just saying if they going through stressful situations, the psyche of a woman, you just heard what that girl, you saw how that girl was talking. She was talking in circles and all kind of stuff. Like their psyche is going to be me first. Like I gotta just lay this on somebody, and you going to be the person that she gonna lay it on because you's a person that just gonna probably be in a room for her to communicate to. So I would tell most men, like I think it sounds some type of way, but it's the truth. It's like with women, you gotta put them in environments where they comfortable for like almost. And I'm not saying it should be like this, for them to kind of flourish and then start to actually do the things that kind of put you at ease. It's like you gotta create an environment around them, put the structure around them, and actually put them in environments that they can actually thrive in. If they think it's survival, you ain't gonna hear nothing but survival. Like they not us. Like we men, like we will go through hardships and keep it to ourselves and just kind of rock out and try to make it happen. Women not like that. They're not even built like that. And I think they try to portray that they built like that. It's just not. That's just been my experience. Like it, but I get it though. But I think beyond that, even for women that have good situations, some of them just they hell. Like, like most of the women I've encountered in my lifetime, like it's like, God damn, like shut up, like be quiet. Like it's like it's something about silence that's so beautiful. Like just
But
sometimes it's
then
just
not just talk about sisters was it, but it was just like yo, and even when the little glimpse of stuff like even on live, it's shit that you don't even ask for and we see it. Like you might have ate all day and she got down how a plate for you, be like, huh, we can hear the plate slide up under the desk. Like you ain't ate all day here. You on live and shit, here you go.
right,
Or when they were trying to juke you at the sneaker store, she was already on there.
right. No, it's a beautiful thing. Like I said, I seen the transition, like as our relationship has gotten closer, right, from like dating, right, to today, and it's like night and day. Because a lot of times with women, like they react to just what's the word I'm looking for? They react to this bad situation or just survival tactics. They just survive. They survive differently, man. They want to lay it on you. Like for men, we'll have problems, but we'll go out in the middle of the woods and just live alone and just deal with our problems. Like women are just not like that. They're just not. Like they're not gonna. Somebody gonna hear it. And like Emery just said, when is female a man? When is female a man rest? 100% of the time, females are naturally, they just naturally selfish beings because they feel like, I think for the most part, they feel vulnerable, right? So like it's natural to almost be selfish in that state of mind. So it's almost like your job as a man is kind of, it sounds some type of way, but like put them in the best situation so them to not have to worry about things. And then they can become your rest at that point. Like it's the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest thing
Yeah.
to understand, but they gotta naturally be a woman seeking that to begin with. Cause some women just turbulence, bro. Like it's all turmoil. Like their life is a head spin, and a lot of it is that these women don't know what a man want. They haven't come up with men. They haven't been raised with a man in the house. So they don't even know how to interact with us and what we actually care about. Like they don't know that we don't like I love you, but I don't necessarily need to hear you.
But also now some of them been raised with some been raised with a man in the house and they and they dad didn't submitted to that bullshit. So they just reenacting what they done seen.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's true. It's true. I heard an interesting quote. It was like it was talking about the difference between men and women. And it was like the far as like what's your bar, right? And it's almost like women's bar is what they experience coming up in life, right? Like their far as what they, because it's no burden of performance on a female like it is a man, right? So like basically the lifestyle that they came up in, not to say that they won't seek it out, a bigger lifestyle from another man, right? But basically what they do, right, is pretty much that's like the line, right? They don't necessarily have to succeed. They don't have to go past that. And I think the way they operate, they don't have to go past the line that they was raised with. Whereas a man, like your mind, like for men that like to build anyway, like your mindset is like you almost look at the line that you was raised with as like that's like the starting point, and everything else is like you trying to build because that's what you want to build legacy on. So I think a lot of females' mentality in general is what they was raised with, because there's no burden for them to do anything more, right? Like if I'm a attractive female and I was raised my mom acting crazy, but she still got attention. I could just act crazy and get attention as well. Like, why do I have to? You gotta almost ask yourself, like, why would a female think like I gotta be better? I just do the same thing. Like I'm gonna still get attention, and I'm still doing like men. We just know, like most men know something. Black coming back in. I was about to play that second part, with Cam. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Let me get Emery in here. Oh God. She president of NAACP? What? Who's the president of NAACP? Hold on. You said a female has to make her own peace? All right, hold on. Let me get Emery in here.
Hey yo, he right. I remember that joint with Jada and Will was like, I done did everything to try to make her happy to the point where he was like, you know what? He was like, I'm done. And he was like, yo, you find a way to make you happy. You come holler at me.
Oh,
and that's facts. A female has to make her own peace. If she makes her own peace, then with the mate that she finds, then she will give him peace. And knowing what you were saying, okay, it's very rare that two people in the house, especially a female, doesn't have to work. Only 6% of black males only make over $100,000 a year, and it damn near takes over $100,000. It takes over $100,000 a year to run a successful home.
That's true. I feel you. I think the key here though, I think for all men, like I think some of the psyche of women, like we don't understand because we make them, we look at them like we look at ourselves. The same way women look at us, we do the same thing to them. Like we look at them and think that they react to what makes sense to us, right? And then I think just naturally, women look at us right the same way. They think the way they think is like, oh yeah, he should just understand certain things. So that's why they think we can read their minds. Vice versa, like you think like, yo, like I just went through all this. I'm fighting for the house. Like I'm going outside. I'm busting my behind, and then I gotta come home to you, nagging. You should understand, right? We both do the same thing to us, and I guess what I'm getting at is that we as men we react to adversity. That's the word I was looking at earlier. We react to adversity different than women. Like it's just a natural thing, and I think for us, like we, depending on the male, right? You almost thrive. I personally thrive in like adversity, right? When you put me in a bad situation, I can't wait to like figure out how to hustle out of it. Like that's what I'm looking for adversity sometimes. Whereas most naturally, like a woman is not necessarily looking for adversity. Like she don't want that. Like and if you put her in there, she's going to do things right that's going to bring turmoil. You know what? I'll give you a better analogy I used to say all the time. Like the rites of passage, right? The rites of passage for like kids, men in certain villages was to put the male in the middle of the forest and say, okay, come find your way back to the village. All right, we work your way back on your own. And as a rites of passage, the guy makes it back. And it's almost like, yo, like it was tough, but I appreciate you for that. Drop a woman in the middle of the forest and tell her to find her way back. If she do make her way back, you gonna hear about it. Like it's not about like it's not the same thing. So I think as a man, like you almost got to realize that in order for you have to create structure around your women. Like that, it's just it is what it is. Like to your best of your ability. I'm not telling you that they can't work or whatever or whatnot. Like I think you just need to make sure that they understand they got sound uh structure around them for them to thrive. Like they don't have to worry about certain, like a lot of your male problems. She don't need to know about. Like she really don't, because like she can't help you with it. And if anything, you only need to do is cause her to panic. Like you need to figure out as a man, like what I need to do to make sure that we get into the whatever it is that you're going through. We're gonna take care of it. If anything, call up your homeboys and or males in your family and stuff like that to get support. But if you lean on her, you probably gonna cause her to like go into a tailspin. And guess what? Who gonna deal with the tailspin? You. That's what I'm kind of getting at. Like I've just over
Nah, it's
time, like just kind of thinking about the nature of women. Like you
not.
gotta stand in
The
the
side
gap.
dude,
But go ahead.
the side dude is gonna hear all the stuff from her
Oh my
relationship.
god.
Not Norm. I'm not joking, but I'm serious, bro. Check this out.
Go ahead.
Men think logical, women are emotional, right?
It's facts.
All right. And what it boils down to is communication. And women now, I'm not talking about grandma, I'm talking about women now.
Mm.
Women do not like to listen. They
Right.
they have been raised by predominantly females,
Right.
their aunts, grandmas, with no men inside the house. You said this before. And that's a problem now. That's a problem now with relationships. I'm not talking about black and white. I'm talking about relationships now. Western women, they don't want that quintessential picket fence in the swing. They wanted to be a hot girl summer all the time. And that's the problem now with relationships. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying for every female, but a majority, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Look, and now 70%, bro. 70% of the kids, single parent households. So like 70. You might just say 70% of women. So I would say like if I had a son, like I would tell him, if you're gonna find a woman, try to find one. Don't even try. You need to almost make it like mandatory that she has been raised with a father, like, cause again, like the one thing that's also different about women, they don't necessarily have to understand us, right, to get us, but at the same time, a man has to understand a female, right, to actually communicate and be able to deal with her, right. We got to understand them. They don't necessarily have to understand us because we the pursuers, right, of the female, right. She's a physical asset, right, that you're looking at and like, I want that. She's looking at you. She may like want you from a physicality standpoint, but what's going to really win it over is that you got something behind it. I remember when I was in middle school. Matter of fact, no, it was beginning of high school. It was this girl. I'm not gonna say her name. It was this girl that I had a crush on, whatever. And I was like, hold up, why did I switch the camera? Oh, G Fish must have went off. I had a crush on, and I was like, yo, I want to get your number, whatever. And I think I got asked it like once. She didn't really give it. Asked it again. She gave it to me the other day. Like after that, right? She came back to me. And she was like, well, I'm sorry, but I can't really talk to you like that because I talked to the other guy, and he got a car. I ain't had a car yet. And I took it over the head. I was like, word, I ain't got a car. You got a car? All right, cool. You got to eat. And I'm not going to say his name. He had a car. He had a nice car, suicide doors and stuff like that in high school. I'm like, what? And I'm thinking to myself, like, all right, cool. I got to go get my money up. Like, that's how I took it, right? But I understood even then, like, like, these are part of, like, realities that men, I think just understanding a woman, like, you just got to put yourself in the best position possible in order for them to or just create stable environments that they can actually live in. Like it's always, if you don't create that,
Norm,
you gonna have problems. Go ahead.
got a question. How
Go
long
ahead.
have you been married? How long have you been married?
Now it's been, what is it, 2024? So now what, 3? Going on 3?
Okay. So you've been out of the dating game. I'm probably seeing what 6 years, right? So we're around there.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Something, yeah.
now I just turned 51 on the 18th, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm single. Women my age and also younger in their 30s, anywhere from I probably say 18 to maybe 55.
Mm.
A majority of them don't want a good man. They do not, especially a man who has his own, who has a career and educated. They do not want that.
Mm.
I am out here. I am out here, and I can guarantee I can bring up 5 people that can say the same exact thing. Women now have switched roles. They want to be the male, and now men, especially black men, we like, yo, we want to settle down. We don't. We had enough of the clubs. We had enough of all that. Females are like, no, 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 no. Let us get ours off first. And I can, and I am experiencing this right now. I'm just chilling. But women, I say from 18 to 55, they do not want to be inside a relationship, and they will naturally pick the wrong person. If you are a man who has their stuff together, they do not want you because they can't control you.
Is it control, or is it well, I think it's all right. So I kind of agree. I agree with you. I've been out the game, but I agree with you. I think it's that, a lot of women are afraid of a man that can actually set boundaries and set a standard, right? So women will self sabotage themselves out of situations like that, right? So like when a woman meets you and they say, "Oh snap, I can't operate like I want to," like I think that's part of what you like, part of what you're saying, right? So I do think that, and then and I think also too, because a lot of women they don't have that fatherly figure coming up, like they are like what's the oh man, I like to quote people, but it was basically person kind of summed it up like this, like, man, matter of fact, you know what, I'm gonna quote my wife. My wife even said it. She's like, women, we like organized chaos, right? And in the sense of, I think a lot of women are like, it's like the girl that's attracted to the dope dealer, like in high school. Like you want that thrill, you want that kind of emotional roller coaster. I think as they get older, right, they still want the thrill. They want to know that you got an edge to you, but they want the stability as well, right? So I think a lot of times women now lean in towards like, I want something. They actually looking for something to go through, right? Because it's exciting. It rouses, the highs and the lows of emotion. Like it just gets them, But if you come in there and you like, yeah, I got a regular job. I got my crib. Like I do this from 9 to 5, and then on the weekends, I don't know. I go out to the park. Like ain't nothing. That roller coaster is just not there. It's just a straight ride. So I think it's some of that for just the average guy out there. And these women don't know how to stay. They don't know. They know how to get. You've been out there. You can get dates as a woman, but they don't know how to keep a man. They don't know what we want because it's not a trick. Like they don't have to know to get us in the first place. So it's just sort of like, they don't know that, hey, I know, like, if I would tell all women, like, a simple trick that you could do when you first meet a dude is when, maybe if you end up at his crib or whatever, clean up the house the next day. Just clean it up. Like, I guarantee you, or just find something that he's not doing, like, and just fill the gap. If you want that dude, like, if you really want to impress him, just all you gotta do is just be an asset to a dude. Women don't even know how to do that. They don't know. Like, it's just like they sit there, they just don't do anything. And it's like, no, like if you really wanted that dude, you could have just made some breakfast the next morning. A lot of times dudes, like, we, how we do, we'll deal with shit. And then we have that energy like, no, like, I might go to the next one or whatever. But once the girl is actually starting to try to like involve herself and she half decent, You like, but damn, like, all right, she did X, Y, and Z. You know what? We can hang out the next day. All right, cool. Like, let's do something else. I see
But
you actually
Norm,
want. Go ahead.
there's a narrative. I'm so sorry to cut you off, but there's a narrative now. They saying that why should I have to do all that? That's I'm doing wife duties. That's not even wife duties. That's just if you like a person and you want to see how far things go, do little small stuff. But I'm telling you, Norm, women do not want to put forth an effort. They just go, okay, I I got a fat ass. I'm pretty. He should scoop me up, and it don't work that way.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. I agree. No, it's ill times, man. Like I said, I think the one thing my wife asked me the other day, she was like, you know, what was it? What was it about me, right? That you chose me, right thing. And I told her the first thing I said, first and foremost, like even though we have our spats, whatever in the past, I said ultimately, like there's peace with you. Like she don't really be doing no. My wife don't be, like women that be twisting their neck and stuff like that. Like she don't do that at all. She don't do that at all. She barely raises her voice. Like, and she has a demeanor about it that's, it's copacetic for the most part. You know what I mean? Like we don't. It ain't nothing real loud going on around here. Nothing but her laughing loud. That's it. And there was always a level of peace. And when I met her father, I remember telling him, I was like, I don't know what you did, but she gets it a little bit, and she was raised with her father. So, and I told her, like, I was like, I've been out here, and it's just like I get it, bro. Like, I think things have definitely changed since I've been on the market for sure. Like even today, but I get the trajectory of where things was going, because even as we were dating, right, even before I got married, I'll be outside talking to my homeboys, and I'll be like, God damn, like you gonna do what? But you right though. There's a lot of energy of like, I ain't gotta do this, and why should I have to do that? And if I do this, like, what you gonna do from? It's like, no, like not everything is you do things to show people that you actually an asset to them. Like, I don't know why, and they don't get it, because you got to think about it. Their whole life is then they haven't had to be an asset to nobody. Everybody's trying to be an asset for them. You as a man had also, you've been like a man that wants to be successful. You typically trying to be an asset for everybody else that's around you. Like most of them ain't trying to. It's very selfish thinking, man. Like, and I pray for y'all that's out there on the streets, man, because
Hey, Norm, one more thing, then I'm gonna get off because it's almost 1 o'clock, and I know you probably gotta go.
Yeah, no,
and one of the questions that I always ask a female, I said, "Where do you see yourself in the next 3 years?" I had some females that actually had no idea where they wanted to be at in the next 3 years, bro. I was like, yo, I was utterly disgusted. I'm just like, even though we're not promised tomorrow, but you have to have some type of goals that you aspire to, no matter what age. But like I said, that was one of the questions. That's one of the questions that I always ask a potential female who I want to date or even talk to, be friends with. Hey, where do you see yourself in the next 3 years? And they really couldn't give me an answer. I was like,
what would be like an acceptable, like would it be an expected answer to that for you? Like just an example.
Maybe owning their own business, education, exploration as far as travel and stuff like that.
Do you ever? I mean, I don't know the age ranges if it's these women with kids or not, but like because to me, right, I say this, like if I ask a woman that question, first and foremost, it goes back to what we were saying earlier. For a lot of women don't have to see past their nose, right? As far as when it comes to what they want for their futures, right? I'm not saying that like most women, even though they're project. Oh man, you all right? Oh, you got you got a lot of stuff going on over there.
I was moving the computer.
No, okay. So to me, right, I have this thing where I don't think most women, a lot of women say, "Oh, I got a career and I got all this and I own these businesses." Anytime a woman says they got a business and they got like 3 of them, those are hobbies and those are not real businesses. Like, so I think most just like I talked about earlier, most people got jobs and they work for somebody. So when I hear a woman say like, what I don't know, I never really get into like what they want for their future, because to me, it's not that they don't have a future. It's like a lot of times they looking at you for the future, and then at the same time, like I would guess I would more lean into what do you want from a family standpoint. Now, obviously, as you get older, you probably not asking that as much. So like for somebody, your age group, I'm not sure exactly the women ages that you look like talking to, but if they're not looking for kids no more, like what do you want for the rest of your life? Like, but I don't know. I guess I want, one thing I will say is that I just don't think most women like career goals are real. Like they say it, but like if they could have it that they could drop that and just have you take care of them. Like, they're not saying like fully, but maybe they don't have to go as hard in their career. I think a lot of women would just take that option. That's just my humble opinion. Like, it is what it is. Like, they say it, but it's the same women that be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna have this career, and then ready to quit their jobs when they get a baby, like, and they not going back, like, or they not going back in the same capacity. So it's just like, I don't know, man. I think we in the society, one of the things I think we made a mistake is we pushed women into being men. Like, we did it indirectly. Like, I think when you put them in, not saying jobs, 'cause I think women always had jobs, but like we have like said, it's all the same, it's all equal. We present it as equal, and they try to do the same. They try to go through the same stuff that we go through, and it just has an adverse effect. I give you an example. And Embry, I'm actually good today, man. I don't know why. Like, I got this whole rush. Like, we can stay on whenever. I'm actually gonna play the rest of this video and then play the other video. But it's like, all right, when a man gets a lot of money, let's say a man gets a real good job, the first thing a man would kind of go to is like, how can I take care of the people around me when he gets a lot of money? When you give a woman a lot of money, a lot of times she's thinking about herself and like, now I'm better than you because I make a lot of money. Like, it's two different mindsets. Like most men don't say, "Oh, I'm making a bunch of money," and then look at a woman and say, "Oh, I'm better than you because I make a lot of money." But a woman will definitely look at you and say, "Look, I'm here, and you here. Like, I'm looking at you like I'm better than you," type thing. And it's almost like you the selfish nature of it. Like, you put them into I don't know. It's like you put them into like a world that they don't necessarily. It's not the end goal. Like, it's not like they building all that to build legacy. They building all that to just get to. It's like a means to an end. It's not like, I think men, like, I want to leave something, right? As far as legacy, I'm quite sure my wife wanted to leave something to a certain degree, like as far as our name. But like, that's kind of my thing. Like, to be just out here constantly building, figuring out what's the next endeavor and stuff like that. I would never really ask her that at this point. Like, I would just say what she wants to do and what she enjoys, so she can enjoy herself and be fruitful and be an asset whatever way she wants to be. But I'm not necessarily looking for you to give me an answer like you constantly building or anything grandiose. Like, I'm really not looking at. If anything, I want her to just be able to kind of really ingratiate herself into just being the mother of my children. Like, that's the top of the mind. Like, I want that first, and then everything else is like secondary to that. But, and that's just my thought process. Like, at this point, like, I think when we push women into other things, like because in a lot of times women they're just gonna tell you what sounds good. But if they had it their way, a lot of them won't be doing half of the stuff that you got them doing. That's just a fact. Like it is. Like, they won't say it because it don't sound right. But a lot of them will drop what they're doing if they could just get on your plan. If that was an option.
Ain't knowing, but what's crazy? How can you expect somebody to give you something when you couldn't even give it to yourself?
Right. That's the conundrum, right? That's the conundrum, right? A lot of these women can't get past step one. Like they think they control. Like the funny thing is like this thing going across the internet. It's like women control sex, and then men controls access to the relationships, which is true, right? Like because like a man will be a man of we'll deal with a woman forever, right? And maybe not even solidify anything, and keep it moving and not think twice about it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Versus like, they got to give us the entry point to even have a physical relationship with them like that. And, as a woman, like if you're not figuring out how to keep the man long term, you lost. But somehow they think hot girl summer, like they winning. I'm like, girl, like when you getting passed around the block, do you not know you losing? Like you need to go sit down. Like you gotta sit down, man. Like, cause to the next dude now that gets to meet you, and then his homeboy done dealt with you. Guess what? He ain't gonna take you serious. He ain't gonna tell you, but he ain't gonna take you serious. He gonna try to deal with you as well, and then he gonna keep it moving. Sit your hot behind down, and figure out how you can actually be an asset to the dude that you actually want. These women, but they selfish though. I feel you, bro. I think we have no disagreement, man.
Man, you know what? I would love to have a single woman here so we can really kind of find out, get a gauge on because it's two men talking, and I think we just see it through our eyes. But I would love to have a female to actually to say, hey, y'all know what? That can keep it 100. That can say, yeah, y'all right, or y'all wrong about this.
No, it'd be dope to have a female. Yeah, I think those type of conversations, those are the ones that really get rocking. Like the women male, conversations, those ones get the rocking. He said that's hire the girl. Yeah, a new wave, man. We gotta find a single lady from the internet, man, and just get her to come up. But yeah, no, it's definitely ill times, man. The Western society has not. We just embraced a bunch of things that don't naturally fit, man. I think we push women into male roles. We want them to operate like us, not knowing that they just don't, and they actually have a resentment against you for having them do certain things. And I think just the mentality, man, like it's so like, bro, like for 9 out of 10 men, even if you find a good girl, you gonna spend years of deprogramming the BS. That's just a fact of the matter, because think about marriage, right? Even like the concept of marriage, right? It's the father walks the daughter down the aisle, to the groom, right? To her future husband. Like the whole concept is that she always had covering, right? She had covering from the time she was born by her father to the time that her father handed her off to her husband. Right? We live in a world now, there ain't no covering. The woman is just outside and she being handed off to a man. Like, in the term groom, what do you think groom means? Like grooming. Like women, like people they take these terms and they vilify them, but it was the thought process that he is the groom, right? He's going to groom her to be the woman that for him. These women don't even want to be groomed at this point. They don't want to be molded by no man. Like they got their own mindset. That's why the talk. That's why the fighting back and forth happens. Like these women don't even want to listen to. Like you said, don't want to listen. But the main part of the whole natural dynamic between men and women is that men lead, right? In order to be a leader, you got to have people that are actually willing to follow. That's the whole groom and bride thing. That's where like these terms mean something. and like over history, we forgot what these joints mean. You said fresh and fit old hitter, call it old and fit. It's not even fresh and I don't know if this is fresh and has fresh and fit said the groom. I think the groom thing, that's something that I've actually looked into. It's just like I put it on my Instagram when we were talking about husband, the term husband and what that means, house bond, right? It's for you to actually be the glue as far as the house, to keep the house together, because otherwise you leave up to a woman, she'll tear it down. It goes back to Adam and Eve, like the whole story of Adam and Eve, like it's a depiction of relationships between men and women and how it falters. It falters as soon as we start listening to them. Like instead of actually standing on our pivot and actually moving forward on our purpose and making sure that she's following your lead and you're not following her. So many different stories in history of. Yeah, I don't know if that's is that a fresher fit? I don't think I got that from fresher fit. Yo, Malcolm, you be watching fresher fit. I'm trying to think last time I watched them guys, but shout out to them though. They got
what
the mud over there.
Yo, hold on, I got a question. What is Fresh and Fit? I don't even know what that is.
It's a podcast. Basically, I actually think you got, so there's two guys down in Miami. They got a podcast. Just check it out. Fresh and Fit. We can probably drop a link. But they typically
is that man? It's like he have like him himself, and then they have like 4 girls or something like that, and then
they
he
bring
just
a bunch
absolutely obliterates them with the way that they think.
Right.
I think I know.
Right. It's basically it's a real time psychology like dissertation of how women think. Like it's just on full display. Like just the way that the Nate, like he, at this point they done interviewed a bunch of girls, but you can just see how similar they are in their thinking, right? And it's weird to us as men because we got such a logical step by step way of thinking, versus them it's like a circle, right? It's like when you talk to women, like you can. I remember I even call my mom out. Like as a mom, like I remember like I would have these conversations with my mom. And I'll be trying to talk some sense into whatever it is, something that she's doing. And I always thought about, as soon as I say the wrong thing, we're going to have to start this whole conversation over. And I tried my best not to say the wrong thing. That gets her riled up. And she'll get riled up. And I'm like, damn, I just lost all the progress that we made. I just lost it. And I got to start over. That's how women mind think. Like, they can just... It's like a switch, like the emotional thing. You just all of a sudden they hear it over there, so you gotta figure out how you control that. But us, like we pretty much step 1, step 2, step 3. We might get stuck on step 3, but then we eventually try to get to step 4. Like that's how our brain. We just think forward. They think all over. Like But if you can, again, like I just think for all men, like you figure out how to, put structure around that. But yeah, they do that. I think they got a bunch of clips out there. I would say for if you interested, I would say actually sit down and watch like a full video because it's actually interesting to watch. But and the guys, they also do some other stuff too. They do like Monday. They do like a Money Mondays or something like that when they talk about investing and.
Yeah,
and get your
you know what, Norm?
Stuff like that. So
I have actually seen it, but I didn't know the actual name of it.
Oh yeah,
I didn't know the actual name of it. And another thing too, Norm, what's crazy now is that with society, with women think that the older they get, that they have more choices. They really don't. They really don't. Because listen, as far as let's just say, okay, you're what? Norm, you what, 30, 35, 36, 37, somewhere around there?
Yeah, you got to go up. Yeah.
Well, all right.
Go ahead.
So the older you got, the more financially stable you got, the more you became more of an asset.
For sure, yeah.
And for some reason, the older we get, the more we get as far as the wildness that we had in some of us, it calms down. Right. But the females now, they think that when that 34, I mean that 45, that you still out there trying to be a hot girl summer, and and we looking at y'all like auntie need, grandma and auntie need to sit her ass down. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
Yeah, I
and
saw it.
and
Was
they
it? Go ahead.
they really think that they have options. Yeah, you got options with the younger dudes who want to bust down a cougar. That's it.
Facts. Now I was seeing a video with was it Blueface mom? Her birthday was the other day. And I think she just turned 52, and she was just like, she was basically saying a whole bunch of explicits, but like, yeah, I'm still outside. Like, y'all ain't gonna judge me. And you about to turn up. My poom poom still get wet and all the like all this other foolishness. And I'm like, I think I think the funny part is that men we understand. If you're a young guy, just understand where you are today. If you are doing your due diligence to work it, to work the better and for betterment of yourself, where you are today, do not date based on where you are today. Date based on your trajectory, right? And also too, you may need to wait, right? Because I think for dudes, like, we don't really hit where we need to be at to lead until later on in life. That's just, it is what it is. But yeah, women, I think if you ask the average young female, she's like, I'm not gonna have a child until like 30. And stuff like that. I'm like, damn, do you not understand? Do you not even understand your reproductive organs that's in your body? About 35, right? It's not saying you can't have it after 35, but you at risk. Like, they get everything up front. Women get their looks up front. It's the commodity that makes them an asset to us, is how they look and the fact that they can reproduce. And they don't understand. A lot of women just don't understand. They don't even want to hear that, because it's like, it's almost offensive to them. But that's the truth. It's been that since the dawn of time. And men, we become assets from our resources. That's it. Like, our resources is their reproduction value in their beauty. That's the trade-offs. Like, in all relationships, that's always a trade. So I think if women, most women don't even accept that at this point. They think they're getting better with time. They're getting better with all this drama that's going on in their life. They want to pass off on the next dude because they can't deal with problems well. They just take it, internalize it, and put it out, lash out on the next dude. No covering whatsoever. They just outside dealing with a bunch of dudes, not understanding the more dudes they deal with, the less they can actually bond with one dude. They don't know their own bodies. And that you get it up front, ladies. Like, any woman that's out there, like, you get it up front. Stop trying to be old cougar out here. Like, you look crazy. And to the young boys that's going to bust you down, they're going to bust you down and leave. Like, they never going to stick around. And then for the older dudes, they're going to look at you. They're going to do what they need to do too. Probably going to leave too, and find a younger chick. Shout out to the great Elijah Muhammad. He said, half your age plus 7. As a man, go find a woman half your age plus 7 that's actually gonna be old enough, right, but young enough to actually follow your lead. Half your age plus 7.
And they don't even know. Me, I gotta listen. I'm 50. I don't think I got another 30 years, to be honest, man. I'll be 80, bro. What, 80? Yeah, I'll be 80, bro. Like, yo, this is madness out here, bro. Pure D madness.
Hey, man, Emery, we gotta do a dating show for Emery, man. We gotta get Emery off these streets.
Yo, bro. I am the wrong. Listen, I got my flaws. I already know I got my flaws, man. Listen, I do not put up with too much BS, bro. As soon as I feel the red flag, I'm out. Cause I was dating this one chick. I mean, she was cool, retired military, got her own spot, blah 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 blah. So we going on dates, and I'm asking her like, yo, like, where we going? I mean, where we going with this? And she was like, well, I'm just having fun. Block, delete. I was out, fam. I refuse to date anybody who don't know what they want to do.
Man, you ain't keep on the back burner. She just having fun.
Nah, fam.
As long
Bro,
as you ain't
I'm about
spending like you,
bro,
was
I'm a
Netflix an
bro,
option?
I'm about to see Jesus in a little while, bro. Yeah, I mean, I ain't got time, bro. Like, yeah, I got about a good maybe what 15 years, bro. 15, 20 years. This is a wrap. I'll be 80,
No, I
bro.
feel,
Like, yeah,
I feel you,
I ain't
man.
got time to waste, man.
Half your age plus 7, man. You gotta
Man,
go.
I
You
ain't trying
gotta go find your little half your age plus 7, man. You find your little 30.
Take me.
What is that? 32, 33. You
Man,
good, man.
yo, that's around my son age, man. Like,
Hey, man, that's perfect. I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Like, listen to me. Like, it's gonna sound again. I get older, I get the more old school I get. I truly feel like if as a man, like I'm not saying like now, even my situation, though, it's not half my age plus 7. She's definitely younger than me, but at the same time, like I think as a man, like it's weird because like when a woman is at like when she's your age, right? This weird thing happens of like, well, do I know more to you than that, right? And this is always this question of like, well, who knows what type thing. And again, like when you're in a leadership, when you're a man and you're a leader in your role, I'm not saying that you can't have a woman that's your age and that's going to just flourish. I'm not saying that, but it's like especially as you get older, you have experienced life in a way where a younger woman would be able to come in. You bring a young woman in, you could just give her the ropes and say, "Hold up, this is how it works. This is how this part of life works. This is how this part of life works." And she'll get on she's getting on board with your program, and you are in a position to groom her, just like it goes back to marriage, like leading up to marriage. Like you are in a position to groom her to be the woman that you need her to be for you, and for her to thrive. As long as you got this woman that's sitting here trying to combat you on, who's right and like I'm better than you. Like if you doing that game, you never gonna get peace. You just not gonna get peace. The best the best relationships I've seen up close. The woman's always been younger and has fully accepted that the man that she's with is going to lead her correctly. So you just gotta put yourself in those positions. Like it sounds. I think today we even demonize what I just said, but it's truly what works. Like it truly what works, and it's because these women, especially like now, it's even worse because these women are just outside. A lot of these women don't have covering, so you gotta think they react to adversity different than we do, guys. Like they don't just something bad happens to them and they say, oh well, it's just something bad happened to me, I need to move on. Like they don't do that. So the older they get, the more more situations, the more guys that did them dirty and all this other stuff and all this other extra. Like you gonna deal with all that. You will be spending time trying to deprogram all that. If you got the option, I say half your age plus, or like just find a younger woman that can get on board with what you got going on. Because if you sitting there trying to just, especially especially like you talking about 50, you know what I mean? Find a 50-year-old woman, you dated them, you know that they got their own mind. You can't tell them nothing. Like everything is you trying to go right, she want to go left. Like it's a headache. Unless she a woman that have humbled her, like, ain't humbled themselves enough to even be like, all right, cool, this is what I want. I want him to lead so he could be in his natural role and I could be in my natural role. Like, women ain't humble enough for that. They trying to be the boss. They want to be a boss just like you. It ain't never been nothing that worked with two bosses. So it's the president and vice president. I just need your input every now and then. I got this. You said one won't hurt. Might one night won't hurt. You said let's take M to Spelman graduate school. Shout out to Spelman, man. She probably froze her eggs. Yo, that's just listen, bro. That whole freezing your eggs thing is such a oh my god. I was having a debate about that back in the day. Guy was sitting there, he was simping out. He's like, "Oh, you could freeze your eggs." I was like, "That girl old, man. She ain't freezing her eggs." I was like, "Man, like she could barely smoke this hookah she got going on. You talking about freezing eggs?" And I was like, "Man, stop trying to talk this woman up. Her time is over." Yo, like we got to stop with the madness, man, and tell our ladies, like, tell all my girls, like, yo, listen, like you got your value up front. You're an attractive young lady. You need that. This is the moment that you get to kind of leverage your attractiveness to either get the, I even haven't had these like explicit discussions, but I've been like, I almost want to lay it out. Like, look, you got a couple different tracks you can take in life. Most women don't necessarily, even though they put on the guys like they want to go down this career route, but you ultimately want to find a dude that can take care of you. So that's have the honest conversation. We're gonna put you in a position where you will have your own education, and I'm not even, and not even education. So like, oh, you can get a job. Like, I almost would say in that situation, it'd be perfect for a woman to get a job that can assist the man that she's gonna meet in the future. So, for example, an accountant. For example, I don't know, bookkeeping. I don't know what it is. Anything that if you meet a man that actually is on his purpose and actually is some of those people that are some of those men that's going to be building something that you can come in and say, oh, okay, all right, hold up. I know how to take your 8 right now and make it a 10. And I would coach my daughter like to be able to get that through the process, because it's not a hard process actually. And I've seen on, outside of our culture, it's a whole different game when you're talking about arranged marriages. But I'm not talking about arranged marriages right now. I'm talking about, but if you got an attractive daughter, like you can find the appropriate man for her, and we can go down that route, and you can see how it works out. Like, we make sure that you have the covering to him, and then we make sure that he understands what, like, we don't have a lot of guidance in our process. So, but if she also want to say, hey, look, I want to do this career, I'm like, look, if you do the career, we want to be a doctor. I said, look, you're going to be in school for 6-8 years, right? Whatever you want to do, this is the route that you want to take. Is understand that I'm telling you, you naturally as a woman, you're going to hit, when you get about 30, you're going to hit baby fever time. And you're going to probably be willing to drop all that you built up to have that kid and be out of work for a while. Like, is this truly something you're passionate about? Or are you doing it for, if you're passionate about, all right, just understand the pros and cons of what you're about to get into. Blase. Like, I don't even think women are really, truly, honestly being presented options. I think the first option I put out there, a lot of people have demonized it and made it sound like, oh, well, he's, I don't know. But if you think about college, I went to a predominantly white college, and those white women that was at that college with me, it was obvious why they was there. They were going to find who was actually about to do something with themselves. They didn't care. They were doing whatever degrees. Man, like, we better get on board and start paying attention, man, to the real, like, for the young lady, and actually put them in a position where they don't have to be out here trying to hot girl some of it up with their home girls, and all of them going through trauma and trauma bonding, and we gotta hear some other dude gotta hear about it. they done out here on like OF because they can't make real money, so they trying to make fast money on the internet. Showing themselves and then regretting it later. Like you could prevent all that with your kids, man. With these women out here.
Yo, and that's crazy too. Like, all these women on OnlyFans, and the internet is forever. We having this conversation now. Somebody's gonna see this conversation 60, 70 years from now.
Facts.
And do you really want to be like your grandkids or great grandkids to have a conversation like, who who's your grandmother? Be like, yeah, she's Roxy Reynolds. Like,
let me look up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be an ill time. Like this internet generation, like I'm talking about like real social media internet generation. It's gonna be real weird. When I'm trying to think, when did not Facebook? I don't want to say Facebook was really the mark. I want to say almost Instagram. The real was the true mark of like true. I'm talking about like viral social media. I'm thinking about what was that loop? Anyway, Vine, yeah.
Started it first.
I think Vine was like the beginning of it's. Black Planet was at the very like. Shout out to Black Planet. Black Planet was dope. I'm thinking about like when social media turned into we couldn't get away from it, which would have to actually be. First of all, the cell phone had the iPhone really changed the game, and then once it, yeah, Vine and Instagram was like the beginning, which I don't know what year that's like something. But I will say this, that it's gonna be ill, man, for like the next 20 years or so. When the kid can pull up and be like, "What? Who's your grandma?" Oh, hold on, because you could just look up anybody. It's not like they got to be noticed. Like, hold on, what? Hold up, that's your
Raven Thick was your mother? You like,
what?
Yeah.
What? Oh, she got old Wikipedia up. Tell me the whole history. It got all her films on there. Just checked it out, man. Your grandma was wild, boy. Like, cause everything gonna be available. Like, no, it's going, man. Yeah, in it forever. Then these girls be thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna put something on OF, and it's behind a wall somewhere. Like, man, as soon as you put that stuff up, one of your subscribers is leaking everything. So it's out there. Like, don't think, and then I don't know how many people you want to pay to try to scrape that. But yeah, keep these girls out these streets, man. But yeah, no, I feel you, Emery. We're gonna have to get you we're gonna have to go we're gonna probably have to do like a whole special, man. Profile you out and get you on like Bumble or something like that. And get you
Norm, I'm different, man. Yo, I'm a different breed, man. I was raised. Yo, listen, I was raised by the OG, not IG. So
how about you? You putting standards on these chicks, man. These chicks gotta show up. They like, oh, you trying to get me to do what? All right. Yeah. About to say,
nah, because I mean, I actually had a female ask me, why do I continue to go back to school? Like, that was one of the craziest questions. I'm like, yo, number one, and I'm gonna break it down. My mother dropped out when she was in the 10th grade. My father, Emory Black Sr., had a third grade education. So, and they came from my dad is from Tallahassee and my mother's from a little town called Sarah Gorda. I don't know if you ever heard of it, but North Carolina. So from picking tobacco, cucumbers, beans, all that other stuff. So that's the reason that I push myself. And when you think about it, we have had we had to fight. Minorities had to fight to get an education. So why not use it? And like I said, for me, the military is paying me to go to school, and plus I have always been a nerd. Always been a nerd. Even though I talk crazy on the internet, but like I said, Norm, I'll send you something and you'll see. You'll be like, damn, I ain't even know that. So, um, but yeah, like I said, and for somebody to really ask me why am I going back to school at this, I guess, advanced age, I'm a lifetime learner. And that's what I explained to her. I'm a lifetime learner. I said, I'm always going to take a class and I'm always going to be looking at documentaries and all this other stuff. So, but to me, that was kind of like a slap in the face. Like, yo, why are you going back to school?
Did you think it was from her, like, because I guess like a lot of people would say, like, you know, oh, you in school, like what's like the end goal, like what are you trying to get out of it? Like, was it that type of energy, or was just like, school, like?
Yeah, it was that type energy.
Wow.
And like I said, I mean, for me now, I'm taking up early childhood education. Um, and I know that what I'm about to get myself into, because I want to get a job as a counselor, because I think I have seen every ups and downs as far as with uh, living in New Jersey, the projects, Patterson, the military, North Carolina. So living in Hawaii. So I think I have seen everything from A to Z. And why not? Because these kids now, they really need some guidance. Even though I know I'm not going to make a lot of money, and money is not the biggest thing with me, because now at this point in my life, I want to help.
Yeah, yeah. I got it. You just got. It goes to that deeper thing, man. Purpose, right? Like, men, we find our purpose. Like, you know, I think if you're on your A game, you find your purpose, man. It becomes a thing that you live for. A lot of women ain't used to that. They not used to hearing nothing like that. I remember, but that's too old. That's too old. That's too long ago. I'm thinking about high school. I mean, this girl, she was like, "No, man, like, why you care about getting good grades?" And I remember, I remember telling her, I was like, "Well, you gonna pay my bills when I get up out of here?" Um, and that was like 10th grade or something like that. But a lot of these women though, they don't have to, right? Like, they don't have to see past their nose. Like, you know, for a fact, like, as a man, like, if you don't do what you need to do, like, everything crumbles and you outside. They don't necessarily have that. So, like, you know, she may not be looking at it like, you know, well, you doing this for your purpose and you getting paid to do it, like, which is like a double plus. And then, you know, she more so thinking like, well, shoot, can you spend some time with me? Like, or like, like, why are you doing that? Like, you need to make more time for what we doing. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go on vacation. You got this class. Like, you know, they don't have to think about the things that you thinking about. You thinking about something that goes beyond. Like, most people are in school just trying to finesse and just get good. You know, I want to get a good job and get all this money. And I mean, you talking about just being able to make impact in a time that you still, and you know, you still have here. Like, you know what I'm saying, to folks that can benefit from all the experiences that you had. Like, that's deeper than I think the conversation you're gonna have with a lot of people, man. They're not used to it, man. They want to hear about a guy that don't. I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna put that on all women, but a lot of these women, they just want the dude that just riling them up for the second and just exciting them, which is part of the reason why even y'all gonna think I'm old school. I'm old school, but I just think I go back to the days of a woman can't even talk to a man unless, you know, seriously, unless the man meets his father or meets her father. Because they don't make good decisions when it comes to men. They don't know how to gauge men, right? But me as a man, I can look another, you know, kid, another dude in the face and be like, nah, I know what he about. We could do that off rip. They can't. They just can't. and then they complain about all the negative stuff they go through after the fact. I could have told you up front that he ain't want nothing but them draws. I could have told you that. I could have told you that off rip. You just checked in. But you know what? Let me I'm gonna try to wrap this up, y'all. I don't know who's still in here. Let's check and see. Oh, we got a little bit.
Hey Norm, I'm gonna take it down, and plus I got some work to do.
Yeah. Man, I appreciate you, man.
All right.
I don't know why. I definitely got a lot to do this week.
A lot of people see my situation and not think that I'm not high functioning.
What situation?
Okay, so I'm not married. I have beautiful children.
How many?
8.
By how many women?
3. And this is the kicker. I want more.
By multiple women? What's the intent?
I just want God
about
to
your
bring
wife?
them. I just want God to bring them.
Oh, okay.
My desire to get married is lower than my fear of divorce. So, as you had said, Dr. Brian, you said it, I didn't say it, I will agree. I'm just taking my time.
You're not taking your time.
I am, though.
You're being very action-based. You're not taking your time.
I'm taking my time.
You're being very action-based. You have 8 kids with 3 different women.
Yes.
You are creating, procreating, and multiplying. That is not taking your time. You're being very selectively active, okay? So you're creating, in disclaimer, the kids are innocent, they are beautiful and amazing. Anything I say has nothing to do with them babies. But you are proactively choosing where you want to be active at and where you want to take your time. You want to take your time in having a wife because of your own fears. But you will, and I say this with all respect and love, what I'm about to say next, okay, Cam? But you will selfishly create broken families, even if you're in their life and you're a proactive father, and I believe you're an amazing daddy. I can only imagine with just your presence and knowing you. But these families are still broken. Every child cannot have Papa in the house with them. So some child, if not all, will end up with some kind of deficit without daddy being there. Now, you chose to do that. I'm not saying you sat there and woke up one morning and said,
We played that. I ain't gonna play that again for y'all. That word salad. But what I will play real quick before we jump off is this is what I was trying to say this is basically how Cam is treating his girl. Hold on. Check this out right here.
I'm already like, you know what I mean? I don't really want, no child, The conditions is what it is, but it's a different country, so, it's cool. I'm rocking to whatever beat, you know what I'm saying? I'm rocking to whatever beat, you know what I mean? I didn't, I got the child on the way, I'm stepping up. However it go, that's how it go. The child being born in DR, whatever. Shawty gets into it with her parents while I'm out there in DR, me and my assistant, while we out there. They got their whole thing going on. That ain't my business to be telling y'all. It ain't,
Hold on.
I go get everything. I go get everything, everything. Anything a baby can possibly have, I go get it. I set it up at the penthouse. I know. Here.
Go ahead.
Here, come here.
Go ahead, you scared.
And I'm glad, no, I'm not scared. Look, and I'm glad she walked out, so as you can see, nobody was put out. And me calling the police, that's like for my safety, because this what I'm dealing with. Like, this a real deal, cuckoo for cocoa.
Okay.
Look. This is a real deal. Like, shawty really cuckoo, and she's still here. So nobody was put out.
The woman is crazy.
Nobody was put
time.
out. No, this ain't no. We ain't got to make this a sexist thing.
I forced him to be with me. Okay. Okay, Stephanie. Go ahead.
This ain't nothing new. This is just me. This is just me clearing the air because she not about to tell this.
Here from Orlando.
I can show you. I can show you begging me to stay here, shawty. This not.
Talking about you miss me, come back
what you gonna
home,
do?
all this stuff. The fuck, I already left your ass.
You can see who cuckoo here and who not.
Because I'm talking.
But this is my thing. This is my thing. They didn't make.
Okay.
They did not make Shawty leave, and somebody need to come make Shawty leave.
Oh no, I'm leaving.
Please.
I'm leaving, don't worry. But guess what, guys? I'm trying to go to the house to get my baby's
somebody
clothes.
need to make Shawty
and
leave.
He's telling me I can't go to the house to get my baby's clothes because I only have 4 outfits for her because I want to leave. So stop showing me, bro. You wanted to try to act like we're not. We haven't been together.
We haven't been together.
Okay. Okay, Jonathan. We haven't been.
That's this is what I'm saying. This is how Cam treating what's her name, Jazzy.
You don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on. Oh my God, this is so funny.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh my God, how you gonna go
This is what
live
you dealing with.
in the room right
You
there?
dealing with a
right
real
there
nigga. Just not.
talking
Hey,
about me.
listen.
Like as if I'm not gonna come out here and talk.
I'm gonna let y'all see what's going on. Like this is my reality.
You're such a cap ass. Okay, yeah, I know you tried to kick me out
This
yesterday.
this one of them real movies, man. Y'all look tune in and see what we dealing with. Like,
for sure.
shout it really cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Really
Real life, man.
Because
It
I'm
ain't.
talking for myself.
I'm not going.
Because you're calling
your
me a
thing.
fucking crazy
I'm
ass
not-
woman
I'm not
on the
tripping. Do
internet
your-
trying to make me look bad because your ass was trying to kick me out to go to a hotel with our 3-month baby. What?
Listen.
What? You
Listen.
just gonna? How many times
I got the
you
entire
threatened
night.
me to leave?
Shouty, can
Go
I
ahead.
do my live?
No.
Steph,
Go ahead, do your live.
That's why the folks got to come get her out of here, man.
No, I'm leaving. Trust me, I'm leaving.
God,
But I need my stuff
Shawty's
from
really
your house
crazy.
so I can leave here forever. and
Why
I'm
do
never
you
gonna
have
come
Why
back
do you
to
have
Charlotte.
stuff in my house? I've been trying to
What are
get
you
you to
talking
leave my
about? I
house
had
for
a
a
whole
week.
closet
Get
in
this
your
girl.
house.
No, I can't turn it off. I gotta clear this up.
In your
So
house.
listen.
I had a whole bathroom. Stop acting like I just can't. Oh my God, you're so funny, bro. This is so funny. How you gonna go on live with me in the other room thinking I ain't gonna come out and talk?
I'm not sure.
You know what's crazy about this, real quick? Like so she looks fairly average, right here, right? I don't even know why. Like I stopped right then and there when her posted up like that. But man, for you to be an attractive female and the dude is just like, yeah, no, I'm trying to get you up out of here. Like, you gotta be aggravated, man. He's like, nah.
When you coming out, why are you still here? You got to leave. This is real life. This not the shit with your parents. No, let's get you one now. Do you need help? Let's get you a jet. You have to leave. Shawty got to go. Can y'all? Like, what's up? I can't leave. I can't leave.
Look at this.
I can't leave. I've been sitting up all night. I can't get no sleep. This is get out. This is get out mixed with. I'm not trying to be. Listen.
You're not. You're not.
He's a great father.
Okay.
And you know that, Dave.
Okay.
He's a great father, right?
Okay.
He's a great father.
Okay.
No, he's a great father, right?
Sure.
She's a crazy bitch. You wasn't my girl.
I wasn't your girl.
Danielle.
I wasn't your girl.
You ain't never been my girl.
Brother is right there.
My brother.
Don't he call me his girl all the time? Don't he call me his girl all the time, Darius? Don't
Darius,
ask your people.
Darius.
They know me as your fucking
Darius,
girl.
what you know Shawty is, Darius?
Oh my God.
What you know Shawty is? Bro, hey, look, plan gone wrong.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Trapper, nigga, are you crazy?
Shawty,
You just
yeah.
came at me last night.
Ooh, Lord. By the way, Jesus. By the way, that is Uptown Charlotte. I just noticed the corporate center in the back. That is a couple blocks from here. You gotta. I don't know if he still has that crib or not, but
You just came at me last night, you idiot.
Shawty, you beg me. You be begging me.
Last night, you idiot.
It's some jail. Hey, somebody tell Maury to call baby, man. Let me run up. Bro, hey, look, plan gone wrong.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Trapper, nigga, are you crazy?
Shawty,
You just
yeah.
came at me last night, you idiot.
Shawty, you beg me. You be begging me.
Last night, you idiot.
It's some jail. Hey, somebody tell Maury to call baby, man. Let me run up a quick tip. Let's put this shit on Maury. Shawty is Maury material. Get up out my crib. Come on, get off my table.
Get off live.
This don't come out here.
Oh my God.
Get up off my table, Shawty.
Oh my God, no.
No, this shit staying on. Call them people to come get Shawty up out my spot.
Go ahead,
Please,
call them to get
call
you and your
call them
child out
folks.
your spot. Go ahead.
I'm stuck. Hey, help.
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 You're such a fucking
oh, it's ignorant, man. It's ignorant, man. I just wanted to play that. I thought that was like, I was like, oh, like this is the representation. This is how Cam treating his girl right now on the internet without treating her like that. He's like, oh no, you don't belong. Matter of fact, I want to play, cause she looked like, dog, I'm gonna tell you, man, like, I don't know if this is, she was just Cause it was like, you know, she had the crib chilling, but like the police footage that just leaked to her, I'm like, is that the same woman? Hold on, let me see something real quick. Look at this picture of her. Like, look at that picture of her, and then like look at the video that was up here. Hold on.
Put your hands behind your back. We're done with the crash investigation. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna do a set of tests to determine if you're driving under the influence. Okay, so we're starting a criminal investigation. Okay. So do us a favor. We're gonna walk over here because it's a little bit more stable and there's more light. Alright. Go ahead, walk. Keep going. We'll let you know when to stop.
Oh, they got her doing a sobriety test. So if y'all not familiar, like she had a DUI, hit and run incident. Yeah, shit.
Over here, son. Over here.
Yeah, she should have called a lawyer. She should have before she started like.
Face me. Hold on. No. I'm just very nervous right now. I'm sorry. Yes. I hear it. Okay. Let's sit down here. Yeah. Right there. I make sure she comes here.
Still on the ground, man.
Okay, you see this line, correct? So the first steps that we're gonna do is follow horizontal gaze. Okay, so you're gonna follow the tip of my pen. Okay? Gonna cover it so it's not too bright. So I'm gonna check for your eyes. Do you wear contacts? Okay. Do you wear glasses normally? Okay, so you're usually the way that you're wearing. Okay. So you're gonna keep your head still and follow the stimulus,
kind of
which
weird.
is this
It's
blue
like
point,
squared on her
okay?
chest like that.
With your eyes only. You're not gonna move your head. Okay, do you understand the instructions? Don't move my head. Don't move the head, just with the eyes. Okay?
She's leaning. She's like holding herself. Like, yo, if I could just pass out right now.
Same thing. You're not gonna move your head. You're just gonna follow the stimulus with your eyes. Okay?
You said them tests be dumb? Yeah, man. It's the new wave, man. Biggest gang in America, Policia. You said they have the video of the crash. Don't play on the stream, though? Okay. I think there's a piece of that on here, too.
We're gonna pass to another part. Are you comfortable with those shoes? Do you want to take those shoes off?
Let's go back.
Do you have any problems with your life that will...
See, look at how attached to it.
You're not arrested right now. I'm just trying to figure everything out, okay?
Love, I'm an artist.
I know, okay.
I'm a singer.
No, you're gonna... Know what?
I'm a singer.
Okay.
I'm an R&B singer. You can't arrest me.
So you heard what she said. You can't arrest me. Like, that's what I'm talking about, man. Like, y'all keep on. These are the same people you trying to ask. What you plan on doing for your life in the next 5-10 years? Like, she just like, look, I look cute. I know that 9 out of 10 of y'all want to do something with me. Like, just take the cuffs off. Let me go home. I just hit a kid. Don't worry about that.
Mean anything? That doesn't mean anything. Go ahead, sit down.
Sit down?
Yeah, sit. Sit down.
Oh my goodness.
Sit. What's up, boss? Wait, quick question, man.
Yes, seriously.
You saw everything. You saw everything.
Everything. A to Z.
All right.
To now.
You saw her behind the wheel?
We saw her get out just now. I chased her down the cop on the opposite side.
And you saw the car the whole time?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So she was flying. And then she was worried because I was on the left. And she was, I said, hey, this motherfucker. Until they got money. I said, oh, watch. And I saw that moped come out.
Exactly when it happened?
Exactly what happened. I saw her kept going.
And the scooter was
so
behind it?
Espanola, no, it doesn't matter. She was.
No, I'm trying to find out, was your guys' light red or was?
No, we were green.
Okay.
We were green.
Okay.
She just kept going. There was somebody in the pedestrian crosswalk with the scooter crossing, and she just rocked and didn't stop or nothing.
On the crosswalk?
No, at the intersection of
All right, I'm sorry. So you guys were coming north on Washington.
Excellent, yeah.
You guys' light was.
What?
Oh, I saw him from over there.
You saw the whole thing? The hit?
I just saw the scooter.
After the hit?
Sir,
What's up?
what's happening?
What's happening? We're doing the investigation. All right.
You really got
We have
hit?
witnesses. We have witnesses saying that you hit a
But
scooter.
no, they're lying. I didn't
Okay.
hit no.
Well, we're gonna clarify. We have cameras all over the city, so we're gonna clarify. Okay. So if you're saying whatever you're saying, if it's the truth, then you'll be out of those handcuffs and you're on your way.
Please, I've
Okay.
never been in handcuffs in my life.
Okay. It's just protocol. We have to do it for the investigation.
Really, honestly, it hurts my wrist. It's not okay. For nothing. Some weird ass people was talking about I hit somebody. Like, what is he talking about?
Man, she's so drunk. She don't even remember hitting nobody. It's like if you go through this video, I'm about to probably wrap it up. But let me see if they got. I gotta find. It's another video. She don't even remember hitting the kid. It's all on video that she hit the kid. Now, I think the one thing they talking about is that it wasn't necessarily her fault. I think that's a lawyer, but she did get 5 years probation. She pleaded out, and then it's something I think that obviously the kid probably gonna pursue for like a civil suit. So you probably got that still pending, and then I think her lawyer is trying to pin it on the kid actually a little bit. He wasn't supposed to be in the lane.
I'm gonna be arrival at 13 in Washington. We're gonna have. Can I see the cameras because I didn't hit nobody.
Document in custody time. For DUI and for hitting somebody
I'm not
and fleeing the
under the
scene.
influence. I just
Because we're gonna do another test on the safety.
We can please no PG in custody time.
I don't have a sweater or something because I'm literally
Do you have any sweaters in the car?
You checked her down?
Where is it?
We'll get that for you, okay? What is your first name again? What's your first?
Oh my god! All right, y'all. I'll leave y'all to it, man. Yeah, it's been damn. Boy, like we really went in, but we started late. About 2 o'clock. Good show, y'all. I felt like we covered a lot of different topics, which is cool, man. One of the things as I continue to do this Monday Madness thing, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to operate with it. But I like the conversations, man. So folks come on and get on. It's up to me now to start doing my due diligence to start posting more on this channel, but we continue to Monday Matters until I find some quick ways of posting some more like clips of these actual streams. Her friends, her management are trash. No way I'm letting her tell. Oh yeah, I think did I read that already? Ain't a kitten need to be saved? Ain't a kitten need to be saved somewhere? Yeah, I'm about to say, boy, a lot of y'all would go ahead and try to save her, man. Yeah, don't even front. But salute to y'all, man. I will catch y'all on it's already Tuesday, so I'll catch y'all tomorrow on Wednesday. Back on the House of the Hitters. get some updates over there. I do have some shoot updates to give. I don't know if I'm having anything to show this week, but we'll talk about a couple of different releases. But your boy be back. Plus, obviously Monday Matters. We'll be back next week. I believe that is it. Listen, y'all. Salute to anybody that's still up in here, man. Y'all the real ones. Y'all the greatest. Cause it is damn near 2:00 here on the East Coast. But salute to y'all. I'm gonna deuce out so y'all can actually get some rest and y'all can get some rest. But appreciate y'all, man, and deuces.